Well, I'm not really claiming to hold those views. I'm just trolling.
Yeah, but John Lee's actually saying some dumb shit.
Yeah, I always choose not to debate John Lee, but I think it would be interesting if we had like a one-on-one moderated debate with each other.
Well, when
I've
he
never
comes in,
debated him before.
well, have you heard the argument we're discussing?
Oh, what argument was it?
John Lee says that he created human beings to give glory to God. Prior to creation, God was either had the attribute of glory, maximum glory, or not maximum glory, which means he was lacking in glory. Can't be that he was lacking in any great making property. So that means that he had maximum glory prior to creation, and then yet irrationally created for glory when he had infinite glory.
Yeah, you can't glorify something that already has maximum glory.
Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, that question, I already answered it. I hope you remember my answer.
Well,
I wasn't there
GJ,
for it.
if you want to just, throw the ball around with John Lee, I'd like to maybe try and I'd like to see that and maybe perhaps rehabilitate you from your proclivities.
So
For some reason, I
basically,
have the compulsion to like steal memories. But I'll try that.
So basically, Gigi, this is what happened. Tom fabricated a false dilemma. He said God either has maximum glory or he's lacking in glory. So when
What's the
he
third
asked
option?
me, yeah, but he asked me, when does God lack glory? I said no. And so when I said no, he says that I said God has maximum glory, which I did not say. Just because one does not lack glory does not necessitate that maximum glory is the only other option.
What's the other option?
That he has glory. Why does it have to be maximal?
Yeah, you can have glory but still be lacking in glory.
So why you asked me what is the other option? I just gave it to you. One can have glory. One can lack glory. And so if one does not lack glory, one can have glory. It does not necessitate maximal glory is what I said. That's all I said.
If he doesn't, even if he has glory, if he doesn't have maximum glory, then he's lacking it because he doesn't have maximum glory.
Why would you consider even glory to be something quantifiable? I certainly don't.
You just said that someone could be lacking in it, but still have it.
Look, if you have a completely...
We're talking about quantity.
Take, like, maximum glory to be
that's
like...
That's actually false.
Take, like, maximum glory to be like a completely smooth surface with no bumps, right? And then, even if you're really super smooth and you have one tiny little bump somewhere, it's like 0.5 millimeter long, then you're lacking in complete smoothness, but you're still smooth, right? The surface only has 1 little millimeter bump.
Yeah,
but it's a smooth surface. But you're lacking in complete smoothness.
Yeah, I'll give you another.
You don't have maximum smoothness.
Well, no, that's not how I view glory with regard to smoothness. Now, with regard to something like good, I do understand God God does not lack goodness, right? But that does not necessitate that there's some sort of maximal goodness. Once again, he never even made it goodness or not goodness, glory or not glory, right? I'll accept that dichotomy. But where do you get lacking glory or maximum glory? I'm just saying that he's fabricating a dichotomy that does not even, he cannot even define what maximal glory even represents. You cannot
He did.
define what
He did, and so did I.
No, now
It's,
give me.
I would say
Yeah.
it's not lacking.
Hang on.
Glory that's
Hang on.
not lacking. The
Let me
maximum amount
finish.
of glory not lacking. There's no
Let me finish.
deficiency of glory.
Let me finish.
The God has now repeated what Tom and I both said.
May-
Yeah, I didn't even hear that
I
conversation
mean,
either.
like, how are you
Yeah,
not
so
understanding
what-
this, John?
You asked me what is the third option, right, Godless? So what again? If
Yeah,
it
but
is
your
the case
third
that-
option still lacks
may
in
I-
glory. Because
may I finish? Okay, so if it is the case
Yeah,
that God
perfect.
has, let's say like maximal glory, right? And then if you say that he has minimal glory, well then actually that is not lacking in glory. He has minimal glory. So all I'm saying is in
That's
the way
lacking
that
in
he
glory.
proposed it, the dichotomy cannot be maximum glory or lacking glory. It's a false dilemma,
Wait,
right?
what's
A
the
person-
third
a per-
option?
a per- all what I just said is a person who has minimal glory in this analogy, right? Is not lacking.
In this analogy.
He is not lacking in glory, but he's
There.
also it's also not maximum glory. So that is the third option. GG.
That's what
And anyone else?
lacking just means not having that maximum.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
So in the
minimal
dichotomy,
just means like having none at all, right? But like it's either the case that God lacks glory or he doesn't.
So the question posed was, does he lack maximum glory? That's a different question. His question
Does he
is,
have
No, no,
maximum glory,
maximum
or
does
does
he
he not
lack
have maximum?
glory?
Maximum just means that he's not lacking, right? Like you
Right.
can't be this stupid.
So once again, the question
Like we can
was
change the
not-
dichotomy to just be a little more. We can just change the dichotomy to relieve you of your confusion, right? The dichotomy is God has maximum glory, or he does not have maximum glory, right? And any
your
kind of
question-
lacking just
your
represents
question-
does not have maximum glory.
Your question does not say, does God lack maximum glory? That's my whole point. It's asked, is God lacking in glory? And when I answered
no, but if
no,
he, John Lee, if he's not maximally
I don't know why
glorified or
someone-
whatever, if he doesn't have maximum glory, then there's some deficiency of glory, right?
That's what. Listen, you're asking a separate question. The question was, once again, is God lacking in glory? My answer to him was no. He said there. He took my answer of no to therefore represent that of not of maximum glory or not maximum glory. And he took my answer. He didn't ask me, is God lacking maximum glory? He just asked me, if God, just like the title says, is God lacking in glory?
That's what we mean.
By me answering no, there's no implicit understanding. That's ridiculous too. You're the one micromanaging at this point. Or
No, I'm
microassessing,
telling you explicitly what we
you're
mean.
the one, Matt. I just gave you a third option. I can give you a fourth option, medium glory, right?
Those are all lacking. Those are all not having the trait of glory to its maximum amount.
I reject a scale period, right? You're thinking of glory at
You don't reject the scale period. You're talking about medium and minimal glory.
No. Hey, John. I'm going by your terminology. First and foremost, understand this. I reject your terminology.
You said that many times, John. Can I ask you a question, John?
So I'm saying
really
this.
triggering.
If we go by your terminology, these are the entailments of your terminology, of which I already reject. And therefore, if we go by your terminology, there are more than two options.
John?
When you say someone's lacking glory, they could have glory at level 1, your terminology now, and that doesn't represent maximum glory. It does, however, represent not lacking glory. That's all I'm trying to say.
Hey, John, you said that God could have, like, say, either minimal or medium glory. Is it possible
No, I did
then?
not. Now, listen, Brenda, according
That's
to
what you
Tom's, according to Tom's
If God doesn't, okay.
I reject to begin with. See, you're misrepresenting if you're saying that that's what I hold to.
So if God doesn't have maximal glory, is it possible that somebody else does?
I reject the term to begin with. I don't know what part you're not understanding, Brenda.
Well, if God doesn't have maximum glory, somebody else could have maximum glory, couldn't they? That's possible.
It's like asking. I told you in the other room, right, that I consider that term as nonsensical and as irrational as the square root of -1. And then you're asking me if God doesn't
Well, that's
have
not actually irrational.
root of -1. Well, it actually is if you look it up.
No,
A rational
no.
number. But that's a whole
Brenda,
other
you
topic.
have more glory than God.
Don't try to correct him on this.
There's
He
no
doesn't know this.
there's no way.
Jack, what do you make of this, like, seemingly very simple argument, basically causing a mental tailspin when John?
False
What do you make of it?
dilemma. It's sophistry.
Well, a lot turns on it because this is the way they try to answer the problem of evil. So if it makes no sense, they don't have an answer.
Well, the problem of evil is a whole different other situation. But
John, Jack, do you want to give your shot at sort of rendering the argument and seeing if you can actually make any progress?
Well, I don't know exactly what he's claiming now.
let's just put it this way, Jack. I've never understood glory as quantitative. Never. I always understood it as qualitative, right? Now, when you try to quantify it, right, and I reject it, you're trying to force some sort of scale or whatever you're trying to do, of which I reject. It's not that simple.
How about just a couple baseline questions then, Jeff? You accept that a true dichotomy would
You're
be
like robot. You gotta fix your mic, man. Got some problems.
robotic? Let me restart.
It sounds like not a network issue. It sounds like a hardware issue.
Sounds like a trade issue.
And so when you, what I'm saying, JJ, is when you fabricate like maximum glory and not maximum glory, well, not maximum glory represents an infinite amount of things. It could represent medium glory. It could represent scale 2 glory. It could represent lacking glory, right? Altogether, zero glory, right? Now, when Tom asked, does God have zero glory? I said, no, he does not lack glory. Now, granted, you're looking at his paradigm. And so by saying, no, he does not have zero glory, which is his question, he's saying, therefore, he has to have maximum glory or zero glory. That's not true at all.
I've never said that.
Going by his, and so the question, once again, was not, is God lacking in maximum glory? The question was
That's
God
always
lacking
been the question.
in glory, right? No.
It's always been the question.
Look at your own title. Now you're the one
Lacking in glory just mean, look,
no.
you seem to be like really interested in saying by my own standard, look, I just told you that lacking just means not maximal. Are you hearing me? Lacking just means not maximal. I'll say it one more time again for you. Lacking just means not maximal.
That's false. It's a false dichotomy. I've already demonstrated it.
Yeah,
When you asked me the first time, you did not ask me, does God lack maximum glory? Because that would be the true dichotomy you keep insisting upon. When you wrote this title in this room, you did not write, was God...
Look, I'm just telling you what I mean by the words.
Right? And so once again, there is no implicit understanding there. You're just manufacturing implicit understanding of maximum or not maximum.
Yeah,
I've explicitly told you.
Like highest capacity, right?
When you asked the question and you asked me if God lacks glory, I made it a simple answer, which was no. You falsely attributed the answer of no, God does not lack glory.
I've even rephrased it many times so you could understand it. I've rephrased it to does God have maximal glory or does God not have maximal glory?
You keep interrupting me. That was not the question, sir. You asked me if does God lack glory, and when I answered no, God does not lack glory, and here in this title I say God does not lack glory. Once again, you're working with your false dilemma. Once again, I provided 5 options, right? There's an infinite amount of options, right?
No, there's
not.
not.
Lacking glory. Yes, there is. And so now you're trying to make this adjustment to pretend that you meant in your question.
No, I've always meant that, and I've even told you that.
That was
Even in
never
the
the
previous
question.
room.
That was
Many
never the
times.
question. That was never the question, does God lack maximal glory? Because there is a difference. If you're pretending there is no difference, I'm telling you there is a difference.
John, can I ask a question that maybe
Still nobody know.
Yep.
Because it sounds like there might be something of an impasse. So would you say that God desired maximal glory? That would be one of his goals?
I reject the proposition of maximum glory, sir.
Yeah, I don't know why. John, could God have more glory?
That's like asking, can God be more good? That's ridiculous.
It's actually-
You accept premises like
I mean, look, it's a clarifying
omnipotent.
question, right? Like, if you say, no, God cannot have more glory, because that would be like asking whether God could be more God, or whatever. I just think
that would be like that.
he
Yeah,
has maximal glory.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. Can God
Yeah, then
be
it's just
more of a God?
nonsensical and irrational for God to create for glory. So that he's fucked
Yeah.
there too.
Yeah, that's a good question. In a sense that it's like asking the question, is God maximally God? Can you be lesser of a God? I mean, it's a nonsensical question. God is God.
Well, I don't know the
that-
answer. So is the answer that he can't have more glory than he does now? Is that the answer, John?
I'm glad you asked that, because it is as
Yeah, well, if it's a
nonsensical
good
as,
question, then just answer
is
it.
God maximally a God? No, God is God, right? You cannot be lesser of a God, right? You cannot be lacking in a God, in a sense, right? And so all I'm saying is that it's understood in that manner that God is good, God is glorious, and God is God.
Did the amount of glory that God possesses increase with the creation? In other words, did he have less glory before creation than he did after?
No, that assumes that there's some sort of quantity there. Can you be more of a God? That's like asking that. And then that begs the question. That question assumes that there can even be a quantity of God that can be more or less of God.
Well, it seems to me that you're able to make the leap from, something that was very, very strong to omnipotent, right? Or someone that's very, very good to, omnibenevolent, or someone who, is generally very honest and forthright to being always truth revealing. So
Yeah,
you're able to take
once again,
and extract from you're able to extract from a more mundane instantiation to like these superlative versions in other instances. So I don't understand why you're not also able to leap from the mundane to the divine with respect to glory. I mean, it seems to me that I understand that people can be very glorious, but that would be less than maximally glorious.
Seems like there's more proprietary language here, though, right? Because in its standard usage, there's nothing unproblematic about saying something is more or less glorious, right? That you could earn greater glory, and so on, right? So this must mean something by glory that's different from the standard meaning, right?
Right. Also, Jack, I think he's got another problem because he says that it's not a matter of quantity, it's a matter of quality of the glory. But if I assume like the quality of glory that's between the three persons of the Trinity would be the highest quality of glory, and then if he were to like create and have humans glorifying him, I'm assuming that glory is not the same quality, and therefore like the glory purity would be diluted. So he'd be lacking in
unbelievable. So in response to Gray, I was trying to respond to Gray. He was assuming about glory and about more and something like this, right? When you look at Scripture, Mark 10:18, I was trying to say in the other room, it says, why do you call me good? There is no one good but God alone. Now, when you look at it, and you're talking about the mundane, sir, and it's not the case that God is the greatest of the good or greater good These are terms you can understand in Clubhouse. I've always rejected problem of evil with some sort of greater good. I've always rejected that term, greater good. It's nonsensical to me. It's like saying greater God, right? And so, in the sense of
But that just means
glory,
you're equivocating on good, right?
no, all I'm saying
But then
is
it's
this.
standard.
No, my man,
It's
finish
standard
that. Just real briefly. I'm not saying that there's a greater good. I'm saying that it's either the case that God is good and that we are not good. It's not like God is level 10 good and humans are level 3 good or something. That's ridiculous.
I don't know what you mean by ridiculous. What's ridiculous about it?
Yeah, to say that like God is level 10 good and humans are level 3 good is ridiculous in the sense that humans are not good. So they're zero good. It's like good or not good. And humans are not good. There's no one good but God alone.
Assuming that 10 was the greatest value that's possible for good on this scale, and God is at a 10, how is that inconsistent?
There are things that are good, right?
I don't know how many times I have to say it. When it comes to good or glory or love or things like this, it is not the case that humans are like level 2 good and no one is level 10 good but God alone. That's not how it's understood. It's not. I'm just simply saying Mark 10:18 is not understood as no one is level 10 good but God alone. That's not how it's understood at all.
There are things that are good, though, right?
God is good, and the reason they are good is
there are things besides God that are good.
No one is good but God alone, Jack.
I'm not talking about persons. I'm talking about things.
And if there are things that are good, right, it would be the case is because of its grounding in God. And that would be the only way it can possibly be good.
I don't know what that means.
It would be like God being the vine, and then there would be some sort of association with a vine or tree or whatever. And that's the only reason why whatever is attached to it is good, because it's attached.
That's like some kind of figurative language, right?
It is figurative language.
Yeah, but I don't know what it means.
It's just a metaphor for how understanding what is good.
Yeah, but I'm asking what the meaning of the metaphor is.
But it's not outside of God is my point.
He's just going to tell you what the metaphor doesn't mean, Jack. Just what?
No, I just told him what it does mean, Jane. Being grounded like a branch to a tree or a vine to God who is
And then
divine.
he asked you to explain the metaphor because it didn't make sense.
Well, I really don't care if it didn't make sense. That makes sense to me.
Right, which is consistent with Ninja Bem's theory that you're concerned about clarity for you, but you claim that you're about clarity for others, which is
no.
bullshit.
It's a pretension to think I have some objective to try to explain the things of the Spirit to people without the Spirit of God. 1 Corinthians 2:14. So all I can do is May I even finish? You guys are so triggered. No. You guys are consistently interrupting. So I don't make long-winded statements. So my point is that just please allow me to finish. So when I'm talking about being understanding, I make statements that people can understand if guided by the Spirit. Doesn't mean that everyone understands.
It's a kill screen.
Some people are simply unwilling.
You stated your goal is to be clear and to bring clarity. You said that.
It does not necessitate that people who are unwilling to understand are understanding. Just because someone is unwilling does not represent a failure of providing clarity.
It sounded like he was pretty willing to me.
Yeah,
he was asking genuinely
I was just
for you to explain
gonna make a point,
your metaphor.
Just like if no one understood Jesus, that Jesus failed to be clear.
Yeah, this is the kill screen he does right? When he gets stuck, he's like, well, you guys don't have the Spirit. He was trying to explain it for a long time, but suddenly now he's just remembered that we can't understand.
It's not difficult when I say it's not. Like, for example, Tom is the one that began.
I mean, he didn't say it at the start of the conversation, right? He says it at the end.
Right? Right. And I already explained through natural means why it's a false dichotomy.
Who was it
That's
that
not
just
the
said that
issue.
they're not
What Jack
long-winded?
is trying to understand is a different property.
Yeah, I just think this is a kill screen that we should notice.
Yeah.
God, there's so much clarity and conciseness here right now.
Well, there's actually deliberate opaqueness, if anything. That's what you're witnessing.
Coming
Yeah,
from
Jack.
you.
Jack, you think it's a false dichotomy?
What? False dichotomy between what and what?
God has maximum glory, or God does not have maximum glory?
No, that's not a false dichotomy.
No, Jack. I'll tell you what the false dichotomy is. Lacking glory, or if does God lack glory, and I say no, he's claiming that the only other possible option is maximum glory. That's what I'm claiming is a false dichotomy, Jack.
That's not a false dichotomy either.
Yes, it is a false dichotomy.
What's the other option then?
Minimum glory is neither maximum glory nor lacking glory.
It's lacking because lacking is just cashed out in terms of not having the maximum. I told you.
You know what
already.
lacking means?
I'm going to say it again. Lacking glory, the other possible options are minimum glory and maximum glory.
No, minimum is lacking.
Neither of which.
How can you have
glory.
minimum glory and not lack glory?
You can yes. When you have minimum glory, Jane, you do not lack glory.
What are you talking
about? When you have
about?
minimum glory, you are by necessity lacking glory.
Oh, he's using lacking to mean you have a non-zero amount of glory. That's not what we're talking about.
So once again,
it seems to me that the way everybody else understands. It seems to me that the way everybody else understands the term is that you can have a zero amount of glory, or a minimum glory in that case, or a maximal glory, or anything along a continuum between those 2 points. But anything short of maximum glory is, lacking in glory.
Correct. That's exactly how we're defining it.
Yeah.
So he just refuses to engage.
No, the way I understand it is good or not good, God or not God, glory or not glory. These are two dichotomies, right? And so when he asked me, is it such the case that God lacks glory, right? I said no. My contention was.
Yeah, but now you know what we mean, right? So we can just move on, right?
Was that you took that answer of no, God does not lack glory, to represent God lacks that God has maximum glory. I never said that.
What about if we said complete? If he was complete in glory, or
like I said, you can try to adjust. All he had to do was ask, "Is God lacking in maximum glory?"
You can't lack in maximum. What does that even mean?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
But bro, we've adjusted the wording to fit, to make it clear in your own terms, and you still refuse to engage.
And so you do acknowledge micro adjusting a question. All I'm saying is it was disingenuous.
Because you asked us to.
For you, but all I'm saying is that it's disingenuous before, as it is now, to say that I claim God has maximum glory by my answer of saying no, God does not lack glory. That's all I'm saying.
If you don't
recognize that it's a false dichotomy,
it's not.
We told you what we meant by the words.
You literally said God either has maximum glory or he lacks glory. That's a false dichotomy.
Yep.
It's not.
No, it's not, because look, by lacking we just mean not maximum. And I told you as much.
He either has maximum glory or he does not have maximum glory. That's the dichotomy.
And that's not what he asked me, is my point.
But lacking means not maximum.
It doesn't necessitate that. Where do you get
Yes,
that?
it does.
It does, because I told you what I meant. I told you what I meant by it.
I'm the one that told you that first and foremost, I reject the concept of maximum glory.
Oh my God.
You're just reaching
And then,
so
and then
fucking
after
hard,
I
dude.
told you that I reject the concept of maximum glory, you asked me, does God lack glory? And that I can answer. No, he does not lack glory.
Then he has
and then
maximum
you said,
glory.
And then you from there you took it to, I claimed that God has maximum glory, which is a false statement, because I never said that. You're saying the entailments of my answer represented statements I don't agree to. That's where it's disingenuous.
Seems like he's saying like God is glorious. It's like God is love, God is good, God is truth. He's saying
Right,
God is glory.
I don't know why people can't accept that. They're trying to argue things and try to shoehorn things into nonsensical arguments, and they're actually trying to assert that these are true dichotomies of maximum glory or no glory at all. That's ridiculous.
No one ever said that. Now you're strawmanning.
Yes, so God is glorious, like regardless of what he does or doesn't do or whatever. He's like, so you're saying, it's like saying, God is good and you define goodness in terms of God. So you're saying God is godly. So
Right.
God is glorious. And so, you're back to God is God.
Exactly.
God is the paragon of glory.
Exactly. And I don't know why that's so hard to accept. They don't want to accept what I'm telling. They're trying to say, is God?
Well, that doesn't help him either, Floyd. That doesn't help him either because he says
lesser of a God.
That doesn't help him either because he said that he created for the purposes of the glory. So, like, how's that going to make any fucking sense?
I literally
Why does he do anything?
Yeah, Floyd, this all began was, why did God create? Now, you and I both know about the Westminster Shorter Catechism. I literally expressed that answer, right? For man to glorify God and to enjoy him forever, right? From there, he's going playing this game from that answer that I'm making claims I did not even make. With respect to concepts, I don't even accept as valid.
Yeah, you think that makes sense, Floyd, for God to have maximum glory and then create something for more glory? You think that makes sense?
Well, it just seems like everything God does is arbitrary. John Calvin himself said, if you ask the question, why did God do so? We must answer, because he pleased.
Yeah, no, that's correct, Floyd, but that's not the question Tom's asking. He wants to know, did God lack glory that he had to create so that people give him more glory? That's basic. Did he not have maximum glory? These are the types of questions Tom's trying to ask.
Right, either...
What is God's motivation? What motivates him to do anything?
Yeah, but that's a different question again, Floyd. So we're talking about God's great-making property, glory. And God possesses all great-making properties to the maximum extent. Correct, Floyd?
Yeah, yes.
Right, so if you have the great-making property of glory to the maximum extent, what sense does it make to create in order to get glory?
Yeah, I mean...
It's irrational.
God could create and not create. He could act or not act, think or not think, do something to do the complete opposite, and in all of its glory. So it's like it's almost detached from his actions.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that it's irrational to do something for the purpose of gaining something that you have to the maximum extent. Correct?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying, if if he does something because of some goal, right? So, and if he's doing something for a goal, then he hasn't reached that goal yet, right? He doesn't have it. He's lacking it.
Well, that's one interpretation. It could be the case that he is lacking and then creates to acquire what he's lacking. Or in John's case, he's saying that he already was maximal glory, but then created for more glory.
There you go again. I did not say I don't use the term maximal glory. You keep saying.
I don't give a fuck if you don't use the term, right?
Why do you keep attributing it then? Why do you keep attributing?
Because the meaning's the same. I don't give a fuck what you call it.
Oh, that's false. That's false. You
I don't care if you call a dog. If I call it dog and you say I don't use that term, I use canine. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and so you're straw. But go ahead with your straw man. Go.
So did God create humans for himself so he can be glorified, or did he create humans so for the benefit of humans in which they could glorify God? But
you and I both know it's the latter, Floyd.
Yeah. So
at least that's the claim. That's the claim.
Yeah. Now, but humans don't exist, right? It's like if humans didn't exist, then humans aren't lacking anything simply because humans don't exist to lack or have anything. So God created humans lacking. It's like either God's going to lack something or his creation is going to lack something. And it turns out that, he created to have his creation lack things. So they would need him because, God is everything. God's not lacking anything. Humans, all creation lacks something. So all creation is going to strive or need or recognize the glory of God.
That's correct. See, I don't know why it's so hard for you guys to understand. He understands, and he's not even a Christian.
But why would God? But you have to ask, why would God need to do that?
He doesn't need to do that. That's
like what's God's motivation? What's his reason? So it seems very arbitrary.
Yeah, arbitrary is not an issue. Whether it's arbitrary or not is really not an issue. The issue is because arbitrary is not a contradiction, right? They're pretending there's Tom anyway is pretending there's a contradiction, and he's trying to shoehorn, and he's trying to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, to pretend there's a contradiction or a dilemma.
Yeah, because when we act and we seek truth and we do anything, it's because we're lacking something.
Yeah, there is a dilemma.
Every second, we're trying to fulfill some need or desire, regardless if it's our own or someone else's. Like even when we sleep, we're breathing because we need air. It's like it's part of our nature. We can't avoid it. But how can we apply that to God? It just makes. Yeah, but again, why would God create? God has no desire, no need, no wants. Like why? Like if you had no needs, no desires, no wants, you don't even have to get out of bed in the morning, right?
You would get out of bed. You would get out of bed in the morning if you had a desire to give. Would you not?
Yeah, if you had any desire, yeah. If you had any desire at all, you get out of bed, right? If you're just simply bored, and not tired anymore, you get out of bed. Does any desire at all?
My point is, if you had a desire to give, would that not be a behavioral motivation to get up in the morning so that you could give to those who do not have?
Yeah, but in the case of God, there was no one that didn't. No one existed, so there weren't any wants at all. because no creation was created yet.
And so that
So,
was,
so it's back to like, it's back to God creating a problem so He could be the solution.
why would that be a problem? Creating objects that are not in the fullness of existence as God is. Why would that be a problem? Why would that be a problem for God to do so that people can enjoy Him forever, as the Westminster Shorter Catechism represents, to His glory, right? So that He is glorified. There's no problem, logical problem, for God to be giving in that manner or loving in that manner, to be gracious in that manner. There's no problem, logical problem with that.
So you're saying God doesn't care that He's glorified or not?
No, he does care.
Okay, so I think there's a problem right there then.
Why would that be a problem?
Because He has a need, a want, a desire. And thus He's lacking something.
No. Yeah, He's not lacking it. That's what I mean. When you were talking earlier, that's exactly what you said. Now it seems like you're trying to reason that He is lacking in some way because He has a desire to give. That doesn't make like for example, if he's light, which He is, and if it's a case that you can visualize God providing that light to man, and it's not that He needs to shine that light on man. He does not.
Yeah, but you're saying He's doing it all for man, but the problem is man didn't exist to begin with. There was no need, want, or desire. Again,
that's the purpose of creation. That was
create fallible people.
Discussion.
It's like I write a computer program that has bugs in it, so they're going to have to keep me employed to fix the bugs.
There is no bugs. God did not create a computer with bugs, right? We're talking about when He created Genesis 1:31. What He created, He called very good, right? So you're trying to say that what God called very good was bugs simply because what you're looking at now is man needing a savior. Man did not need a savior when God created man. You and I both know this is what Scripture says. So
question. But he foreordained
that God created.
But He foreordained the fall, so He would need a savior. So He created man with a savior in mind, and foreordained the fall of man, so man would need Christ.
Yeah, that part's correct.
John Lee, is very good quantitatively or qualitatively more than just good?
I don't even know how to answer.
I'm sure you don't.
He said it was very good, right? Not just good.
Yeah, after God was done His creation, He said it was very good at the end.
Right. I'd have to look up the adverb in Hebrew, but I don't know what that exactly.
Maybe you should stop
it could be very possible. No, that's exactly word for word what the English translation says. It could be very possible that the word "very" is not even used, the adverb in the biblical Hebrew. I don't even know.
Yeah, but you've been quoting it quite a lot.
That's right.
One of your go-tos.
Well, yeah,
I've heard you quote that like hundreds of times.
Just a know what it means. Clarifying question then. Yeah, right. Clarifying question. What does it mean in English, John?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, I'm asking you. When you say it, what does it mean when you speak English? When you're speaking English, what do you mean?
Yeah. Well, I have a certain understanding of what that passage represents.
That's what we're asking. That's what I'm asking. What does it mean? Represents.
Well, when I looked it up, I didn't look up the very part, but I did look up the good part. and it represents some sort of like beautiful, right?
I'm not asking about the good part. I'm asking about the very part. That's what we're talking about.
I didn't look it up. I
didn't ask you if you looked it up. When you say very, when you add very to good, to modify good, what do you mean?
It's not a question of what do I mean, it's a question of what does the translation mean. It could be very well that the word very was not even used in the biblical Hebrew, or that such a word even exists.
When you say it,
I don't say
when
it,
you
I'm
say it, you're
saying that's
quoting.
what Scripture says.
You do say it. You say it all the fucking time, John Lee.
No.
When you say it, and when you're quoting the English translation, what do you mean?
Your mic is fucked still, man. Fix it.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know why you're getting so triggered. All I'm saying is, according to Genesis 1:31, this is what it says. It says very good, according to an English translation. Most translations say very good, is my understanding. And so now that's just a claim. That's just a fact, right? And so from that fact, you're asking me to do some hermeneutics to it or something, or exegete it. Is that what you're asking? I don't do that.
Yeah, so you've been quoting that, and you haven't known what it's meant, right?
I don't have a problem quoting Scripture.
And hundreds.
Right,
I've quoted
quoting it.
1,000 times.
but you just said it's either
I've
good
quoted
or
1,000.
it's not good.
Yeah, but you don't know what it means.
He doesn't have a problem. Doesn't have a problem quoting Scripture without knowing what it means. That's true.
The interlinear is me'od tov. Me'od means exceedingly much, might, abundance, exceedingly force, might, muchness, to a great degree, exceedingly.
It sounds like not maximal. Is that right, Tom?
What?
Oh, it sounds like not maximally good.
What does?
Genesis 1:31, according to your paradigm. Just remember, I don't accept your model, right? I'm just saying, according to your view, that it seems to represent not maximally good.
What does?
Genesis
I don't know, Genesis. I don't know what verse you're talking about.
Very good seems to represent not maximally good. But it certainly doesn't mean lacking good.
Yeah, it does. If it's not maximum, then it's lacking.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this one more time. By lacking, we mean not maximal. If you try to pull this shit again, you're fucking gone. You're being a dishonest piece of shit right now, John.
Oh, I'm the one being dishonest by exposing your dishonesty.
I'm telling you exactly what I mean by word when I say it. And in the future, I'll just refer to it maximal and not maximal.
So my
helps.
question,
but if you bring it up again, you're fucking gone because we've gone over this dozens of times.
I'm asking you a very simple question. Does very good represent not maximally good? That's all I asked you. And you got
Seems
buttered.
compatible with it.
Oh, so very good is compatible with maximally good. What about just good? Is that also compatible with maximally?
Well, I think we could certainly agree to.
Well, I would like Tom to answer that question, Floyd. What is
well, I mean, it just
compatible with maximally good? Oh, now it depends.
Depends on the context.
Yes or no? It's either the case that it
I mean, God is good, right? God is good, and presumably he's maximally good.
But it's not talking about God. It's talking about the creation.
Oh my God.
Right. Yeah. What about it?
So you said according to your words now, you said very good is compatible with maximally good. Then I asked you.
Yeah, it could be interpreted that way. Yeah.
So if you took out the very, is good compatible with maximally good? That's what I asked you, and you did.
I mean, if it's in the same context and it lacks that qualifier, yeah, it would seem to indicate that it's not maximally good.
Oh wait, that it's not maximally good, but you said very good is compatible with maximally good. So
I mean, good could be possibly maximally good.
So let me get this straight. According to your model now, not mine, yours, right? You say that very good is compatible with maximally good, but just good is not compatible with maximally good. Is that correct? Now,
in the same context, it would seem to imply that it was less good. Yeah.
So in other words, however, you would not claim that. Would you claim that good lacks maximally good?
In that context, yes, it seems to imply that. How many times do I have to fucking answer you?
I think it would be
No,
safe to
in
say
that
that God was
context, it seems-
satisfied with what he created. I think that's safe to say, right? And God was
But
satisfied,
also,
you know.
also you would also claim that evil lacks maximally goodness, right, Tom?
That's correct.
Okay, so now we have good and we have evil, not very good, but just good. So you have good and evil. They both lack maximal goodness, correct, Tom?
Correct.
And so when you say one lacks maximal goodness or maximally good, it can represent a host of things, right? That fall under the umbrella of not good. Just like a tree can represent an infinite amount of things that are not.
No, not good, not good, not maximally good. There's an entire spectrum of everything that's not maximally good that all falls upon into that set.
Right, but you said that very good. I would think that you would say that very good is not maximally good, but you said it's quote unquote compatible.
I'm just saying it could be. I don't know the context of the verse.
It
It's
could
just
be.
a scale.
I don't see how it could be, Tom.
If the
But that's a
scale,
whole
if
other
the highest
discussion.
part of the
And now
scale
you got
is
Jane,
very
now you
good,
got Jane white knighting you already on your problem.
then
It just
would be
depends on
maximum.
what God means by that. I don't know what the fuck God means. If by very good he means maximally good, then obviously it's the case.
I would contend that very good is not maximally good, but that's just me.
Well, then fine. Okay, so.
Well, I got through
What was the
that
point of all
without
this?
I did get through that without getting kicked out, but I mean I could have definitely went there to about something else. But in any case, I think I sufficiently exposed.
How did you expose any nonsense? That's all I said was it depends on what he means.
Because what you just acknowledged was that not maximally good can represent good, evil, right?
And
Minimally
all
good.
of those are in the set
But
of
however,
lacking.
now you got Jane white knighting you
Well,
once
that's what
again.
Tom
That's
said.
no, that's not.
It is. He said all of those things in that spectrum that's under maximum are encompassed in the set of lacking. That's what he said.
No, because very,
Yes,
very
he did.
That's
You
exactly what I meant. So you got 100%.
No, Jane.
You got 100%,
Very-
and that represents maximum. 0 through 99 all
Jane.
represent lacking. Period.
Very goodness did not fall under that set.
It just depends. I don't know what he means by very good in the
Because
Bible. Like, he could mean
acknowledged
maximum. I don't know.
that it could mean maximum. If that was the highest level of goodness available on the scale, then that would be the maximum level of goodness. He doesn't know what the scale is. He acknowledged that. He said if that was the highest level on the scale, then that would be maximum.
No amount of English in the English language can account for very being synonymous with maximum. None.
It just depends on what he means. God could mean anything. I don't know what he means.
My whole point was that the term maximal good, right, is not even expressed in Scripture.
Who cares?
I know.
That's what I've been telling you.
Yes.
I reject.
That's an
the
argument
concept
in
of
our
maximal.
favor. We're trying to grant you a presumption that there is a quality of being maximally glorious.
He's not granting me that. He's trying to force my position to represent maximal goodness, sir. And I'm the one.
No, we're saying that very good, however that is translated, represents a maximal goodness or maximal glory.
That's an
corresponding
arbitrary
maximal glory.
No, that's an arbitrary.
But even if we grant, here's the thing: even if that's granted, at some point before it was very good, it was merely good, which would imply that it was, in some way, in whatever sense, less than the good that was on the subsequent sixth day. You get it?
We ask the question is, could a perfect God create an imperfect thing? I would think logically, I would think it's possible, but
that's not.
if he wants,
Yeah, the question about perfection, right? What perfection represents? I've had this discussion numerous times with these people before, and perfection is not. God created Adam perfect. God created Lucifer perfect. The word perfect is actually used. Now the issue is, what does perfect represent? Does it represent impermeability? No, it does not represent impermeability. It is like a circle that's created perfect according to the equidistance from the center. However, if it got dented, it is no longer perfect. So it is not the case that it can never be not a perfect circle. It is just the case that when created, it was perfect. And perfect does not mean all of these great making attributes of God. Delano was one of the people that were saying, well, God is immutable. Therefore, perfect must represent immutable. That's ridiculous.
Well, wouldn't it be more perfect to be immutable?
More perfect is a nonsensical term.
Well, I'm just saying that if you're calling us perfect or his creation perfect, but it is immutable, wouldn't you? But God is also perfect and he is not immutable. I don't understand. There seems to be a big difference there.
No, because you're trying to assign immutable under the umbrella of perfection, and I'm saying it's a separate concept.
Well, but I'm saying if it's perfect, but it can become not perfect, that doesn't seem to be as good as perfect that cannot become not perfect.
I would think every attribute God has is perfect.
You guys are missing the point. What I'm saying is
I'm not,
that something.
If you had, if
you're
you
not
had
even letting me finish.
Because John,
you're so
if you
triggered.
had
you're
the
just
perfect
interrupting
taco,
me again. You're completely triggered.
No, I'm not triggered.
No, I barely had 3 words out. What are you even
You
talking
have been
about?
bloviating this whole time.
See, there
Absolutely.
you go again. I said I let you speak. I let you speak. I was going to respond. You cut me off 3 words. 3 words, Jane.
Because I
cut
don't
me
think
off.
you
You're so
understand
triggered.
what I'm saying.
So I'm going to repeat myself. Okay?
Oh, God, don't repeat yourself. We all heard you the first time.
Perfect does not mean impermeable. I don't care what you think it ought to represent.
Right, but
I'm telling
that's
you.
That's not what I'm trying to argue.
Well, you are, because you said it seems to me. You said it seems to me that if it's impermeable in a sense, that it's perfect. No, it does not represent.
No, listen. Okay, so here's an example. Let's say I have the perfect taco, right? And I have the perfect taco that will never rot. It'll never go bad. It'll be the perfect taco forever and ever until I eat it, right?
That's an arbitrary definition of perfect.
Right. It's the perfect taco for me, right? It's my perfect taco under my own definition of perfect.
So now you're just making up for it at this point. You're making up.
Just listen. You're not even letting me finish the metaphor here. So, or analogy. So if there's a taco that is absolutely perfect, it'll never rot, it'll never change, it's absolute perfect taco. And then I have the exact same perfect taco, taste-wise, everything about it is perfect, except it will rot. Wouldn't you say the one that won't rot is better?
I reject those characteristics of representing perfect.
How?
Because perfect does not necessarily represent a taco that you favor.
It doesn't represent a taco.
It could have been anything. It could have been anything.
Yeah, like I said, perfect seems to be subjective in a sense that it's confined to your mind, feelings, emotions.
Yes, just like it's confined to God's mind, feeling, and emotions.
No. That's why I gave the example. That's why I gave the example of a perfect circle, equidistant from the center. That's not dependent upon your mind. And the example that I gave of how it's perfect, but the method by which it can be no longer perfect does not represent that it was never perfect. Impermeability does not represent. I didn't say it was never perfect. Impermeability
I said it was a perfect taco, but then it rots.
Impermeability does not necessitate to be under the umbrella of perfect. That's all I said.
But wouldn't the taco that doesn't rot be better than the one that does?
I don't accept your characterization of perfect And
Okay, how about your perfect circle?
Furthermore,
So how
you
about
incorporated
there's
another.
two circles.
Furthermore,
Both of them are
you
perfect.
incorporated. Look, dude, you're just continually interrupting me. You're so triggered. I don't accept the word good that you incorporated in the word perfect to represent perfection.
Okay, so we have two perfect circles, just like you are requiring. Two perfect circles. One of them can never be not perfect. The other one can be dented or changed in such a way that it is no longer perfect. Are you telling me that those are both equal?
Very good question. Let's begin by your statement. We have two perfect circles. That's how you began. I agree that if they're equidistant, they are both perfect, right?
Yeah.
However, now you have other qualities that are not representative of perfect, such as one cannot be dented and one that can, right? Those are other qualities that do not represent perfection because they can have different qualities, and yet you began your statement by saying we have two perfect circles. I agree with that characterization.
I don't understand. Perfect is all encompassing, right? You're saying that the creation was perfect at the time of creation and that it was all encompassing, that they are perfect, right? Adam was perfect, the devil was perfect, Satan or whatever, he was perfect.
Lucifer.
But that was not
Lucifer.
Whatever. But they were both immutable so that they could be they could be changed to make them not perfect.
That's correct.
Right. And so when you call them perfect at the beginning, it's an all-encompassing term, including all of their characteristics, right? But then if you have the same creation that can never change, you're also calling it perfect. And I don't understand how you are equating those two things when they have a glaring difference. You can't call them both perfect.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Perfection is an all-encompassing descriptor.
No.
What is it describing then? What about them is perfect if it's not all of them?
I just gave you the example of the circle. What describes a perfect circle is the equidistance from the center. And that's it.
So what about his creation? What about his creation, like the equidistance? What characteristics were perfect?
What you're doing is you're saying that, well, I imagine that if it can be dented, then it's not perfect. And this is your
It becomes not perfect. Right, so what about his creation? What are the characteristics? What are the characteristics?
I do agree that when a perfect circle is dented, then it is no longer perfect, right? But perfection does not necessitate the inability to be dented. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But what I'm saying is that perfection is an all-encompassing label on something. It includes all of the characteristics.
You have a source for that?
If you are saying that God created something perfect with no qualifiers, I would assume that it's all-encompassing. Not it's perfect except for this one little thing over here, right? When God created Adam, he was perfect, right? There were no qualifying statements there, right?
Yeah, the way I understand it, as far as like perfection, I look at it as a bullseye, right? When God created Lucifer and Adam, he created a bullseye. They were not falling short, but by their own actions.
Wait, he created the bullseye or he hit the bullseye?
No, they were part of a bullseye, in other words, right? They were not off center, so to speak, right? However, which represents perfection, the bullseye. However, when they themselves fell from that, they fell short of that glory, of that
But God
perfection.
created them in such a way that they were able to.
Of course. That's the whole point. And you're saying,
that would not be perfection.
And you're saying, and that's what you're saying. That's exactly what.
Because what you were saying, John, is that if Adam.
I fully disagree with that characterization.
Right, but if God created.
You're just saying that God did not make perfect because, in my view, the ability to fall short represents non-perfect. Therefore, God did not create perfect beings. In my view, God did create perfection, but perfection does not necessitate impermeability, which is a separate quality altogether. God did not make humans impermeable, but yet perfect. There's no contradiction here, and therefore they were able to be no longer perfect.
But you're calling both of the circles perfect when they are not the same.
That's right. That's right.
So you can't call them both perfect when they aren't both perfect.
Yes, you can.
I am done.
It's like you could call two people Asian. Hang on, they're not the same person, but they're Asian, right? They have a property that's the same thing, right? And
yeah, you guys are look. Let me just cut in here because you guys have been. Let me just cut in here because you guys have been. Let's just relax, buddy. Relax, John. Just cut in here because you guys have been talking past each other for a long time.
No one's talking about nobody.
You are, because your definition of perfection is relative to a particular attribute, and Jane's idea of perfection is Jane's idea of perfection is relative to all attributes.
Right, and therefore, what I'm
right. So don't tell. Right, exactly, John. Right. So don't tell me you weren't talking past each other, motherfucker.
Right. So you're just saying that God is not pro-toto perfect. He's pro-tanto perfect, right?
No,
he's just perfect in certain senses.
God, sir, God is perfect, but perfect doesn't represent, let's say, like this attribute or that attribute, right? Well, I guess what I'm trying to say
you are saying that.
No.
Yeah, because
you're
immutability.
Oh, now we're saying it's across all properties.
I'm saying it's across all properties.
Oh, now he's changed his position?
No,
he just affirmed.
Yeah.
That's what unbelievable. You got, look, 5 words.
I'm not sure what you're talking about anymore.
You guys are, listen, first and foremost, immutability has nothing, absolutely
But you just said that
perfection.
perfection isn't.
No.
You just said no, because Gray said that it's, relative to certain characteristics, and you said no, it encompasses all of them.
I did not say that. I did not even use the word encompass.
You didn't. I'm paraphrasing.
Yes, exactly. Misrepresenting.
Okay, so say it again.
No, paraphrasing is misrepresenting, John. Come on, bro.
Can you repeat it then?
Why? Yes. Once again, God's great making properties, right, are apart from perfection. As when God created Lucifer perfect, God also has a quality of perfect. That does not necessitate that Lucifer had all the great making properties which are separate from perfection of God, such as immutability.
In perfection?
Right?
What characteristics are encompassed in perfection?
I just free from moral failure.
That's it?
Yeah, but you said that he created humans perfect and we morally failed, so that can't be what you mean.
Perfect, once again, is free from moral failure, not inability to fail morally. Those are not the same statements.
The perfect circle.
You're a dishonest piece of shit, dude.
The perfect circle was dented, Tom.
And that's all you can say about dishonesty. Once again, free from moral failure.
No, you just said.
Free from moral failure does not represent inability to fail morally. They're not the same statement.
Free from moral failure. If you're free from moral failure, how can you have the ability to fail?
Once again, free from moral failure. Like, for example, being debt-free does not represent the inability to become indebted. When God created us, we were debt-free. That does not mean that we're forever debt-free. It just means that we were created debt-free, and we incurred a debt.
Free from moral failure.
That's correct.
So by perfect creation of Adam and Eve, you just meant that they hadn't failed yet?
I mean, this is just a stupid discussion because rather than try to understand rather than what I'm trying to explain to you. You guys want to debate every step of the way, which
Wait, Tom, can you ask that again?
Yeah, just free from, when you created Adam and Eve, and they were created free from moral failure, you just meant that they haven't, at that time of creation, they hadn't failed morally yet.
Is that what
That's
you
it.
mean?
Yeah, free from debt. I just gave you that example.
So he could have created them to sin 1 minute after created, and he would have created them perfectly free of moral failure in your eyes.
Of course.
How fast could that happen? Like a nanosecond? What if it happens just instantaneously?
These are just lame questions.
It's not, because you're meaning...
The time doesn't matter. The time doesn't matter.
So why are you...
This is
I mean,
God
it does.
made the perfect building that fell over a second later.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
No, it's like the circle that's perfect, right? Like,
Yeah,
once again, when
that
you say
dent
perfect, when you say...
a second...
Yeah, you can make a perfect building, Bina, and get bombed a second later.
Well, who's bombing it?
And guess what?
And
that building
no.
is no longer perfect.
Right. And you're saying that it was perfect, though, but you're not saying that it wasn't able to be destroyed. Its perfection didn't include not being able to be destroyed.
Like, duh.
Right. Same with the circle. It's a perfect circle created, but it's not.
You know what?
It's not so perfect that it's not able to be dented.
John's analogy is you could create.
If the building is
John's
bombed,
analogy
the building
is
should be bombed, then it's no longer perfect. That's just
no. John's analogy is something like this. John's analogy is God could have created the perfectly indestructible building, and then it got bombed a minute later.
I don't think he's going to say that, though. His idea
I'm not going to say that.
Of
That's the same
perfection.
thing.
His idea of perfection allows the ability to be corrupted.
Thank you.
He's saying that something perfect is still able to be corrupted, which I think is
100%.
Yeah, I think
And
if you have two things,
indestructible buildings are able to be destructed.
I think if you have two things that are both...
Perfection does not include immutable,
That's
impermeable.
short-sighted by
These are words that are not inclusive of perfection.
I think if you have two things that are both, maximally good as it gets, the best that's ever been, and one of them has the additional quality of it will never change from that state. I don't know what it means to say that they are both perfect then. Like, it seems to me that one has a quality, possesses a characteristic that the other lacks. And so if something lacks in a quality that I can identify, I don't know what it means to say that is perfect.
It's like saying if I have another person that is a friend that is Asian, we are both Asian, right? And then so you're just saying, well, if you're in jail and you've committed no crimes, then I don't really know what it means to be Asian. I mean, this is stupidity of what you're saying. It really is.
It's very different from that, because my understanding of perfect is something that is not lacking, doesn't have any flaws. Like, that's basically what that's the definition we started with, at least.
I agree with that.
Right. So if it
doesn't have any flaws,
if it can be corrupted, if it can be spoiled, that's a flaw.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If you look up the definition of perfection, it does not say incorruptible. It does not say that. It does.
Would you say though?
Hang on.
Okay. You more bloviating? Okay.
Yeah. When it says without flaws, right? It does not say impermeable from flaws. There's a difference.
Would you say though that the circle that's incapable of being dented is more perfect?
Absolutely not.
Of course not, because you're an idiot.
Because it would be a different quality rather than perfect. It would be additionally something different, like perfect and impermeable, perfect and immutable, perfect and indestructible. It would be.
So God's creation is corruptible.
Yes.
So it lacks the quality of being
Whereas
incorruptible.
God is incorruptible, but the incorruptibility of God is not related to God's perfection.
Why?
Because God's perfection is something other. That's not. Once again, it's not under the umbrella of perfection.
I mean, it sounds like you just defeated your own argument because you said, well, God is perfect and incorruptible. But that just seems like it's begging the question, right?
And
like you're identifying this advantage that God has, the creation does not have. So it seems to me that creation lacks the quality that God has.
Of course.
So that seems like if something lacks an advantageous quality, I think that fits the definition of imperfect.
So once again, God is perfect and incorruptible, right? That's what makes him great.
I think that's just perfect.
May I finish? We are made perfect, right? Without debt, without moral failure, without flaws, right? But we are corruptible.
No, that's not true. Well, no, the flaw would be that we're corruptible.
That's not a flaw.
Corruptibility is not a flaw.
It's the opposite of an advantage, right? What do you call those?
Yeah, I don't consider corruptibility a flaw.
We're perfectly corruptible, John?
Where does he get it all from, though, anyway, right? Like, does the Bible say that?
Well, the Bible says these things, Jack.
I really doubt it.
No, it does.
I don't doubt it. It's especially in English translations. I don't know about other languages. It's full of garbage, nonsense.
It's like people are trying to argue about absolutely nothing.
At least the way it's interpreted.
So lame.
He wants.
I mean, all you have to do is, if you're going to conduct an internal critique, understand the terms that I'm using, and if there's some type of incoherence or contradiction, fine. But if you want to debate some sort of externally and demand that this represents perfection, when I'm telling you, according to Scripture, it's nowhere near that, well, then it's a worthless debate.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's trying to say stuff like incorruptibility is not one of God's perfect features, or it's not a feature of his perfection, right? Well,
right.
Why? But why?
I don't know.
It's not like the Bible says that somewhere,
It's
right?
an attribute of God, Jack. Right? But it's an attribute of God that represents also moral perfection is something also that God has. And just like wrath is something that God also has. But
the way you're separating those. Yeah, the way you're separating those, I don't know what justifies that. It just seems like something you made up.
Yeah, I don't think there's a scripture that says that God is perfect in any way.
Now, don't get me wrong, Jack. You know I hold to divine simplicity, so it's not like I'm trying to say he's made up of these parts. So
that's just another contradiction.
Can I ask you two quick questions? After this
regardless of one second, regardless of what Scripture says, maybe I've forgotten, and you explained this before, but I'm not sure what you mean when you say that God is perfect in any way.
Without moral flaws.
Without moral flaws or any flaws?
Moral.
So God's imperfect in other ways?
No, because he has other great-making properties. You guys are just the problem here is.
So then why did you wait? Then why, I don't understand why you were very specifically mentioning moral flaws. Before we move on, like you very specifically limited the scope of his perfection to moral flaws only.
Yeah, you're so triggered by moral flaws, right? So
no, I'm trying to understand why you specified that.
Would you even let me finish? Would you even let me finish? I can't even hold a conversation at this point. So. The bottom line issue is the word perfection. The discussion is the semantics of perfection, right?
Yeah, what you mean?
Jane, when I'm telling you what I mean now, but you guys are saying, well, it seems to me you got Jane over here talking about a perfect taco, for goodness sake, and what that represents. And a perfect taco doesn't rot. And these are just arbitrary characterizations of perfection according to.
They're all arbitrary.
Yeah. No, they're not.
They're all,
that's what I'm trying to say. They're.
Oh, give me your non-arbitrary meaning, that please.
Yeah, I just told you it's moral, without moral flaw, without.
Yeah, what's your non-arbitrary meaning though?
Well, this is biblical in terms of sin, God being without sin, the understanding of sin, both in Koine Greek and
the non-arbitrary.
Both sin in the biblical Hebrew and the Koine Greek is such that we are missing the perfect mark of God. That is what's understood as perfect, the bullseye in archery. That is how we understand.
What does it mean to say that it's arbitrary in this context?
I don't know.
You want to say that saying there's a perfect taco is like some kind of arbitrary notion of perfection, or what?
Well, that would be Jane's personal idea of perfection.
You were criticizing it for being arbitrary. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean that's just as arbitrary as like saying chocolate ice cream is good.
Well, I'm trying to understand. You mean that it's subjective? Is that what you mean by arbitrary?
Well, I did say that it was subjective as far as Jane went. It's dependent upon her mind in a sense of feelings and opinions and so forth. Well, the perfect circle that I represented is not representative of feelings, or it is simply equidistant from a center point.
Okay. So let me think about it. So a perfect taco is going to be, what counts as a perfect taco is
I reject the concept of a perfect taco.
But you were saying that what counts, you were criticizing it for being arbitrary, right? So it sounds like what you're saying there is that what counts as a perfect taco is subjective.
I reject the concept of a perfect taco.
I'm trying to understand what it means to say that it's arbitrary if you're not saying that it's subjective.
That's what I'm saying. Jane's definition of perfect as it relates to a taco is subjective.
Right, so what counts as a perfect taco would be subjective, right?
In her case.
What do you mean in her case? Somebody says this is a perfect taco, right? That's just going to be a subjective judgment, right?
Yes, a standard that is subjective.
Okay, and you want to say that something like, for a circle to be perfect, just has to do with conformity to some kind of ideal concept, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, I guess I want to understand the claim that God is perfect is more like the perfect circle than the perfect taco.
Okay.
So how is that the case?
God being the bullseye in an archery situation where the bullseye is a perfect mark, so to speak, right? And things outside of the bullseye are not perfect. When God created Lucifer, he created him within the mark. When he created Adam, he created him within the mark. God is always and perpetually in the mark. He can never be outside the mark. But Adam and Lucifer can fall short of that mark, even though they were created perfect within the mark. That's how it's understood. And so the standard is the bullseye. of which God
Okay,
is.
so hold on. Let me ask a question. So let's assume two archers, both are capable of hitting the bullseye every time, every shot, any circumstance. They'll never fail. But one of the archers is in a room in a tournament where there's someone that can move so quickly that they can grab his arrows and push them just slightly off target. But the other archer, his arrows possess a quality. Maybe they're too fast or they're just too slippery, but they can't be deflected in that way. Which is the more perfect archer?
Well, I don't even accept the term more perfect. What does it mean to be more perfect?
Well, relative to this conversation, I guess it's, it's. I agree, it's a pretty meaningless term, but in this conversation, the one that is more capable of reaching the presumed goal of hitting the. Hold on, I'm answering your question. You asked what's more perfect. In this conversation,
waiting for you to finish.
I'm answering your question, though.
You cut me off. Okay?
Because I'm answering your question.
You made a statement.
Well, go ahead and I'll answer your question.
Thank you. And so basically what you said was that what makes more perfect? That was your question. In the process of answering your question, no, that was your question. You asked what more perfect represents,
which would be the better archer? Which is the superior archer?
May I finish? You can reword it, but I'm going to still respond to your wording, your question. And so, so you said more perfect, and so if perfect represents without flaw, which you're the one that came with that definition, then what does it mean, sir, to mean more without flaw?
That's great. That's a wonderful question. I mean the one that hits the mark, the bullseye, each time, regardless of the fact that someone has interfered along the way. Of the two archers, who still hits the bullseye every time? I answered your question. Answer mine.
You can't listen. You're not. So once again, you responded. Now it's my turn.
I answered my question. I answered yours.
And so once again, when you say more without flaw, you still have not demonstrated.
No, which one still hits the bullseye every time?
You've pointed to an attribute.
Who's still the perfect archer?
You pointed to an attribute outside of without flaw, rather than dealing with the without flaw representing perfect, and then saying more without flaw means something external to the flaw itself, representing some other quality to incorporate it. And what I'm saying is that's a category.
I'm using your exact example, John, immediately after you gave it. I'm saying that there's two archers, both of them have perfect aim, but one of them also has the quality of having the flight of their arrows unable to be altered. You're interrupted. Why are you talking over me? You just had this big hemming and hawing fit about being interrupted, and you jump in.
I wasn't being repetitive. You are.
No, I'm explaining that this is the scenario. You have one archer that, regardless of interference, is still able to hit the bullseye every time, and the other one isn't. Which is the superior archer?
What is superior?
Who still has perfect aim? Which of the two has perfect aim?
What does superior have to do with perfect?
If something is inferior, if something lacks in a way, then it cannot be perfect, at least as far as I understand the term.
As you already brought the term without flaw, right? And the characteristic of the flaw is the target itself, right? You brought in conditions external to bullseye or not bullseye, perfect or not perfect. You brought in other conditions to examine, to attempt to incorporate that word into bullseye or not bullseye. What I'm trying to tell you numerous times, it is not under the umbrella. It would be something other than perfect. That permeability, for example, right? Corruptibility. These are things that are not incorporated within the definition of perfect. I've told you this numerous times, and yet you're still attempting. You're trying to force other qualities into the word of perfection. Which simply means without flaw.
So if someone is not able to hit the bullseye every time, is that a flaw or is it not?
It represents permeability.
That's not an answer to my question. Is it a flaw or is it not?
Not in the sense of the bullseye, no.
So they are hitting the bullseye every time. So I don't understand what that means. In one case, an archer is hitting the bullseye every time, and in the other, the archer is not hitting the bullseye every time.
So if another archer is not hitting the bullseye every time, he is falling short of the bullseye. He's sinned, and he's not perfect.
So you're saying that God is not perfect because the analogy is that the aim, the intention, the creation of the shot is perfect, but along the way, an agent creates some sort of interference in that concept of perfection. In the examples you gave, Adam's fall, Lucifer's fall, that those ended up creating some disparity between the objective of perfection and where, the arrow, let's say, just ended up landing relative to perfection. And now you're saying that means that the archer is sinned and flawing and imperfect, which is pretty great from where I sit. But I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Like, did you see that the analogy was between, God's creation and Adam and Lucifer sinning and falling short of that creation, and that's why I picked the example in that particular way?
Yeah. So when it comes to Adam and Lucifer, they were made perfect. When they fell short, both of them did. They were no longer perfect.
But you just said that if something can be moved from the track of perfection, that it is imperfect, that has sin. So, by your own lights,
it is not because
Adam and Lucifer were not created perfectly.
Listen,
they had a possession, they had a quality where they could be corrupted.
Yeah, I've already addressed you. You seem to be not understanding. It has nothing to do with the movability of the archers that represents perfect or not perfect. It represents whether the archers hit the mark or do not hit the mark, which represents perfect. If they hit the mark, they are perfect. If by God's guidance that they hit the mark, then they are perfect. If it's by Satan's distraction that they do not hit the mark, the archer, are not perfect in their aim. And so that's how it's determined: perfect, not perfect, mark, not mark. It is the result. And you're focused on something other than the result, some sort of diversion that has nothing, and I've told you this I don't know how many times, has nothing to do with perfection. Nothing.
Actually, John, my entire argument, and I invite anyone to correct me if I'm wrong about this, has had everything to do with where the arrow lands relative to the bullseye. That's exactly my point. That even though you're calling the archer who is not able to hit the bullseye every time due to outside interference, you're still calling that perfect. It sounds like to me, and I don't understand that, because that is exactly the opposite of what you're now suggesting is the metric for perfection, where the arrow lands, right? So if the archer hold on. As I understand it, your position is that perfection is gauged by whether or not the archer hits the bullseye. And I'm presenting a scenario in which one of the archers is not hitting the bullseye. So how are you able to say that archer is still perfect?
I don't claim the archer, if he misses the bullseye.
Okay, so then how is God's creation perfect? Because despite his aim being really good, someone came in along the way and nudged the arrow just slightly off of the bullseye, and that's where we're at. So by your own lights, using this analogy, God is the imperfect archer.
God is not an imperfect archer. He created perfect beings.
You keep insisting that. You just said the exact opposite when you were talking about the archer example, John.
Let me finish, okay? Furthermore, you have God being an archer. He is not an archer, right? Christ may be.
I understand. It's an analogy, John.
But God is the bullseye. He is the standard. So you're saying well, the bullseye moved from being a bullseye. That is not even possible. The bullseye.
Now you're just changing the analogy around, John, because you're kind of trapped, I think.
No, you're the one that made God out to be an archer, sir.
Correct.
God is a target. He's the
No.
bullseye.
You don't get to change the analogy just because you're trapped, John.
There's no trap. You're trying to pretend that God is an archer. He's not.
Well, he was right up until 2 seconds ago when you started having a meltdown and saying that no, God is now the target. Let's change everything. God's the target now. The analogy is all different.
You made an example of 2 archers. You did not say one of those archers is God and one of the archers is whatever.
I also didn't say that the agent coming in to nudge them was Lucifer or Adam or whoever you like. But nonetheless, that was my intent. I assure you, God was always the archer in my analogy. I promise you.
Fine. Well, that's fine. If that was the case, it would not be a proper analogy. And so, I accepted that the analogy of 2 archers. I have no problem with that. One archer is perfect in his target, and the other one is not. And then all of a sudden, after that, you decide, well, then God is not perfect. I'm thinking to myself, what are you even thinking? And what you did, in essence, was try to claim that the archer that missed is God. That's what you're trying to say, which is ridiculous.
What I want try a new analogy. Just one quick thing. If that is ridiculous to you, if you don't like the symmetry between the archer and the target and God and like the perfection of creation, show me a symmetry breaker. How is that different? If you're saying that one reflects imperfection but the other does not, explain that to me.
Well, you can make it where Christ, who is God incarnate, is an archer. That's actually a proper analogy. And Christ never
there you go.
Christ never missed the target.
Change the analogy to Baker, maybe, Greg. Try Baker.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here anymore, John. Like it's if you say that you need to change the analogy in order to continue the analysis, I don't get that. Like you seemed perfectly happy with it all along until I pointed out that clearly the scenario of the imperfect archer is directly symmetrical with God and creation.
Even if you're
and now you just seem to be rejecting it arbitrarily.
Yeah. So when you see like God creating the universe, if you want to even make him out to be an archer, fine. When God created the universe, he hits the target right on the bullseye. It was perfect. So what's the problem here?
Well, because I'm saying that where the arrow ultimately landed was in a flawed creation, and that the ability to make that creation flawed is itself an imperfection.
When he created the world, he beheld his creation, and it was right on the mark.
I don't know what it means to say that it's right on the mark when it ends up being vulnerable to some sort of imperfection.
Now your target is moving in some way?
No. I mean, it's still the same analogy that I was using before. I don't understand how you can say that if the arrow lands somewhere other than the bullseye, that the aim was still perfect, that the outcome was still perfect. I'll grant you that the initial aim was perfect. That is entailed in the example. But if an agent comes along before the arrow actually impacts the bullseye and just nudges it a little bit and causes it to end up off the mark, then I don't understand how you can say that that both archers are perfect, right? The one archer that's able to fire arrows that can't be altered in that way, that seems like it's an advantage over the other archer, that one is able to hit the mark without any incident, right? And the other is not.
Well, when we see Genesis 1:31, right, we see the end of day 6, right? At the end of day 6, once again, he saw that it was very good. It was perfect, right? And so...
Well, that's what you're claiming. I don't understand how it's perfect. I don't understand. It doesn't say perfect. It says very good. But I'm pointing out that, like...
What you're imagining, once again, is that God shooting some more arrows after day 6. He does not. He's rested, right?
No, I'm saying that if you're claiming that it's perfect when it lacks the ability to resist corruption, it's lacking a trait, that can't be a perfect thing because it lacks this advantage that I'm able to posit
And
that an alternate version of the scenario is immune to. So you can plainly see that this other scenario is a superior outcome, that it's, by whatever measure you're going to define the success as, in this case, nailing a bullseye, is as a success. If one has more successes than the other, if one has the potential for failing in that way, I don't see how it's perfect. Like, that's not my understanding of the word.
Right. And so
I think that you're talking about something other than perfection.
We already discussed incorruptibility is not representative of perfection, and yet your example exactly exemplifies incorruptibility, and incorruptibility to you is representing imperfection. I reject that completely. We already began that. You're just all your example demonstrates is that you reject my characterization that incorruptibility or corruptibility does not fall into the umbrella of perfection. That's the only difference. You're just making a claim and giving an example for a claim for something that I've already rejected. Even before you started, it was not a rebuttal. It was just a different claim. You did not respond cogently to what I was telling you. You did not respond why it has to be that corruption falls under the umbrella of perfection. You just imply that by your example.
Well,
and it's already been rejected even before you began your example.
Let me try putting it this way to you. If a creation has an imperfect resistance to something, it has an imperfect defense against corruptibility, and another creation has a perfect defense against incorruptibility, that it cannot be defiled or flawed, marred in any way. Wouldn't it be fair to say that the one that lacks that defense, that perfect defense, is therefore imperfect?
Yeah, once again, now you're assigning perfection arbitrarily to corruptibility and imperfection.
No, it's not arbitrary. I'm saying I can identify this thing that is imperfect in the thing that you're calling perfect. So I don't know why you're calling it perfect.
There's no need to call it perfect incorruptibility or imperfect corruptibility. It is simply a corruptible or incorruptible. There's no need to add these qualifiers. And the insistence of
now it just sounds like you're playing word games, John.
No.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I just expose you trying to add perfection to the terms corruptibility and incorruptibility.
I've been doing that from the beginning. That's my argument from the start. Like, if you lack the ability to defend yourself from corruption, if you have an imperfect defense against it, you're not perfect. That's been my position from the jump, buddy.
I just demonstrated to you right here, right now, why trying to add the quality of perfection or perfect to corruptibility
I missed that.
and incorruptibility.
Give me that
is
proof again.
nonsensical. Yes.
Could you give that to me as an argument?
Yes. What I'm saying is that it's either corruptible or incorruptible, right? It is not perfect incorruptibility or imperfect incorruptibility. There is no such term. You're trying to add these things just to shoehorn the word perfect under the umbrella of characterization of corruptibility, which is nonsensical, because it's either the case that's corruptible.
John, I'm going to stop you. You're lying. I'm sorry. Hold on, John. No, you're lying.
Tell me.
Please stop lying. No, I didn't say that. I said if something lacks a perfect resistance or a perfect defense, I didn't say perfect corruptibility or perfect incorruptibility. You're lying. I didn't say that. I said a perfect defense or a perfect resistance. And if it lacks those, then it is imperfect.
Yeah, and so what, as far as defense, why would defense represent anything that has to do with perfect?
Because it's a quality that we can identify. Why would something that is perfect be lacking in any quality that we can describe?
Because I'll tell you, I'll tell you what, because the defense is a sort of an action, right? So you're talking about perfect action. What I'm trying to tell you is that there's a bullseye, right? And that bullseye represents perfection. What you're trying to incorporate is a different target altogether.
Yeah, John, he's got you. We can tell.
Oh, we got the peanut section over here cheering like y'all was.
He's got you.
Yeah, we need a bit of that from time to time. The perfect goalkeeper who lets
Yeah, I mean,
goals.
this is a silly conversation. I mean, seriously, like, honestly, like, this is just, like, nonsense in terms of just silly, just debating things just for the sake of debating and arguing about what? Words. Perfection. What was the other word? Glory. I mean, this is just quabbling over words rather than simply asking me, what do you mean by this word? And then let's see if it's coherent in your view. You guys aren't even doing that.
What do you mean by perfect?
Why don't you pick a great-making characteristic of God, whichever one you like, and we can talk about that one instead.
Why would I even want to do that? I'd like to examine your worldview.
I was just offering that as an alternative. You don't have to do anything. You're right.
Would you like to schedule? Would you like for me to schedule a room where I just interrogate you on your worldview? Let's see how that goes. I'm actually pretty adept at it.
Maybe, but only if you buy me dinner first.
I might. It might be worth it for me. Where do you live?
Oh, the other side of the country, I think. You're in California, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm up in Massachusetts, so.
Well,
I'm going to have to rain check that, buddy.
Well, I might be able to ship you an overnight of Swanson's TV dinner.
Nice, my favorite. I know, it does sound like a day. It'll be cozy. I'll set out candles. I'll put on soft music. John can interrogate me all night long.
I mean, certainly don't think I'm going to send you some Omaha steaks.
I love it. If you did, that'd be great. I wouldn't.
No, you know what? I might downgrade to a banquet instead of a Swanson's at this point. Maybe a pot.
That's just mean.
How long's this been going on for?
Seriously,
You're looking a little pale there, Bennett.
Try to argue about
gotta get some,
certain
gotta
things,
get some
and it's like you have a certain then end up in a contradiction. You're trying to force a contradiction and argue that contradiction.
Bennett,
You're
if
trying
you
to
could
force,
stop being so negative.
You're trying to force that worldview. I mean, there's one thing to trick somebody into that worldview by deception and have them to acknowledge it through some sophistry, right? And just get them to nod their head. It's this, right? Yeah, because they're naive, right? But when someone's actually telling you, no, this is not their worldview, you don't ask, well, then what is? You try to argue a point that you've tried, possibly tried with other people, maybe who are not as aware of the dishonesty that you're attempting, and it is dishonest.
But I think you're severely mentally ill.
Yeah, that's a red herring. It's also
But that's
poisoning
from
the
your
well,
worldview, JJ.
right?
That's not
A red herring.
That's an external
Correct.
view
It's a,
of John's worldview, JJ.
I'm not.
John thinks
It's not meant to be any kind of critique of his worldview.
It's just irrelevant to my worldview, in a sense, of what we're
But, in the sense of what we're talking about?
It's not
I
related to
think
what
this-
we're talking about.
I think the sense of what you're talking about is irrelevant to my comment that pretty sure you're severely mentally ill.
Are there crazy people in your worldview, John?
Well, let's just say that some people who are Christians need some help. There are atheists. Every single one of them are insane, and we'll put it. I mean, that's the perspective.
How would a crazy person know that they're crazy in your worldview?
I think it's possible for someone to know that they have issues.
Yeah, how?
I think by revelation of God.
Hold on. So a crazy person, what, hears God say you're not crazy? Like, how does that...
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, consciousness of sin, craziness, imperfection, falling short, whatever you want to characterize it. That is, as we learn in Scripture anyway, is illuminated by the power of the Holy Spirit, by who is God. And so that's my worldview. You don't have to accept it, but that's.
Yeah, JJ, my PTR is paying tribute to Ontangelo. Conversation with Dar.
Jesus didn't have long hair, right, Pina?
Because he was a Nazarene, not a Nazarite.
Not only so, I overheard some kind of conversation about whether the shroud was above or below the head or something like that, which is actually a good point. I'd never heard that before, but I looked it up in Scripture. Yeah, that's very problematic. I don't know why no one figured it out for hundreds of years.
What are you talking about?
Like what? Whether the shroud was at the back of his head, not over his face.
No, there's wrappings that are discussed in the John's Gospel, and and not only so, Darth was talking about some history of burial practices by the ancient Hebrews, and it doesn't represent any shrouds. It's talking about wrappings, for the head, the body. They're separate pieces, and so. What Darth was asking Altangelo was the shroud underneath the wrappings, and the wrappings over the shroud, or did the wrappings happen first and then the shroud over the wrappings? And Altangelo couldn't even answer that.
Yeah, and what was the point? Because when the apostles went into the tomb, that they saw the two separate. Did they see two separate cloths? Or
right. Right. Exactly. That was.
Oh, they did. Okay. So yeah. So they saw two separate.
I guess it wasn't mentioned in the other Gospels, but it was definitely explicit in John's Gospel. Which is a good point. And not even so. I believe carbon dating has the shroud itself as during medieval times? Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So I mean, so it's like game over, is it not? I mean,
But Darth rejects carbon dating, so I don't know why you would hold to that.
I guess I'm just commenting as far as I view it.
Oh, no, actually, I think he rejects that it's old. Obviously, it only gets you to a certain, being that he's like a young Earth creationist or whatever, 6,000 years or something. I think that's fine. I think it's only if carbon dating is proposing to give you an older date.
So then he'd have to reject the uniformity of for decay, right? Of half-life.
Yeah, he would have to reject a lot of stuff. Like he holds steadfast to science for some things, like certain inductions, but regarding evolution, he's denies all that.
I guess he could claim somehow it was a different world before Noah with the cataclysm and even the atmosphere and all of that. I guess I don't know what his view is, but I've heard all kinds of, to me, kind of crazy explanations, which to me just amounts to some sort of pseudoscience. And I mean,
Yeah, like he rejects
a lot of people believe it.
light. Like he'll hold that the speed of light may have been different in the past.
Exactly.
You know, like when people say, "Oh, we can look at the speed of light," and that gives us an idea of how big the universe or how old the universe is. He'll say, "Oh no, but you know, it could have been different."
Yeah, but to me, the better route is that it is the same since creation, but God created more like a mature universe to where it appears that it began like 13.8 billion years ago, rather than some sort of variation in the uniformity of nature. In fact, that's what I don't understand is when you read scripture, it talks about uniformity, right? It talks about decay, like entropy and things like that. And so I just don't understand what some of the young Earth creationists are trying to do in terms of trying to massage things that even the Bible says to fit a particular narrative of like maybe like Usher believing that Adam existed 6,000 years ago or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that appearance thing's weird as well because it's not actually the appearance. Appearance kind of sounds like it's an illusion. But when we actually do, obviously, experiments and send probes out into space and get signals back and all that sort of stuff, it's actual data, right? It's not. Unless we're being constantly fooled by this appearance that the universe is actually 6,000 years old, and when we run tests, we're actually getting false readings, but to us, it's providing data that tells us that the universe is billions of years old.
I mean, any astronomer, when they look into space, they're looking at history, right? You can actually see history right before your eyes. You can observe it. And now, when it comes to, like, their arguments, some of their arguments is like, well, God created Adam with the appearance of maturity, right? In the sense that even though he was newly created, he was created a man, not a baby. And so there's some sorts of arguments like that as well. So I don't know. Yeah, that's just the way to look at things.
So what's your actual view? So you're like a theistic evolutionist, or
no? I'm not. I'm not a theistic evolutionist, but I'm an older creationist.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
But so you don't hold to evolution, you reject it?
No, I do. I do hold to evolution. I just don't believe that human beings, particularly Adam and Eve, descended from the greater apes.
We're special, Dina.
Yeah, special creation. I think they call that the de novo creation is how a lot of people describe that. So that's what it would be. I do believe in biological evolution, but as far as Adam and Eve, I believe that they are de novo creations of God.
Why did
Special creations.
why did God choose to make our DNA such that it does appear that we came from lesser evolved apes?
Well, I mean, I do think that there is a sense of common ancestry, but through like the mitochondrial DNA and things like that of other, and the Y chromosome as well, from other Homo sapiens. Now, that doesn't take away. I just go by like the Bible.
Mitochondrial DNA is like it has its own separate DNA, and I think it's from bacteria, right?
I don't think it's from bacteria. I think it's just from the cells of from humans.
It's passed
I don't
down.
think it's from bacteria.
Yeah, maybe you should just
It
look up. You should look up mitochondrial DNA generally, and try to
I'm sure they
memorize
unique DNA strands.
what it says.
Yeah, and I think the evolution of the cell was mitochondrial DNA was an interaction with bacteria. Well, I'm going back many years. I'll have to look that up, but that's my understanding.
So God created Adam and Eve as a special creation, and they procreated. And are we descendants of just their procreation, or did they interbreed with other? They didn't.
Even if there was interbreeding, the Bible seems to suggest all kinds of interbreeding, but it's still the common ancestor is the last common ancestor would be Adam.
Well, but that's not what the DNA shows.
Now by ancestor I mean not genetically. I'm talking genealogically, as it pertains to both Adam and Eve. And so when we look at genealogically from one woman, nowhere in the Bible does it say Eve is the first woman, interestingly enough. And all it says is that she would become, it actually says that she would become the mother of all the living. And interestingly enough, that all of us are related genealogically to one woman.
I don't think you understood my previous question then, if you were just talking about ancestral lineage. I was talking about genetic DNA, like we can tell that we have common ancestors with chimps, let's say. And so you're just ignoring that, or are you saying that that's not true? You contesting that? Or why would God create us in such a way to make it look like we have a common ancestor with chimps?
Well, the way I look at it, there is common ancestry, but not how theistic evolutionists imagine. Like, for instance, like William Lane Craig is a theistic evolutionist.
Okay. So you just told me what it's not, and I asked for what you think. So
yeah,
could you
I
tell
already
me what you
explained
think?
it. Yeah.
Well, no, you didn't. You
God
just said that it goes.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
I'm literally telling you, interrupting me again. I'm just repeating what I already told you.
Why would you repeat it after I told you that it didn't answer it?
You're just claiming that I'm saying what I don't think, when I'm literally repeating to you right now what I do think. So there'd be no reason for you to think that I'm not telling you exactly what I think, just because what I happen to tell you after what I think is what I don't think. As you pretend like that's all I told you what I don't think.
So my question, because I don't remember hearing an answer, was why would God create us to make it look like we have common ancestors with the chimps. And what I remember you saying, and I could be wrong, was that we do have a common ancestor with the chimps, but not in a way like theistic evolutionists believe. And then you didn't explain what you believe, but then you didn't explain what you believe. You just said it's not like they believe. And so I wanted to know what you think.
I told you.
You didn't.
Listen. When I said that it's not what theistic evolutionists think, that's not all I said. That just happened to be the latest thing that I said, right? What I did tell you already was what I did think. I could repeat it if you want me to.
So I'm going to ask again. Why would God create us to look like we have common ancestors with chimps if we don't, according to you? Or are you saying that we do?
I didn't say we don't.
Okay, so we do have a common ancestor with chimps.
Yes, but not in the way that theistic evolutionists think. But what I do think, I already described to you.
Can you say it? Can you say it again, please?
Yes, I believe in what's called de novo creation, where God literally created Adam from the dust of the earth and Eve from his rib, and now you have two progenitors for all life on earth. Now, where the evolution part comes in is, I believe that when Cain killed Abel, and he went east of Eden, right, in the land of Nod, right, he found a wife. That particular wife is not a descendant of Eve, and therefore you have the lineage. However, Cain being a descendant from Adam and Eve, their progeny traces back to Adam and Eve. That's what I'm trying to say. So all humans.
But where do the chimps come in? No, she asked about the chimps, though.
Well, because he's saying.
Where do the chimps come in? Let him answer, please.
First and foremost, chimps would be the wrong word to say. If you're talking about a hominid, common ancestor.
Common ancestor with the chimps. That's what I said.
Right.
Chimpanzees.
A common ancestor with them, yeah.
Pongans, if you will.
Right. And so in that particular case, yeah, let's say the descendants of Cain's wife.
Pull your windows up.
You think chimps are the descendants of Cain's wife?
No.
No. Unbelievable.
Well, the question is, where do the chimps fit in?
He thinks that the children.
I'm not even mentioning chimps.
Right.
That was your fucking question, asshole.
That was my question.
Common ancestry with chimps. Chimpanzees.
He's
so dumb.
His argument, which he's not articulating in any sort of way that makes sense, is that the children of Adam and Eve, one of them went off and bred with quote natural humans, and that's how we get the DNA from chimps, because those natural humans evolved from a common ancestor with chimps.
DNA from chimps is not even accurate. You guys aren't even talking proper evolutionary biology.
I said common ancestor, not chimp
DNA.
No,
you said DNA from chimps.
I misspoke then. All I'm saying, did I get that correct? That you think that the children of Adam and Eve interbred with natural?
Just let him answer.
Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that there were hominids. When you read scripture, it talks about the Garden of Eden. It tells you where Eden was located, between four rivers. It represents a place on earth.
Okay.
Tell me, do you know what the evidence is that we have a common ancestor with chimps? No, because it's irrelevant to the question.
And
this is irrelevant to the question.
What we do have, Jane, is that we have hominids, in my belief, outside of the Garden of Eden.
I'm talking about hominids. I'm talking about chimpanzees.
Even though that Adam and Eve were the only ones in the Garden of Eden.
Why would
once they came out of the Garden of Eden, there are other villages of Homo sapiens.
Don't give a shit.
Why would God create his perfect creation that just so happens to be able to breed with natural humans. Why would he do that?
Yeah, well, what's the problem with that?
Well, I didn't say there was a problem. I didn't say that. I didn't. Hey, I didn't say there was a problem. I just asked why he would do it.
Why are you going away from the common ancestry with chimpanzees?
How about this, JJ? I'm not even going to address you. Please don't talk to me.
Oh my God, you're such a baby.
What?
Well, I don't.
Just address the original question.
I don't need to talk with someone who has some emotional issues, Jane. Just like Sean, I don't talk to him.
JJ doesn't have emotional issues.
I would disagree.
We all have emotional issues.
Well, people get angry. That's like a part of human nature. But I wouldn't say that he.
You failed to answer her question about the common ancestry with chimpanzees.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jane. If you want JJ included in the conversation, I'll just disengage with you.
Oh my God, you're such a snowflake.
Well, I think he's smart enough to recognize how stupid he is.
Well, yeah, the whole theory is real stupid.
And besides, I've already talked to you about it at least 3 or 4 times. I know you know what I believe. Yes, I do know. I'm very confident you know what I believe.
Well, I don't. That's why I was asking. But thank you for explaining what little you did.
It's not very difficult. I believe that all
it's
human
not rocket
beings.
science. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, no. I believe that all human beings descended from Adam and Eve. It's not that.
And where the chimps fit in? That was the question.
Yeah, because if we descended from Adam and Eve, then we wouldn't have the chimp DNA.
That's not true.
Chimp DNA.
That's
I said
not
it
true.
again. So if that's not true, how would we get the DNA that we share with the common ancestor of chimps?
Because once again, if it is the case that Cain had children, right, from a wife that did not descend from Adam and Eve, all their children still descend from Adam and Eve.
Plus the common ancestor of chimps.
Exactly.
Okay, so
the wife of Cain, the wife of Cain descended from chimps? Is that what he's saying? It's the only thing I can make out of that.
She shared a common
don't descend from chimps. I can't even believe.
They share a common ancestor, John. He's just being colloquial. I can never say that word. Colloquial. Anyway, he's just being common with how he's talking. He doesn't mean we descended from chimps. We descended from a common ancestor of.
Yeah, imagine if I made little mistakes like that. You guys would be, he contradicts himself. Let's play
except the problem,
recording.
you know the difference there, John?
Descended from chimps.
John, the difference, John,
from chimps.
the difference is that we admit when we slip up and say the wrong thing, like I just did when I said the share.
I didn't say anything wrong. I was asking him if that's what he's saying.
There you go, James.
Because I only knows what he's saying.
But do you see the difference, John?
That was a question, John Lee. Are you saying that Cain's wife descended from chimps?
You don't speak for JJ. He seems to be denying what you're claiming, Jane.
Okay.
Good, nice try though. Nice try to white knight him.
What was Jane? What was Jane claiming that I said, John Lee? You dumbass.
It's really not that important.
That's right. So the question remains. The question remains. Are you saying that Cain's wife descended from chimps?
I'm not even talking to you.
That's what I thought, bitch. Sit the fuck down. Hold yourself.
Did you see how loaded this question was, Jay? But yeah, you could try to white knight him all you want.
What was loaded? When I asked you, are you saying this? That's loaded?
It's not.
You're so dumb! It's so incredible how dumb you are.
Shall I demonstrate why it's loaded?
Hey,
yeah, please.
Is Tom around?
No, let him demonstrate. No, let him demonstrate, please.
Well, I just want mods because I think Haiti is asleep and I don't know that Tom is around.
He's fine. Demonstrate, please.
You're on borrowed time, John.
Well, no, because there's a bunch of people in the audience that I
You
think
can't
probably
demonstrate it because it's not what's commonly understood as the loaded question, dumbass John Lee. But if you think otherwise, please demonstrate. Or sit the fuck down. Oh, so good.
Tom, then Gray, then Jane. I mean, it's just like, let's try to just create arguments for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys, John, these guys.
He is the thing. Yeah.
As far as Jane goes, I mean, it seems to be like, which I don't mind answering. I mean, some of the questions you have.
Yes, you do. You totally mind.
But then when you want to try,
well, you're not answering it. You're just going to talk about how you don't mind answering it.
And then try to say,
I'm not going to answer it, but I'm going to say that I could answer it. I'm trying to answer it right now. You're not letting me finish. When I'm really just talking about how I could answer it, and I don't mind.
I don't know why there's so much mental illness in the atheist community, and then why some of the
You can't answer it because you're a dipshit, John Lee.
I mean, just people just get triggered left and right. It's not even funny.
Not even funny.
I'm pretty triggered right now.
Are you really, Bina? You don't get triggered much.
Yeah, no, I get triggered a lot.
he's internally triggered. It doesn't come to the surface very often.
Well, that's not very healthy.
Well, he could be
That's why I
screaming
get-
while he's on mute. You would never know.
Is that why Darth Dawkins has you blocked, because you kind of blow up sometimes, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see how Darth could spin it that way. I mean, he'd spin it however he wants.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when you told me that he has you blocked going back years ago, I was actually surprised, because you don't seem the type that would behave in a way that some of the things he said about you, I was like, Bina, are you sure? It was
Kind of like that.
You are less of a little bitch than Darth Dawkins, though, John Lee. I do that.
He's threatened by my calmness, I think.
Unnerves him.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, now you're officially on borrowed time.
great. You know, sometimes in the morning, real early morning my time, 4 a.m. my time, 5 a.m. my time, Gigi from Florida, she creates rooms and stuff like that. And Matt's also on the East Coast, so I just listen because I can't really talk because I'm still at the home. And so I just listen for 3-4 hours. I mean...
You were doing more than listening this morning.
4 a.m.
Yeah, sometimes. But, yeah, 4 a.m. my time. But I guess what I'm trying to say is some people are seriously on edge. And it's like, it's kind of weird as a listener. Just people trying to create arguments. And
I hate you, John Lee.
It's not even conversation at this point. And Seth, you sound
like a different person on this new.
I love you, Seth.
Yeah, and just some of the interactions I had already.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
no, it's a different like.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are attempting at this point. It's just like trolling or something. You know?
Well, I'm going to attempt to repeat the question. Are you saying that Kane's wife?
So you can waste your time.
That's fine. I'm just going to repeat the question. My question was: are you saying that Kane's wife was descended from chimps? And And you said that was a
That's not
loaded
what you said.
question.
That's not what.
Oh, what was the loaded question?
Yeah, that's not what you asked. You just revised your question.
Well, what was the loaded question that I asked?
You said explain. You said explain to us how they descended from chimps. Is what you said originally.
Nope. Not at all.
Originally, like 10 minutes ago, or when JJ asked the question?
About 10 minutes ago is about right.
Yeah, so that wasn't his. He asked a question a bit earlier than that, just recently. I think he's referring to that question.
I didn't ask him to explain that. I asked him to explain how it was a loaded question when I asked him, are you saying that Cain's wife was descended from chimps?
Yeah.
That I said was a loaded question.
No, you revised your question.
Nope. It's the same question.
Same question.
Someone play the tape.
Oh, why don't you play the fucking tape? You never play the tape.
Yeah, no, it wasn't in reference to something that happened 10 minutes ago, John. It was that question that he just asked like a couple of minutes ago.
Goodbye.
And I even mentioned it at the time. I said you assume that the descendants are from chimps. Jane tried to white knight them, and that's how all of that began. It began with a loaded question, beginning from an assumption of ignorance.
No, the question was, are you saying that Cain's wife was descended from chimps?
And now he's pretending that he's in.
Yeah, I'm not.
That was the question. No.
I'm not sure how that's a loaded question, other than the fact. Other than
well, it's not.
I mean, the only way that could possibly be a loaded question is if you didn't believe Cain had a wife.
No, Seth. That's a
good, Seth,
revised.
Actually,
that's a revised question, Seth. That's no longer loaded. The original question was loaded. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Seth.
What was the original question?
Accepting any new questions.
I already stated it.
Well, what you stated wasn't even a question, John Lee. What you stated, my original question was, he's stating to you, or demanding even, explain to us how somebody descended from chimps. That's not even a question.
Yeah, you can keep pretending it's not a...
Neither would that be loaded.
I mean, yeah, these kind of arguments are silly anyway.
In the sense, look, that is sort of, I mean, explain to me X isn't technically a question, but you could rephrase it as, how did they descend from chimps? And if he doesn't believe they descended from chimps, that would be a loaded question.
Exactly. And I don't believe that. In fact, I corrected him that his assumption is such that human beings descended from chimps. Jane stepped in to try to white knight JJ at that point, and then she said he misspoke, and then he doubled down by saying I didn't misspeak. Then he reworded his question to make it non-loaded anymore, and now he's insisting that was his question all along, which is ridiculous.
Well, this is recorded, dipshit.
Exactly.
You always say that, but it never benefits you, John, when we actually go back and look at the replay.
I don't know.
JJ, you haven't been here. You haven't been here for a minute, JJ, but these are the same headphones that Jack just got.
Oh, really? And I think they might be the same ones that James is tired of. He just got something new. Some noise-canceling thingamabob. But I think what James got doesn't have a noise-canceling mic. They're noise-canceling headphones, so he can't hear anything but what's in the headphones.
I think he said he paid only $10 for his. It's like a $50 set. C begins with C something, whatever. And he said,
anyway, sounds good, Seth. I just got a new Logitech headset.
Nice.
Just really for the.
JJ, you need to unplug it and plug it back in because you're still sound fine.
That's my Yeti, actually. Let me try something. I don't know why it sucks, right?
you guys I've never seen so many people so vainly interested in
Does this work?
When you said JJ still sounds funny.
Is this working now?
That
Do I sound any different?
You keep talking.
This is a different mic. Yeah, these are the headphone mic. This is the headphone mic.
The quality isn't as good, but it's lost the clearly I'm having an audio issue sound.
No longer garbage.
Yeah.
When you said JJ sounds funny, I imagined a Far Side comic that might not exist of like somebody on the other end of a of a computer talking to a clown saying, "Oh, you still sound funny." Boomer humor.
You sound funny too. You sound good too. You're reminiscing about the many times that I had to get you unbanned from the ACA server.
Hey, Seth, what do
they're
you think about this title? Tom asked me, was God lacking in glory? I answered him no. And he says the entailments of my answer says that God has maximum glory. This is what I was claiming. And what do you think about the dichotomy of having maximum glory or lacking glory? Do you agree with me that that's a false dichotomy?
It depends on, I think it might depend on the context. One can, lacking glory could either mean you lack some sufficient glory or you lack any glory. So that would need to be clarified. Tom probably means, does God lack any glory? And if he doesn't lack any glory, then yeah, he would be maximally.
And that's why I started to ask him. First and foremost, I don't even accept the term maximum glory. But what I did say was that God does not lack in glory, which was the answer to his question. His entailment was, and I merely try to say, well, couldn't God, lacking maximum glory, couldn't that represent minimal glory, which is not lacking glory as well?
Minimum
or having
glory
medium
is
glory?
He's missing glory. He's missing glory you can only get from humans. God needs humans to give him glory. He needs the humans.
Seth, if someone said you had the minimum amount of fish in your fish tank, would that mean by necessity that you do not have the maximum number of fish?
No, you're not lacking fish.
If the minimum and the maximum could be the same number.
I guess that's true. Is that what you mean, John, that the minimum and maximum are the same number of glories?
No, what I am saying is that
glory is superfluous to God.
God does not lack in glory. That was the answer to this question.
Which means he has maximum glory.
He said that the entailments of that is that. I am saying God has maximum glory.
Right.
Which I reject.
Hold on, John. I have a question. So yes, God doesn't need more glory. He's got as much as he needs. So that's maximal. That's great. So the glory that we give to him is absolutely superfluous. There's no reason to give glory to God.
Why would you even say that? I don't use that term. I reject the term maximum glory to begin with.
I'm sorry. I hear people say giving glory to God. Is that my bad? Yeah, glory to God in the highest, and peace to his people.
JJ, it's bad.
I've kind of heard that phrase. Maybe that's just a misquote. Like maybe people aren't giving glory to God because that would be pointless. So that's like a useless activity because glory God doesn't need any of that glory.
I don't know what other people say, Rapsco. You know how when people say greater good, right? That to me is a nonsensical term as well, right?
That's fine. So, but I'm saying, what would be, so nobody ever gives glory to God, is what you're saying. And God doesn't do anything for his glory. So, like, for example, people are in hell not for the glory of God. They're just in hell. So God's not doing it for any purpose.
People in hell glorifies God.
So God needs people to be in hell. Because he wouldn't get that glory if they weren't in hell.
Say that.
Greater good? Do you just have a problem with the term greater good when it comes to like describing God or like anything? Because like, don't you think that you can sacrifice like your time and effort or possibly your life for the quote unquote greater good?
What is the lesser good there?
Not doing that.
So not doing it is a lesser good? Are you sure it's not...
yeah, it's a lesser good. Yeah, so being selfish with your time... Geez, I'm trying to explain. So, like, if you're selfish with your time and you don't volunteer, for example, right, that'd be for some lesser good, right, for your comfort, for example. That would be a lesser good than the good of, like, feeding homeless people.
And how does that relate to God?
Well, that's what I'm asking you, right? I asked you, if you were paying attention, do you just have a problem with people describing like a greater good when it comes to God, or like in your everyday life? Because I can imagine, you didn't say you have a problem with describing greater good to God, you just said you have a problem with the phrase seemingly on its own. I'm just curious.
Why would you say I don't say I have a problem with describing a greater good to God? I do have a problem.
No, you do.
That's
Do you have a problem?
Do
you have a problem with the phrase "the greater good" at all, regardless of any qualifiers?
Okay,
that's what he was asking. So now, when someone says, "I could stay home and not go out, and that'll make me happy, but for the greater good, I'll sacrifice my time. For the greater good of the larger society, I'll do this that is harming my local self, but it's helping a lot more people." Is that?
Yeah.
Do you not?
I would just.
So you don't think that's the case?
Yeah, I would just characterize it as not good.
So it's not good to sacrifice for others. Got it.
No, now you just misrepresented what I said.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. Sacrifice means it's harmful to you and it's a greater good for others.
Do you know what I'm saying is not good? Staying at home. That's what I said.
I'm going to go with it one more time. A sacrifice. Just a sacrifice. A sacrifice at all. Well, it is good. I will sacrifice myself for the greater good. It is good to stay. Do you think comfort is good?
That's what I'm saying. Rapscuttle gave a scenario. Rapscuttle gave a scenario of staying at home, which I characterize as not good.
Right.
And sacrificing,
why is that not good?
sacrificing which I characterize as good. So right there's not good, staying at home.
Yeah, if something is not good, it's less good, right?
I don't.
No, hold on. I'll just grant it. Hold on. I'll just grant it. Something that's not good is less good than something good, correct?
False.
JJ.
What you just said is something not good is less good. That's ridiculous.
Yes, something not good is less good than something that is positively good. Yes. Something that is not good. It doesn't have good in it. It has less good. It has no good that's less good than one good, right? Is 0 less than 1, John? John, is 0 less than 1?
To claim that not good is less good is a contradiction.
Got it. John, is 0 less than 1? John, is 0 less than 1? So, John, no apples is less apples than having an apple. Than apple, yes.
Yeah, first and foremost, if you're trying to quantify good as some sort of 10,
I'm not trying to quantify it.
Minimally good, without good, 0. This is exactly what.
Look, just answer the question. Don't stop dodging. Let me try to minimize this a little more. Clearly, you're going to say that 0 is less than 1.
You asked 0 less than 1. I answered yes, and then you told me no. Oh no, wait. And then I answered yes. 0 is less than. I said yes. 0 is less than 1.
So I don't need to quantify. I don't have to quantify good. Good is more than 0, right?
However,
a couple more baseline questions then.
Oh my God! I said yes and answered your question. 0 is less than 1. However, what I did say is if you're attempting to quantify good.
Nobody's doing that. No. Nobody's doing that. Another baseline question though, John Lee.
Dude, you have some issues, JJ. Listen, I'm just gonna sit out. I can't deal with. I'm not going to deal with you.
He's got to run now. He's been really handed his ass. I didn't interrupt anybody. One thing. We granted it. I mean, he's not. I know. He's been trying to run for a while.
I've been here for 6 hours. You think I'm really?
You've been here long.
I think I outlined how dumb your point is. I think just the. Yeah. But John,
how dumb my point is, Seth? You said not good is less good. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not good. Less good. That is absolutely the case. The follow-up question, Seth, is what's better than bad, John Lee?
Less good is still good.
Oh, log is better than bad.
Do you agree that
what's better? It's better than bad.
Seth, do you agree that less good is still good?
Some things, yeah, there could be something less good than something else. Yeah, I don't see why that's
so
crazy.
if less good is still good, and not good are contradictory.
Well, no, I didn't say that. John, hold on, stop. I didn't say that. Less good can still be good. It's not necessarily. Yeah, less good can be bad, right? Zero good is less good than some good. Like, that's a crazy thing to say. That's insane. You're an insane person. That's like saying no M&Ms is less M&Ms than 5 M&Ms. It isn't like
Zero debt is less debt than having debt.
Listen.
Right?
Being $500 in debt is having less money than having $5. That's like absolutely. Clearly, zero good
if you're
is
saying,
less good.
Unbelievable, this guy.
Then good.
If you're saying, Seth, that less good can entail good, right? So then the actual statement would be no good is not necessarily less good. That's what you would say.
No, less good. It is absolutely less good than some good in every case. Yeah, no good is the same as zero good. So no good is less good than good. Zero good is less good.
The reason
whoa, maybe what he's arguing is on the line. So he's actually thinking it's like there's no angle direction on this. This is his problem.
The reason why no
He's
good
not thinking.
is not the reason why no good is not necessarily less good is because you acknowledge that less good can still be good. That's why it's not necessarily no good.
But it is, so being in, if I have $1,000, zero, it's less good than 1,500.
What you did say, Seth, was that less good was no good. That's what you said.
No, he said no good is less good. Say it again. He said no good again.
John, can you say it again?
You said that no good is less good. This is what you said, right?
No good is less good. Yes.
I'm claiming no good is not necessarily less good because less good can still be good. Which you
no good is less good than some good.
And therefore, your statement,
did you hear what he just said?
That's why your statement was contradictory.
It's not. I'm like, Jack, are you here? He's saying, oh my God. John, oh my God, this is so dumb.
I already stated what I had to state. That's fine. I already clarified.
I'm going to clip this. This is amazing.
That not good is not necessarily less good. It can be no good. Not only so, it can be both.
Is that what you're saying?
Good. No, according to
wait, is no good less than less good?
It can also
He's confused this so many times.
Hang on. It could
I know. He's 3 minutes. Really, just had his ass handed to himself. He can't handle it.
Simultaneously still good
John,
and no
it
good.
is no good less than less good.
Look, I haven't said anything like that, John.
Yeah, but I'm just asking now. Is no good less than less good?
Yeah, first and foremost, Rapsco, less good.
He's not going to answer.
Less good implies still good. Okay.
No, I asked more. I didn't ask more. I just asked less. I understand, but I just asked less. Is no good less than less? Look, John. Look, John. This is really easy.
Is no pickles less than 5 pickles?
You're not even listening. Okay.
No, we have been listening. We've heard you try to spell it out. We've been listening, and it's ridiculous. It's funny. That's why
the pickles, John.
Keep laughing. So I can't remember what our original discussion here was because we've done pickles, debt, glory.
I just wanted to answer that question because I glory. Really, John, is 0 pickles less than 5 pickles?
Yeah, yes. I mean, listen.
Okay, then why would you say that no good
is
not less than good?
Yeah, he wasn't answering in the affirmative.
Oh, you're right.
Questions. I'm making statements, right? You can make responses to my statements, right? The point is this, okay? If you're saying that less good can be You're saying that less good could be two things. You're saying that it could be no good, and it can also be still good. And so for you to say that less good is, right?
No, I'm not saying it is. I said it could be. No, it can't be both simultaneously.
You said, well, I'm going to repeat your statement again. You said less good.
Sure, go.
You said that no good is less good, quote unquote. That is
less good. No, that's not. Hold on, that's not what I said. Hold on. No. Let me correct you. Let me correct you.
No.
That is not. That's not 100% what I said. That's not 100% what I said. What I said was less zero good. Wait.
Zero good.
Repeat that one more time.
Zero good is less good than good. That's what you said.
Less good than some good. Yes, thank you. Not that zero good is always like some, or less good is always some good. Less good.
You said no good. You said no good.
No good is synonymous with less good.
There's no difference. No, 1 second. John, you substituted zero good with no good. That was you that introduced that. I accepted and said that no good is the same as zero good. So you introduced no good. Just all
it doesn't matter who introduced it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, they're synonymous.
He's trying to change it, though. That's why it matters.
Part of the problem is we're equivocating a couple of the word good here in different instances. Can we ask a different question? Is no freedom less free than absolute freedom?
Just the sounding. Seth, you said no good is less good.
John, I said no freedom less good is free.
I don't know how many times I'm gonna say it.
John. Is no freedom less free than freedom? Red Scott, hold on.
Do you deny that you said no good is less good, quote unquote?
I've used different versions of that phrase like a dozen times in this conversation. It's possible that I said those words verbatim, but if I did, I misspoke. And what I mean to say is what I've said throughout the rest of the conversation. I've been fairly consistent in, even if I misspoke once or twice. I've been very consistent in saying no good. Stop. No good is less good than some good, because less only makes sense in comparison to something else. I would never say less good is like something without comparison, right? No good is less good than some good. No good is actually equal to no good.
He's cutting the quote short, right?
All I said, Seth, was if you misspoke, that's fine. And then the correction would be, hopefully you agree with it, that no good is not necessarily less good. That's the proper answer.
No, that's not true. No good is less good than any amount of good. Any positive amount of good.
Correct. Right. So that's John. You're getting the word less good confused with a less. John, you're getting less good confused with a lesser good. He's not saying no good is a lesser good. He is saying it is less good than something else.
So let me get so only take a second.
Repeatedly.
So when he said less good is, when he said no good is less good,
less than what? So less than.
Let me finish. Would you let me finish, please? And then,
you're just being dishonest now. I've clarified this over and over again.
Let him finish.
Let him finish. Thank you. And then so when you when I told you, no, he admitted it. But when I told you that the correct
I did not admit it. I did not admit to speaking.
Okay. Oh my.
You're just lying.
Okay.
You're such a fucking liar. No, you're just gonna lie.
I think this is confusion. That when you said that maybe I misspoke, you were admitting that, which is also another dumbass.
That's not an admission. He's just lying.
No, he's a dumbass.
You guys are just interrupting me. Okay, so Seth. Okay, this is what I heard you say. You said no good is less good.
I already clarified that.
You can deny it or whatever.
Let's go.
Let me finish.
Let John finish.
Let me finish. Thank you. You guys still have not let me. So basically what I said was that the proper statement, because you said that less good can be no good or still good, I said that because you're acquiescing to those statements, that therefore, the new statement that properly represents what you're trying to convey is no good is not necessarily less good, which is an accurate statement, and then you keep rejecting that.
Only compare the only thing no good. I want to clarify. I just want to clarify this real quick. The only thing no good is not necessarily less good than is any positive good. Negative good, zero good, it's equal to or more than. Positive good, it's always less than.
So once again, no good can be still good. It can be no good according to you. And so because it could be either no good or still good, it is...
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. Doesn't matter. You're not indicating you. Okay, John, stop indicating what's good. No, stop. You're not finished. If he's saying that, then what, John Lee?
And that was it. And that's the proper way to say that.
So if he's saying, then you said it's not necessarily because...
And the whole point from that stems from the dichotomy that I was trying to tell Seth.
No, you didn't finish the statement.
May I finish? And so the original statement, the original conversation began. The point of all of that is to say that no good. What the answer, which is God lacking in glory, and my answer is no. Tom was saying that the dichotomy to that is maximally good. And then what I mentioned was that there can be less good. I believe Seth says that you can actually say the maximum good and the minimal good is in one and the same thing. That's what Seth said, right? And so then there's no scale. But the whole main point is not lacking glory does not necessarily represent a dichotomy of maximally good. That's all I was trying to say. I thought Seth would just agree right off the bat. But now he's trying to. Oh, since Tom said it, let's just have this another argument on stupidity.
I don't even know what Tom's position on this is. Can you reiterate it?
Oh my God, dude! I just said it like 5 times.
Okay, John, forget that. We're going to glory some more.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Position, may I state it?
So let's talk about glory some more. So people are in hell because God needs that glory. John, forget Tom's position. Forget Tom's position. No.
Rascado. Tom's position is that because I said God lacks in glory, God does not lack in glory, he's saying that God necessarily, according to me, has maximal glory. That's Tom's claim, which is ridiculous.
Your position, John Lee, your position is what? Do you think that God can receive or have
my position?
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? Your mic, please?
JJ, your audio is shit. You're gonna have to, please. I don't know. That's your problem. You need to fix it.
What don't you like about it? It's very heavy clipping. It's really clipping.
It sounds like it's having some sort of an encoding problem. It's similar to like on YouTube.
Restart your NVIDIA podcast. Restart something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try a different thing.
Yeah, like shut down the app and come back, or like maybe even reboot your phone and come back.
So, guys, I'm trying to be careful here, but I'm kind of doing dishes while I'm doing it. If you hear anything, just let me know. I'll mute.
So, I'm still kind of curious about this whole glory thing, though, because I'm curious on this. Let's go with he's had maximum glory, so he can't get any more glory, but we do give him glory, or he gets additional glory. So is that superfluous glory?
Rapscado, let's look at the question on the board. Was God lacking in glory? My answer is no. Does that word
can you get more of it?
Glory? Hang on, sir. Does that word include maximum glory? The answer is no. My point is there's no necessity to incorporate the dichotomy of my answer of no representing God has maximum glory. That's my point.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. So can he get more?
So you do agree that it's a false dichotomy?
No, I'm not going there yet. I'm just asking, can he get more?
Once you agree that it's a false dichotomy, we can move forward.
Well, so I can't actually agree on that yet because I have to explore a couple of down the directions. I want to actually go down the path of, can he get more? Because if he can get more and he doesn't need it, then he's just getting it superfluously. And you're like, yes, he just collects glory like, a fat guy eating at a buffet kind of thing. He doesn't need it. He's just shoving it into his fat face. Or is it the case of he needs it because he's lacking in this additional glory? So that's kind of what I would ask, if that's what you're trying to say. He doesn't care about
just giving it to him. All John cares about is trying to demonstrate Tom messed up somewhere. He doesn't care about any of that.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, what do you mean by, so God doesn't need this glory? So he doesn't need the glory.
No. The reason why it's important, Rapscuttle, is that you just ditch maximum glory altogether. It's not necessary. If it's not a dichotomy, if it's not a dichotomy, you throw the phrase maximum glory into the trash, right? And then
how is it not dichotomous?
You can actually discuss the glory of God.
Let's talk about the glory part. Let's talk about the glory part.
Yeah, the reason, dude, you're interrupting me. The reason why it's important is that once you ditch maximal glory, right, then we could talk about the glory of God.
Okay, I'm totally fine. Does he need more glory? Does God need more glory? Is he lacking in this additional glory?
Yeah.
Or is it just an aside?
I've already answered that question. God is authentic.
So he's lacking.
Self-sufficient. He does not need anything. Okay?
Can he receive more? Does he want to get more glory, or does he not want it?
That sounds to me like he's maximally glorious.
However, I'm going to say it even one thing, okay? When I tell you that God does not need anything, right, there's no reason for you to assume that glory is something that can be more of and less of and all of these things.
Okay, I don't. Regardless of regardless of need or want or desire, is God capable?
Loud. You're ultra loud now, JJ.
Is God capable of receiving?
He's been ultra loud, Tom. I don't know why James put up with something.
So John, I'm still kind of curious about this whole thing. Does God need more glory or not? Don't say need or want or desire. Yeah. Is God capable of receiving more glory, John Lee?
There you go.
Not in a quantitative way, no.
What?
He cannot receive more, so he had the maximum
in a qualitative way?
Is God at the maximum amount of glory he can maintain?
Rapscuttle, I don't know why you keep introducing the term maximum when I just demonstrated to you. That's why I told you, first steps first, you ditch the term. I don't recognize the term maximum glory. I just don't recognize it. And yet you keep incorporating it into your questions, right?
I'd like to answer this.
And so you're asking me about...
glory like a binary. Is glory like a binary?
He's been very, very sensitive. He's been a real snowflake today.
So you're either gloried or you're not gloried. You actually just have it or don't. Is it just a presence?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So maximum glory is just being gloriful, right? So you're gloried or you're not gloried. That's it.
I don't know why you once again introduced the term maximum glory.
Yeah, I have a question.
Doesn't help because then it's just irrational to, just to be real quick, then it's just irrational to create human beings to get glory. Because you already have the binary glory property checks.
And the other thing I want to know, just to figure out where exactly you stand on glory, can a human have more glory than another human?
What glory does a human have?
Glory in battle, glory in debating somebody and winning, that's gloriful, don't you think? That's glory?
Now you sound to be...
The glory of victory.
No, do we need to Google the word glory?
It's like when Jane talks about a perfect taco.
No, I'm not talking about perfect. I'm talking about, people are, this is a very common thing, especially in older stories. Like when you win a tournament, you're glorified. You receive glory, right? It's gloriful to win in a tournament. Can somebody have more glory than somebody else?
Yeah, the reason is you're equivocating. It's like talking about a good chocolate ice cream is good.
What's
When you're
the
talking about
equivocation?
morals, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering what the equivocation is.
The word glory.
Look, I'll just read. Look, I'll just read the dictionary.
Let John answer, please.
Yeah, the word glory is polysemous. The way that you're using a man's glory in battle is not representative of God's glory.
What's the difference?
Look, does God have? When you say glory, do you mean something like high renown or honor won by notable achievements,
I'd like to
or magnificence, or stop interrupting me?
I'd like
hold
to
on.
answer JJ's question. He asked the question.
That's great, but shut the fuck up. No. I started talking. No. Stop. No. Stop. Be magnanimous, John. Grow up.
Listen,
or do you mean?
To you. No,
then don't. But I want to answer my question anyways. Don't be a rude bitch.
I'll actually answer.
Good. Then ignore me, you little bitch.
Seth, you're gonna have to be the bigger man, I think. Otherwise, he's just gonna.
Listen,
I'm tired of this. John is a child,
and it's my mistake for.
No, you actually asked a good question.
Look, I didn't finish asking the question, John. You don't have to answer it. You could bitch out if you like, but I will ask this question, and you'll behave. Can you behave? Can you behave? I don't care. Stop talking long enough for me to finish.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So here I am reading the definition one more time. I know. I heard you the first time. You won't answer because you're a bitch. I got it. You're a bitch. Got it. Thank you. Glory. From Google, high renown or honor won by notable achievements or magnificence or great beauty. If you mean something like that when you're talking to God, which I mean, I don't think anybody in the ancient world would deny when they're writing about God that they mean glory, like one of these or both of these or some combination of these two features.
He's asking you if that's what you mean by glory.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the same question, which was, what's the difference? As in, what do you mean by glory as opposed to what anybody else is meaning with Seth's example? It's the same question.
Right, and so basically, JJ, the way I understand God's glory is representative of His essence, His substance, and so it is not the case that there's actions that represent somehow some sort of addition to substance. That's not the case. Glory is representative. Just like light is and other attributes, goodness, whatever, it's representative of not God's actions, and all of a sudden, because God acts in some way, He receives some sort of glory. No, the glory is represented in the ontology of God. That's
that'd be definition that I read.
What is glory then in this?
You stupid bitch.
In this usage, John Lee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a different usage. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but what is?
That's the second definition. Magnificent.
I literally said that usage is not applicable to God. That's what I said.
So then if it's not, is definition too.
If it's not that, John, what is glory then?
Yet again, he's telling you what it's not, instead of giving the actual
to God. See, that's not true. That's not unfair either.
Yeah, as it pertains to God. Go on.
Yeah,
yep, as it pertains to God.
I'll tell you what. Maybe Jane thinks as it pertains to God represents as it doesn't pertain to God. How about?
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. My phone cut out, and I didn't realize you'd already started answering. Go ahead.
No, I think I'm just gonna take a break.
I'm really genuine. I'm sorry.
Don't be so. Look, what you did him a favor. Don't apologize.
What happened was I was looking at room chat and I went to say what I was going to say, but it was in room chat. So then it started voice to text what I was saying for chat. And when I swiped over, I didn't have any audio and I didn't hear you answering. So I'm sorry.
He wasn't answering. He was just telling us what it wasn't.
Well, his butthole must be really sore at this point, anyway.
It's just the overzealousness to interrupt when it's my turn to speak, and it's just ridiculous.
John, I came in here. I watched the previous stream on YouTube so I could hear Jack's microphone, and every single I skipped through all of that fucking video. I stopped like no less than like 15 times, and every time I stopped, you were talking.
not my
Did you know
fault
that?
it's not my fault that 15 people are asking me questions.
No, I wasn't, and I didn't interrupt you, John. I was in the middle I was in the middle of reading a definition. You interrupted me to answer JJ's question that he asked before. Like, and then you insisted to talk over me. You're a fucking child.
All I know is JJ asked a question. It was going to take me 10 seconds to answer it.
Yeah, and it would take me 10 seconds to finish the definition.
Wait. But you cut me
And I
off.
started talking first.
That's absolutely.
You actually still haven't answered it, John. You still haven't answered my question, John.
What a fucking child. You're just, God, you're so bad, like, badly behaved.
You're actually badly behaved, whether you understand it or not, Seth.
So, for the glory of God, can you answer what God's glory is? I just would love a simple definition in your terms, John. What is?
Well, that's what that was.
No, I'm just gonna bow out.
That's the whole conversation, Rapscuttle, right? In characterizing.
That's the question that you still haven't answered.
In characterizing God's glory, Rapscuttle, it is the insistence that there's some sort of maximum glory, and so that, unfortunately, that unnecessary debate is really.
Wait, that's fine. I can't.
Yeah.
You may have a point. You may have a point.
Even you, Rapscuttle, after I told you that I reject the term, you personally incorporated 5 times, Rapscuttle, and you just refused to let go of.
That's fine.
No, that's fine. You still didn't answer my question either. Can one human have more glory than another?
And so I'm pretty much taking a break.
He hasn't answered what glory is.
Go bitch out, please.
I don't know why you guys are sitting down with your anus so ripped open.
Yeah, you said it only like half a dozen times now. Like, you're obviously fucking scared. Go take a break.
So what we know, what it seems like we know, is that it can't be maximal. It can't be less than glory. It can't. God doesn't need it. God is it. God can't be given it. But He has things that He does for it. But it's not like humans. But it's kind of like humans. And I think that's the set of properties we have so far.
That's by the way, a very famous cop-out from Christians.
Actually, Rapscuttle, you were very accurate except for one part about doing something for it.
Nobody cares.
Is it bigger than a breadbasket?
This is an extremely common cop-out by Christians, right? When you say that Christians want to say God has these properties, right? One of them is glory in this case. And then you say, look, here's the things that we know about glory and why, there's a problem with the way you're saying God has glory or something like that, or some issue, right? And then they say, oh, well, I don't mean glory like you understand. I mean some nebulous term that I'm not going to define. Like, that's a fucking cop-out.
So, John, just to find that thing, you could actually silence all of us with just your definition.
I already did numerous times, Rob.
Has anyone else heard what glory is defined as? Because I'd love to just hear that again. Can I just go back to the replays and just listen?
Yeah, you probably could. There's a discussion with Tom, and there's also a discussion with Jack. Most of those are the ones that actually discuss what glory represents. The ones after that are just nonsense. People from the peanut gallery just trying to pick.
Is it a simple definition, or is it like a long theological definition? Is it like you could say it in 10 seconds and you're just refusing to do so? Is that kind of what we're talking about?
Glory is honor, reverence, and praise.
Oh, all right.
Honor, reverence, and praise, Tom, is what we discussed of man glorifying God. That's what I told you with that reference. And so that is the actions of man in glorifying God.
Well, it's not just man; it's like the persons of the Trinity which glorify each other. Correct? Yeah, get fucked, John. Yeah, get fucked.
In your butthole, John. And then sit down. In fact, sit on it. Nazi.
John, I'm really sad today. I'm just trying to learn some philosophy. Trying to learn some philosophy in the chat and understanding the distinction between human minds and other ape minds, since we're all apes. And I was asking why human apes could not have sex with other apes, since we're all apes.
No, Matt,
and
the other apes have to consent.
No, Matt.
And I was sad because they also don't find
them. They won't even let
Matt,
you finish.
because I asked you
I bet you they'll
specifically.
mute you,
I asked you specifically.
They don't find
if Adam and Eve were apes.
Apes murdering.
Nope.
Yeah,
because
I bet
I asked
they're
you
muting you
specifically.
already as we speak.
I asked you
That's how they
specifically.
try to control the situation.
I asked him specifically if Adam and Eve were apes, and he said no, they were not apes. So it would be a human, Adam and Eve, having sex with animals, apes. That is bestiality.
Well, I mean, sorry, Jane. I'm glad you agree that humans aren't apes and you deny biology.
That's not. I was using your definition because you said they were humans and not apes.
Well, do you think
said that when I
they're
asked.
apes or not?
No,
We don't believe in Adam and Eve.
both apes. If they're both apes, then it would not be
Humans
bestiality.
in general.
But you
Are they
said that they
apes
were
or
not apes.
Correct. I reject
So
that.
from the non-Christian point, Matt, from the non-Christian.
You know he's not talking
Matt.
biological taxonomy, right, Jane?
Well, then
Surely
he's a fucking
you give
idiot.
You're surely.
Nobody knows what he's saying. Sounds like it.
Surely you're.
Ape is only a term,
Jane
other
agree with
than
me?
like calling somebody dull-witted. Ape is a term that just refers to taxonomical, like it's just a taxonomical term.
And so at that point, you're just fighting again for nothing.
So it seems to me if apes have
Matt, are humans primates?
do other apes have
Hey,
minds?
you're just fighting about nothing at this point.
That's great. Thank you, John. Shut the fuck up. Matt,
I think lots of creatures
are humans primates?
Apes have minds, and I think lots of creatures have minds.
Do apes
Yes.
have minds or not?
Matt,
Apes have
are
minds.
humans
Lots of
primates?
creatures have minds.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. So we know humans have minds. I'm wondering if other apes
Matt,
have.
are humans primates?
Yes, apes have minds.
I don't know.
They're just not very
So,
good.
before we keep going, Matt, we have to pick a world to live in. Are we going to do the Christian worldview of Adam and Eve? Are we going to pick the eighth? Hold on, or are we picking the worldview of non-Christians or people that believe in evolution and actually have an understanding of evolution? Are you going to go in that worldview? So pick your worldview before we keep going, because you're dancing back and forth between them,
Well, I'm doing an
causing
internal
very weird
critique
false
of your
equivocation.
position.
That's
if you
we're going to
accept
be so in the world of evolution. Yes,
Then your world
that's
of
fine.
evolution,
We can keep going.
right? So my question
We can keep going with evolution.
is,
Yes. Go ahead.
do apes, besides humans, who are considered apes, have minds?
Yes.
Do they have minds in the sense that they have a brain and consciousness? Yes.
Okay, so my next question is, if they have minds and one ape brutally murders another ape, should they be held morally responsible?
Should an ape that murders another ape be held? We kind of do hold them morally responsible. So yes.
No, the proper question, what is the univocal property that are the same for the ape and the human? That's the real question.
That's a good question, John. I was kind of leading that way. That's why I just wanted to know if an ape could be held responsible for brutally murdering another.
So if you have a bunch of apes in an enclosure in a zoo, right, and one of them just like freaks out and like smashes the other ape until it's not alive anymore.
We hold apes. We hold apes accountable all the time. There's a bunch of them in jail.
Yeah, like if one ape
Humans are apes.
destroyed another ape in a zoo, they'd separate that ape from the other apes. They might even euthanize it.
What's the
But I think more importantly, oh my God.
the univocal property of an ape?
I thought John was going away. This was going to be a better conversation with you.
No, it's a good conversation. He's not scared of this conversation.
If something has a mind and is capable of cognition and abstract thought, would be problem solving.
Imagine, look at that, guys. The conversation changes and John wants to stay all of a sudden.
Yeah, the conversation doesn't even involve biological evolution. He's just talking about the philosophy of the mind.
So I want to answer Matt's question, if I may. Can I answer Matt's question real quick? Yeah, depending on the ape, we do hold them accountable. Human apes are in jail for doing that.
Yeah, once again, he's not talking about
I'm
a
not
human
asking about
ape.
human apes. I'm specifically asking why we don't consider the other apes as committing murder when they commit.
Are apes in this scenario.
It's not even a topic of discussion. It's not even a relevant
We
topic.
asked
It's a
him
distraction.
at the beginning
It's a
if he wanted to
distraction.
do the biblical worldview or the evolutionary
He's
worldview.
just
He chose
talking about
evolutionary.
how about a gorilla? Forget ape. A gorilla has a
Yeah,
mind.
in the evolutionary worldview.
Just say gorilla, Matt.
Okay, a gorilla.
You could also say gorilla has a mind, yes.
Does a
like Harambe, who was in a pen and we were worried about it and we actually shot him, like that guy.
So you shot him and killed him because he, in your mind, could do something morally wrong.
Yes, sure.
Which means he could have chosen to do otherwise. So he's not determined. So he has some freedom with his cognitive faculties.
No, it's not because of, no, apes aren't moral agents.
Oh, okay, so he's not doing anything immoral.
Say
because
gorilla.
he could do anything what's in his nature, then technically
I don't think the reason why we would
determined to
separate
do that.
one ape from the other apes is because, like, we're seeing him as a moral agent, like in the same sense that we see.
So let's go.
Sure, fine. Stop interrupting me, gorilla.
John asked now. I think
Not
John
in the same
brings up a
sense
really
that we would, put somebody in jail and hope to rehabilitate them. Like, that gorilla would be locked away forever because gorillas aren't moral agents. They don't really make choices. They just act in the most reactionary, base way that all animals do.
And a component nonsense is this.
Or abstract thought, or self-reflection. Like, the very smartest chimpanzee who's ever lived is like a mental cripple compared to even a mentally crippled human.
But what makes
So,
a
like,
gorilla's mind and a human mind the same thing?
Yeah, and
self-reflection.
Explain John's question. Give a detailed answer to John's question.
Well, I would say that anything that shows the ability to think cognitively, so like observe the world, abstract information from it, and act and perform some sort of like operation, some inferential
Do gorillas
thought
have,
process.
do gorillas have
on that.
intentions?
Listen, all you need to say about the
Yes.
property between minds
Did he
that they
just
all
ask if
share.
gorillas have attention?
Intention.
Oh, intention.
Gorillas definitely have a sense of right and wrong.
Yeah.
So mind,
So do
mind.
I mean, sure. It's the same thing as saying that if one person has a sense of right and wrong,
Here's your
it's the
dog.
capacity for thinking that we do.
Your dog
I'm sorry, JJ. I'm getting so annoyed with you, man. Like, I've been really nice.
I'm just
haven't I?
speaking.
I'm just saying, fix your shit.
I can't fix it without feedback.
So all minds have a sense
Just
of
move it
right
further
and wrong.
away.
Correct.
Stop yelling.
Is this okay?
Listen, John, the common property between minds, all that anybody
I need
else
an
has to
answer
say
now.
to you is that if all that is what it's like to be. Okay? So, like,
What's the point of even asking? Is it like an argument against evolution? What? Well, now you're fucking just Jesus.
a mind
What is the point of even asking?
Oh my God.
It's not like it seems like John's trying to get to a place. Well, John seems to think the argument here is like this is like some kind of argument against like John made some claims, some statements that made it seem like comparing ape minds and non-ape human minds. Non-ape and human minds is some argument against evolution or something, but that couldn't be true. It could be like very
It's actually a really different direction.
The mind of humans and the mind of God, right? There are always these, this and that. And so what Matt's doing, not comparing human minds with God's mind, but human minds with apes' mind, trying to find the analogous properties of certain univocal properties, more specifically, and then go from there. And then how we can go from
Great minds think alike,
and,
John.
and God's
I'll give
mind.
you a basic common property of all minds. It's just going to be that there's a sense of what it's like to be. That's what a mind's going to be, like the most basic property that they're all going to share. If that's what you're looking for.
And then, so when we say that with God, it's not
John, did you hear me?
satisfactory to an atheist. Yes, I did. I heard you.
Yeah, so like God
Right?
is also going to
And
have to have the property
so when
that
I
there's
say
a sense that it's like to be God. Yes.
But when I say that, right, a sense of being to the atheist, they don't stop there. That doesn't satisfy them.
No, not
they
a
are
being,
gonna,
a sense that it's like to be.
So could I ask a question with respect to that definition?
Being, a sense of like to be, is it the same?
No, it's
Awareness of existence is kind of the same thing.
If I'm not you,
and then the question is,
could I speak for a minute, John?
You
haven't shut up,
right? And the awareness of the gorilla and the awareness of the human being is then scrutinized to say that it's not univocal. That's what I'm trying to say. For example, does a gorilla have awareness in the sense of a belief, a justified belief? And these types of questions.
Yes.
Probably. What's the difference? Who cares? What hinges on a gorilla not having like a high enough?
And then so the complaint would be that you're equivocating the mind of a gorilla with the mind of a human being. That would be
I just gave you a common property of all minds. Just because a gorilla can't do differential equations doesn't mean they don't have minds.
Yeah, so you're asking if a gorilla can know something. Like, yes, gorillas can know things.
The question is the sense of be, right? The sense to be, is it justified? Is it a propositional attitude?
That was going to be my question. Like, assuming that I'm not you, assuming I'm an observer of a mind, right? Like, how do I tell that you have a mind? Like, what do I can't experience your beingness, right? So, setting that to the side, how do we know that there's a mind on the other side of whatever?
That is the provocative questions that Matt is bringing to the table right here.
Right, so my answer was that you would look at its ability to, like, perform abstract thought.
Well, John, I even asked a question in the chat, since we're actually considered apes. What is morally wrong with a human ape having sex with a non-human ape?
That's a great question.
We all have ape minds, so what would be the moral objection?
Wait, we're also all mammals, so why can't a human have sex with a cat? You're Christian. You think that cats and humans are mammals, right?
You could ask that question as well, but I figured I would make...
I'm asking you. You're a Christian. You don't deny that humans and cats are mammals, right?
Yeah, I can give an answer for that.
I say that they're all created in God's image. Or not.
No. Are cats and humans mammals? Are cats and humans mammals?
It's me. I'm the scientific expert. I'm asking
you. Don't know.
Okay. Well, it's definitely not answering your question because you guys are avoiding my question. What's that?
No, I'm answering yours by analogy, and you're refusing to engage.
When you try to answer a question with a question, according to Tom Rabbit, that's dishonest. So
that's not true.
You to answer the question.
That's not true. In some cases that is dishonest. In this case, I don't think it is.
So my question.
Yeah, I think you're misrepresenting Tom Rabbit.
You can rephrase it much like cats and dogs are both mammals.
Another ape that's not human.
Yeah, I would imagine. Look, I'll answer it like this, Matt. Look, I'd imagine, right? If you're not like completely scientifically illiterate, most, if not like almost all Christians, at least in the Western world, would consider like the suborder Mammalia to be like useful, if not objective, right? In that cats and humans are both mammals, right? We have the features that we classify as mammalian. And in that case, your question could be proposed to that as well, right? If like humans and cats shouldn't be having sex morally, whatever you think morals are, the same is going to be similar to the same reason that humans and non-human apes can't or shouldn't have sex.
Okay, so I think I'm a little bit confused now. That doesn't really answer my question. It doesn't. You don't.
That exactly answered the question.
You didn't provide a moral objection to it. I said, what is the moral objection to a human ape having sex with a non-human ape?
Consent.
Well, they can't consent. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So consent requires the ability to make judgments, to reason, correct?
Yes,
and to be medicated. Consent. So hold on, I'm not saying they can't consent. Hold on, I'm not saying they can't consent because they can't have judgment. They may or may not. I'm agnostic. I don't think they can consent because they can't communicate.
So it seems like you guys now are drawing a distinction between human apes because they can reason, they can deliberate, they can make choices. Consent requires a choice.
I'm agnostic on that.
So, but the other ape cannot do that. So why call us apes and why call
The same reason cats have paws and fur and claws, and humans don't, but they're both still mammals. They just have the features that we consider mammalian, and we both fit into that group. The same as apes and human apes and non-human apes fit into the ape category. It's just a taxonological category. Like the pelvis, we have opposable thumbs, fur, like the dry nose, no tail, all of those things. There's taxonologically ape.
Okay, so the human ape can consent, meaning they can deliberate on certain things. So they have some sort of freedom, right? So you can't say, anyone who agrees to this cannot hold to the idea of hard determinism. They have to say some sort of compatibility here. But the non-human ape can't.
Matt, I'm going to cut right to the chase for you, buddy. Like, if
can't. So my question at this point is,
I'm going to help you right now, Matt. If you got a fixin',
hold on, what is the observable, testable, repeatable evidence that you guys have observed by exploring an ape's brain to say with 100% certainty that they could not consent to having sex?
First of all, you're just ignoring the answer you gave before, where it's not about their mental capacity, it's about their capacity to communicate that affirmatively, consistently through any sort of sexual encounter. But I'm going to cut right to the chase on this one, Matt, for you. Hold on, Matt. I'm not done talking. I don't know why you're starting to speak. That's so confusing to me. It's like you're not even noticing that I'm continuing to speak.
Have a little bit of charity.
Hold on. You have attention a little bit. I'm going to help you out so much right here. We're going to cut right to the chase. If you're fixing to go fuck a chimpanzee, buddy, I'm not going to stop you. You just, go with chocolates and flowers. They can probably tear your arms off. So you're really going to want to make sure that you win them over, and if you really think that you can get a chimpanzee to consent, and even if they're not able to communicate that with you, I'm going to say that I'll allow it. You can go and just get your rocks off fucking as many gorillas as you want, buddy.
Wait, are there rules in the Bible against bestiality?
No.
Yes.
Matt, are you looking for a non?
Wait, I'd like to know about these. I'm not sure there are. I'm ignorant of them. Can you tell me why? What does it say?
It definitely says that.
It says what?
It says if someone lays with an animal as they do a human, they shall be put to death.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so Matt, are you looking for like a non-realist, moral realist reason to not have sex with an animal?
It's weird. Wait, it's weird that it has that, but it doesn't have anything about fucking children.
John has exposed my.
Why would that? That sounds really weird. Don't you?
John already knows what the purpose is, because the other day you guys here we've already seen backpedaling, because first you said consent. Now you guys are saying you don't know if they can consent or not.
So you're like, God damn it, man!
You don't even really know what the distinction is. What makes a mind specifically between.
No, look, you idiot! No, Matt, you're being dumb. Look,
so
you need multiple things to consent.
John for not being
oh my God, you're dumb.
Questions about God's mind. So why can't I actually criticize you for being inconsistent about it?
So actually, let me be very clear. So yesterday we were actually discussing why should an atheist be opposed, for example, to bestiality, and I actually went through a couple of different rooms and asked the question to see if there was a good reason. Because I'll start with the fact that. Just, generic, just like right away, I say, it's horrible, I don't like it, it's icky, it's disgusting. And I ask my question, should I be in favor of a law that's against something just because I find it icky? And so we started talking about it. And the big reason was, it's because effectively it's abuse. You're harming an animal in most cases. So if you wanted to say that there's this group that says, look, there are women that want to have their dogs have sex with them, it's very obvious it's not hurting the dog, and we'll pass a law that makes an exception. If you think you need to put that exception in, we'll talk about it, we'll put the law through, but otherwise, just a law that says don't have sex with animals seems to be good for protecting animals from abuse. So I'll say I'm against bestiality due to abuse.
All right, you could even grant that the animal can give consent, and then you can still be wrong in an anti-moralist worldview. Because if you consider minds being what your moral axiom is, and you want to do everything that's going to promote wellness for minds, you could just say that having sex with animals is a paraphilia, and paraphilias are always concomitant with another mental disorder, and it may be the case that having sex with an animal like a dolphin or chimp at the time may bring happiness or good to the mind, but later on it's just going to exacerbate the other concomitant mental disorder that's associated with that paraphilia.
Yeah, I also believe in that. I believe in that as well.
Like Matt said something really weird, right? He started talking about a second ago how we said it was consent and now we're saying it's something different. But like, I think he's confused, right? I think we've been pretty consistent on this. You need multiple things to consent, right? Having judgment and discernment are all probably necessary for consent, but so is the ability to communicate that consent. You can't consent if you can't say the words yes. So, well, say or sign or somehow communicate that. And apes, apparently, non-human apes apparently can't. So regardless of their discernment, they can't consent.
So in medicine, there's this concept of capacity and informed consent, and that's always going to be on the level of understanding of the patient. So like even like a mentally disabled patient, you're going to be able to obtain informed consent based on the level of understanding that they can achieve, right? So I don't think that there's any like barrier to a chimpanzee obtaining informed consent, as long as it's like something that maybe they could. I don't know how it would be, but I don't think there's any like real barrier to it.
You think a human and a chimpanzee can effectively communicate, can I have sex with you? Yes, I want you to have sex with me.
Yeah, that's really difficult because it's like kind of a complicated topic. Like I think it would have to be something that the chimp has already experienced before, and then they can consent after the fact. But that would defeat the purpose. But it just in principle, I don't think that a chimp is like outside the realm of being able to consent to something. It's just, I agree with you. I think sex is going to be way too complicated for them to understand it.
But really, I kind of really like this idea, though. I'm really a big fan of this in the sense of mutual consent means party A communicates to party B that they're in favor of sex, and party B communicates to party A that they're in favor of sex, and both of them understand the other one did. And because animals can't participate in that back and forth contract, that's why we're saying no. It comes back again almost to consent. That's a very nice one.
Well, imagine a chimp had sex with a human being without consent before, and they experienced that, and that would just be wrong because they didn't have informed consent. But they could draw on that memory and decide whether or not they want it, and then understand somehow for ongoing, like if they want to consent the next time. I think that's like definitely possible. I'm not like a biologist or anything, but I think they have the capacity to do so. But again, that first time, like you would never be able to gain informed consent, like what Seth was saying. The sex is too complicated for them.
Yeah, so that's a very nice formulation of it as well. I like it.
Well, I have some research. I know some very sexy chimps.
Well, so let's not do it. The other one's like the famous cases of like the number of times dolphins are raping the female swimmers. And so if a woman went in there knowing this was going to happen, and since she was consenting to it, like, is that a problem? If the dolphin's going out of its way to attack, it's not abuse. Would this be like, would you say there's a problem with it? They're in an open area, dolphins are doing it. Would this be a moral problem, an ethical problem? Like, where would you paint?
It'd be a self-harm issue.
Dangerous.
The real question is, why is there a prescription against bestiality in the Bible, but not one against pedophilia?
That is a great question. Yes, that is a very good question. So I actually have a feeling on why a lot of these no masturbation and all this stuff, if you have a case of women are effectively given to men as far as like to join two tribes together, and it's like, okay, this guy needs this girl, and we're going to put it together, and now they're a family, go make kids. In a sense, because there's never consent in the Bible, you don't need to masturbate. You can always just go get whatever you want because she can't say no. So there's a large level of course you wouldn't. You can get this. And so there's no bestiality because why would you do that? The hole's over there. So you have no excuse to do any of these actions because you've got a woman, just do that. So I have a feeling that a lot of this goes to women not being able to consent, means that there's no other way men should be able to get.
just go with the paraphilia thing. A woman that wants to have sex with dolphins is definitely just going to exacerbate her other concomitant mental disorder.
It's at least fishy.
Matt, you know, so you might be confused, Matt. I was checking out your PFP. Do you know Darwin was like really progressive on race for his age?
Hey, so Rapsco, you think that bestiality is immoral, but you can kill, cook, and eat the animal without its consent?
We do everything we can to not make it abusive. For example, like another one would be, we can kill, cook, and eat a cow, but if I had a cow on a farm that we were playing darts on its side, I'm going to put a dartboard there and throw darts at it, and you'd say, no, that's wrong. I'm like, well, I'm going to kill it. Why can't I use it for a game before I do it? Because you're hurting the animal. So yeah, we do what we can to not inflict more pain than, like, we do everything we can to not inflict pain, as a matter of fact.
Well, I mean, what about the sheep? What if the sheep enjoys it?
We just talked about that. I'm not sure what it's. We can talk more about the sex with sheep if you'd like. We can do. What do you mean? What if the sheep enjoys it?
Yeah, right. Considering all the sheep that come in here and get slaughtered, I'd imagine they probably do enjoy it. Tom,
what does that matter? If the sheep enjoys it,
because it would be consensual, would it not?
How would it be consensual?
Yeah, that doesn't follow. Whoa! Think about the implications there.
Well, let him. Yeah.
If a human woman doesn't want to have sex but would enjoy it, is it okay?
Weasel out of this.
So the consent we're talking about is somehow the basis for whether it's okay to do something to an animal or not. In other words, because the animal cannot consent, we can't have sex, but we can put a pig in a Spitfire and turn it around a few times and
not live. You're completely avoiding the topic. Do you think that enjoying it is equal to consent?
I'm saying that when you kill, cook, and eat an animal, you are not getting its consent.
Let's recap.
Deny that.
Let's recap. You said, what if the sheep likes it, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
That's correct.
Yes, you are.
That's not the only thing.
And then after that, I said, what about it? And you said, well, isn't that consent? Right?
Yeah, the main question is
exactly what you said, Jake.
My main question is about...
Am I remembering that correctly?
My main question is about consent as the basis for moral value.
Johnny, am I remembering that series of events correctly?
Of course. And so, the examination is about...
You were asking... Right, so you were asking, is enjoyment of something equal to consent?
Right. And so if your answer the answer is either yes or no. It's not my question. You think that's true? It doesn't matter what I think, okay? It's a question to you.
No, you said, what if the sheep enjoys it?
That's right.
What does that matter?
Do you have an answer?
What does it matter if the sheep enjoys it? That's what I said.
Well, once you answer, I'll tell you the entailment.
I did say that.
You did answer.
And then I said, what does it matter if the sheep enjoys it? And
you're saying that the sheep enjoys it. Yes, and so if the sheep enjoys it, you're saying it does not constitute consent. Is that correct? Even if you were to call the sheep and the sheep came over and you did your business with it, the sheep is not consenting, right? No more than when you call its name coming over to maybe to eat. They're not consenting to eat, in other words.
I don't know what any of that has to do. If the sheep enjoying it,
it is only part of a larger body. It's not exclusive to the set of questions I have. All is not one part. And so if you were going to say that either the sheep enjoys it, I mean, it either represents consent or it doesn't. If you say yes, there's a series of questions. If it doesn't, there's a series of questions.
Yeah. Apple either does represent orange or it doesn't.
You're saying it does not. Is this correct?
I said it doesn't entail consent. Correct.
And so would you also agree that killing a pig, a sheep, well, let's go with the sheep, killing a sheep, shearing the sheep for wool, you would agree that's not consensual, would you agree?
Not that I know of, yeah.
So would you think that that basis of lacking consent is immoral to shear the sheep for wool?
No.
Oh, so now what would be the basis to determine whether shearing a sheep for wool would be moral or immoral? What would be the basis?
Because shearing a sheep for wool is actually beneficial. They do it during the summer when the sheep are overgrown.
Well, hold on, that's not it.
Uncomfortable. Well, no, that's not it. Like it.
No, that's not it. I can explain. I understand.
Hey, well, if you're just going to talk over me, then what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point?
A sheep can't consent, and sex is presumably harmful to the sheep. It causes the sheep suffering.
That's not why. Because it would be wrong to, even if you thought it would make a girl more beautiful, it would be wrong to tie her up and gas her and then perform plastic surgery on her, even if you thought it'd make her more beautiful and maybe make her more money in the future, right? The reason why it's okay. Yeah, buddy, we will. The reason it's okay for the sheep and not okay for the girl is the girl can communicate her consent where the sheep can't. So we have some obligation to care for sheep the best that we know how, based on their lack of communication.
But also, sheep.
We're not introducing any girls to this scenario. We're just.
Well, no, sheep is an example because we domesticated them and caused them to have the extra thick, crazy wool that if we don't shear them in the wild, they would die. So we have to do it because we put them in a situation where if we don't, they will die. So morally, we are obligated to take care of them and shear them because.
So it has nothing to do with consent. Doing something for their benefit, you're saying, is justifiable. I guess that's what you're saying.
Yes.
This is all irrelevant.
Have you ever had a rack of lamb, Jane?
No, I haven't.
I have. Extremely tasty. My point is that lamb did not consent to being put up on my table, be cooked, and eaten.
What about it?
You do agree, right? My question is the lack of consent a basis to say that me eating that rack of lamb is immoral?
It's part of it. It's the abuse that's the bigger issue. It's the abuse of the animal.
So, once again, do you consider killing, cooking, consuming the animal without its consent?
Not abuse.
Oh, okay. Just as long as you kill them nicely, humanely?
Yeah.
So, in other words, if I were to kill my neighbor and to consume them, just as long as I didn't abuse them, just as long as I did it humanely, that would justify that, Rapsco?
So let me go back over this then. So your neighbor has the ability to consent to humans, so we expect consent. If your neighbor consents to you to be killed, we can talk about a different story on should you be allowed to kill your neighbor or not, and how you want to do it humanely and all that other stuff. We can talk about that. That's assisted suicide.
What about your neighbor's child? Can they consent?
My neighbor's child cannot consent. It's below the age of
so there you go. Now, what if I were to want to kill humanely humanely to a child who cannot consent according to you, just as much as a rack of lamb, a lamb cannot consent. So now we have the basis to where the child or the animal can cannot consent, but you're saying it's okay just as long as it's done humanely. Is this correct, Reps?
So this is not correct, because I'll actually give special pleading pretty straightforward to humans versus non-humans. And I don't have any problem saying I extend certain rights to humans that I don't extend to other animals. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Very good. I appreciate that you acknowledge it's special pleading. I do. Most people will deny it up and down.
No, I mean,
you acknowledge that you are specially pleading, arguing logically, fallaciously, right? You do agree.
What? No. It's not logically and fallaciously. Yeah, no, it's not logically and fallaciously. We're humans, and we, as a societal animal, have each other to be accountable for and everything else like that. Yes, we have humans, and humans are humans.
So you do agree, you do agree that special pleading is a logical fallacy. Is this correct, Rapsco?
Is it always a logical fallacy?
This is not special pleading.
Okay, let's go. I'd like a better term for that. Great, do you have a better one for it? Because I'd definitely prefer a better term, like a category error. How about that? That's a famous thought statement.
No, I don't think that it's fallacious to put humans in a different category. Like, however you want to define that, there's several that you can, but like, I don't think that non-humans are moral agents in the same way that humans are, and I think that we bear a different level of responsibility to fellow moral agents.
Well, so now the consent of moral agents is now we're just total special pleading once again. So
no.
So the question for you, Gray. Now you have
in a different category.
Hang on. Now you have father and adult 18-year-old. How about an 18-year-old virgin daughter, right? They want to have protected sex. Well, let's call it protected, right? Okay. And so my question is to Gray, though, Repsco. And so now you do agree that they are moral agents,
that is a coercive relationship.
You're talking about moral agents. Oh, coercive. And now that sounds more like special pleading. It's no longer just moral agents.
You think coercion is a thing
so how about this?
Doesn't exist?
How about brothers and sisters then? How about brothers? Do you see coercion and brothers and sisters?
Somebody gets to respond to you. You don't get to just keep rambling on. Look, coercion takes away from consent. If somebody's coerced into doing something, lied to, or otherwise exploited into sex, they haven't really consented freely. So no, it's not special pleading. But I think one of the biggest throughputs in this conversation has been consent, and I think they've been consistent here with talking about.
I'll give you.
I think that's also why you'll find that there are a lot of anti-incest laws that are written specifically with respect to like the nuclear family, right? Like, so
great.
But we can fix John. We can fix John.
Finish, okay? Seth, you're so triggered. Let me talk to Gray. He says now coercion. There's two ways to approach this. You can say brother and sister, right? If you're going to claim that there's coercion there, that's fine. But let's look at this one. A mother who gave up her son. This is a real true story now. Who gave up her son for adoption when he was born. Many years later, she met with him and had consensual sex. There's no power dynamic here, right? And so she calls it genetic sexual attraction. Look it up, GSA. She says she's predisposed to this epigenetically, right? And so what she's claiming she should be allowed to have consensual sex with her son, biological son, and that she's upset because the government doesn't allow her to do it.
Yeah, I think that she's got a good case. Like if they're effectively perfect strangers to each other, and like they're all of majority age, and they're all consenting, and they're all cognizant and whatever. I don't think that there's anything morally wrong with that.
Yeah, I find it to be icky, right? I don't.
Yeah, well,
I shrivel up inside, but do I want the state to force them apart? No, absolutely not.
Laws. You're going to find that laws don't perfectly correspond with what you might find to be moral. Sometimes.
So what about?
Sometimes someone has to split the baby, man. Like
I didn't want to
sometimes you
pervert
just
the
have to
law.
write a law that goes.
Now back to cannibalism.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pervert the laws. I'm just mentioning it happens to be illegal. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about law and
Yes,
what about brothers? What about brothers?
Fellow brother and sister.
You think
in a non-coercive interaction for two consenting adults? Yes, if it's non-coercive.
Well, that's your opinion, Repsko. I've had two other atheists from the other room the last time we had to say
That's great.
what you were saying.
Well, you know what? You know what? We'll have to visit again with the Cardinal.
You know what? Most Christians would say that God, and most Christians would say God has maximum glory. Who the hell cares what other atheists said?
And
Billy talks about public atheism.
Billy says it's moral to eat the child. If he gets hit by a car, you can eat the child because you're not.
That's great for Billy. You should go argue with Billy and maybe
John. And all the answers for anything. Comments that are very interesting. You can have brother. You can have mother and son. You can have sex. You cannot harm a sheep. But you can kill the sheep without its consent. Yeah. You can shear the sheep without its consent. And all of that is fine, right? And so it's not. Some would say no, it's immoral to eat the sheep. The veganism is the moral choice. Maybe some people just like the taste of their meat, right? That's fine.
None of that matters, John. The reason atheists shut up. The reason atheists have disparate positions on these, because atheism isn't an ideology. Atheism is just like a position on whether or not God exists. It's not a big deal, right? Just like determinists are going to have wide-ranging views on morality and like whether or not like it's okay to fuck a sheep. Okay, like atheism is like determinism in the sense it's just a philosophical position on a thing in philosophy. It's like not a big deal. Like Christians should be more in line because they have an underarching ideology in Scripture that they're supposed to adhere to. Atheists do not. Atheists just go, oh, either there's no evidence for God, or hey, there's reasons to think God doesn't exist.
So atheism has no morals, right? Atheists have no morals.
No, that doesn't follow. Atheists may or may not have morals. Atheism doesn't, because it doesn't portend to.
Any individual atheist has his own rules that he follows, just like Christians.
Very good. Do what you feel.
Just Christians do.
So Jeffrey
hold on. You got it wrong. This has got to be corrected.
Sexual partner. No. That's all good.
This isn't what's being said. That's not what's being said. No one's saying that atheism says you can do what you want. Atheism has no position on that. Atheists, being just like a philosophical position, have to determine their own morals. Atheism doesn't inform morals. That's it.
So it's okay. It's subjectively moral to throw homosexuals off the buildings in Iraq.
No, that's not what I said.
Wait a minute. Subjectively moral. They have their own morals, right, Seth? That's what you said.
That's not what subjectively moral means.
No. You tell me what it means. That's not what it means.
So it's subjective. Morality is subjective. If somebody thinks morality is subjective, they think that it just depends on like people's opinions. But atheists may believe that, or they may think it's objective.
What does subjective mean if it's not opinions, Seth?
Are you a determinist? Are you a determinist?
No. So what does
you're not
it mean?
A determinist. So you're not. I'm showing you an analogy. I'm showing you right now.
Based upon their, you said that subjective does not represent person's opinions. That's what you said. No. So what does it mean if it doesn't represent?
That's not what I said.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
You might be.
People think that morality is based upon people's opinions. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. So here's the thing, John.
That's exactly what
you are either a determinist. That's not what I said. Stop interrupting.
Then I said, what does it mean?
Stop interrupting me, you stupid pig. Stop interrupting me, you stupid pig.
My question is,
I don't care. You're just talking over me now. Stop.
You're not asking the question.
Over-talking me. Stop over-talking me. Stop over-talking me. Are you done speaking?
Well, you're asking a question. You're not.
Are you done speaking? That's great. I heard you.
You're not. Are you going to answer my question?
Are you done?
Can you still remember?
He's done. John, you are either a determinist.
My question to you again was, what does it mean? What does it mean to have morals without an opinion?
Great. Is that your question?
Yes, it was.
Great. So you are either a determinist or you're not a determinist. Okay? Now, let's say you are a determinist, right? Being a determinist doesn't answer whether or not it's okay to have sex with a sheep or your morality or anything like that. That doesn't mean that all determinists have a subjective morality. It just means that determinism doesn't inform morality, at least not in that sense. Just like atheism doesn't.
What does
Actually,
it mean?
determinism might have something to say with morality, because determinism might have implications for free will, and that might have implications for morality. But atheism has no. The only thing you know that an atheist doesn't believe about morality is that it comes from God.
What does it mean to have morality without opinions, then? You didn't.
It's because I don't need to. It's irrelevant. I just answered why it's irrelevant with that analogy.
Because you claim people think that morality is based upon opinions. This is what you said. And I said, what does it mean?
No, that's not what I said.
For a subjective moralist like yourself, who claims
that is not what I said. I did not claim subjective morality.
That's why I asked the question.
Well, I never claimed that.
You said morality is subjective. This is what you said.
No, I didn't.
People have. This is what you said. What are you talking about?
This is not what I said.
Unbelievable. So
yeah, you're just fucking lying. You're a fucking liar. That is unbelievable.
What do you believe? First and foremost, do you believe that morality is objective?
I'm agnostic.
Oh, you're agnostic, and so you believe that morality exists.
I'm agnostic.
Oh, you don't even know if morality is so. So you don't even know if you're a moral realist or a morality realist. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm agnostic.
Is that correct? So then you have no idea. You have no basis by which to claim what is moral and what is not moral.
I didn't make any claims about what's moral or immoral.
That's what, so you agree that you have no business in the discussion for your opinions on what morality represents and does or does not.
Disagree.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that too. Like, even if you haven't studied like any moral philosophy, you can come up with opinions on what you think are right and wrong.
Oh, yeah, you have opinions. Wait a minute, Greg.
I could also recognize that you when you're making a category error or some logical fallacy.
Gray says that you can have opinions, and so back to the question again, what does it mean to have morality without opinions?
I didn't say anybody has morality without opinions. You're lying.
So, once again, do you think that morality exists without opinion? You're saying you're agnostic. Is that what you're saying?
Agnostic about what?
Agnostic about whether morality is based upon opinions or the lack thereof.
I don't know what that means. Is morality based on opinions or lack thereof? I mean, it's either.
That's what I'm saying. It is either. And so you have no position on that.
I probably do have some position.
John, what do you think moral objectivism is?
Who says I'm a moral objectivist?
Well, I'm just asking what your definite, because we seem to be circling around whether like morals are subjective or
objective. You're talking about moral realism? Is that what you're talking about?
Sure.
God, John's so fucking stupid. What a pig.
Because what you said, Gray, is that Seth has an opinion. I'm wondering, do you have an opinion on morals, Seth? I agree with Gray. I just want to know if you do.
Yeah, I have opinions about morals, yeah.
And do they have some sort of validity?
Some sort of, I don't know what that means.
Do they have a justifiable basis?
I don't know. What do you mean by justifiable basis?
I mean your views on morality. Do they have some sort of basis outside of your opinion?
I don't know.
Yeah,
but you do have opinions.
Precedents.
You just so in other words, you cannot provide justification. Would it be fair to say that you don't have justification for your opinions?
No.
Oh, so wait, you claiming that it's not fair to say you don't have any justification, But when I ask you whether you do, you say you don't know. Is this
right? Yeah.
And so you're saying that it's possible you have justification, you just don't know what it would possibly be if you did have justification. Is that all?
Yeah, it depends on like the moral quandary we're talking about, right? One could have justification for some things and not justification for others. It's not real complicated.
So in other words, you cannot provide us justification for your moral views.
I probably can. Like, which moral view?
Any moral view. What would be the process by which you attempt justification?
I don't know.
Then how do you know if you can or cannot?
Well, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not the case that I absolutely cannot. I don't know if that's the case or not.
No, you said you think you can is what you said. My question is what do you think is the process by which
they might be justified depending on what they are.
Okay, so what do you think is the process by which you justify your moral view?
So you could have one of two processes, at least, as far as I can see. You can have something that's like an axiology, so some sort of moral basis that you do a rational calculus and figure out what's right and wrong. And the other way is you have like moral intuition. So that would be like just like a pre-theoretical like seeming that would incline you towards like one proposition or another.
Do you agree with that, Seth? Do you agree with that? Or you
I didn't hear him.
Are you even listening?
No. So real quick, you could have like a rational operation, so like some sort of moral like thought process, just an argument basically. Or you could have an intuition, which would be like just an intuition. It's like a seeming. It's like pre-theoretical, so like you're not even like really thinking about it. But
So
it might incline you towards thinking a certain way.
I'll tell you more. I'll tell you more along the lines of what I was thinking. Right? Hold on, bud. Hold on. 1 second. So, like, I might not have any robust moral theory that I adhere to that is justified, and in that sense, I don't think like I can say my morals are justified. But in another sense, like if someone's talking about another moral system, I could recognize issues with that, and those could be justified. I could recognize issues with taking one horn or the other of Euthyphro, for example, without having like a moral system.
Weren't you the one giving me all the explanations on the sheep and the justifiability of it and basis?
Yeah, that's another
Weren't you the one, sir?
Yeah,
but then you seem to like shy away from all of that. You're saying because what Gray said, you're appealing to your intuition, or there's reason. Right? I'm trying to find out, and then you're saying now, once he provides it, you're like back to I don't know. When it seems to me that you're going for the axiology rather than your intuition or seemings. But then when pressed upon it, you're like I don't know now.
Yeah, mostly I just don't feel like going over, like, you're a very, like, naive and, like, unnuanced person, and when I don't really want to discuss morality with you, so when it comes to you asking me, like, what my moral system is, I'd rather just say agnostic, than talk about my real moral feelings, because I don't know if they're, like, ultimately justified. They probably ultimately aren't.
But when I asked you,
but that doesn't mean. Hold on. I'm almost done. That doesn't mean that I can't have or recognize issues with moral quandaries, right? Just because I think ultimately, even if it's the case that I think ultimately my moral system can't be ultimately justified, and I don't want to discuss that with you, doesn't mean that I can't recognize issues with some moral proclamation or argument.
What type of recognition? Objective recognition? I mean, in the sense of personal recognition.
What's objective recognition?
Objectively true?
What's objective recognition?
You didn't understand what it said.
Yeah, you said the word objective recognition. What is that? Recognition
of that which is objective. Moral.
What is that? How can someone's recognition be objective? It's recognition.
No. You're once again you're focusing on something that I did not say. I'm talking about.
You said the words objective recognition.
Yes, and I clarified what I'm trying to talk about, and you're stuck on it.
He's talking about his invisible friend.
No. I'm talking about a recognition. We're talking about moral recognition, right? And then what I'm asking you is it a recognition?
As long as you're walking back objective recognition, we're good.
Is it a recognition of that which is objectively moral? That's what I'm asking you.
What? I don't know what that means.
You're the one that incorporated the word recognition. You didn't say feeling.
No, you did.
You didn't say seeming. You didn't say intuition. You said recognition.
Oh, recognize. Yeah, I can recognize when like an argument for morality is wrong. Yeah, I can do that. Well, right.
No, what Gray was talking about was in terms of moral value, right? Are you saying that that's not how you heard what his statement represented?
I don't even know what you're saying anymore.
Are you able to recognize moral value or not?
I don't know what you mean by recognize moral value. Like, are you
able to recognize what is right? How about this? Are you able to recognize what is right and wrong, Bruce?
Yeah, I think some things are right and some things are wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I can recognize. The question is, are you able to recognize it? Is my question.
Yeah, I can recognize.
I don't know what that means.
I'm just going to guess what he means at this point. And in guessing what you mean, I'm going to say yes.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have to guess. If I think some things are good and some things are bad, that would mean I recognize some things are good and some things are bad.
Not necessarily, because it could be that you feel something's good or bad intuitively. It could seem to you. That's not necessarily recognition.
Yeah, it is.
I don't really know the difference. Well, I guess it sounds like a distinction without a difference.
The way I understand recognition is being aware of what is, right? Objectively, what is. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone can objectively recognize anything.
Yeah, I didn't say objective. Once again, you keep saying that.
That seems to be what's meant by recognize something objectively.
Recognition of subjective recognition of that which is objectively real.
Recognition of subjective recognition, which is what?
That was great.
Subjective recognition. I know it's redundant, right? But subjective recognition of that which is objectively real.
As opposed to objective recognition?
Or subjectively real.
There is no such thing as objective. I don't know why you're so stuck on this.
Because you keep saying it and implying it.
No, I'm not talking about objective recognition. I'm talking about recognition of the objective.
Do you know that when you
like a rock is objective? Recognition of
when you specify something, it sometimes implies the existence of its antithesis. Like if I said the word, for example, non-human ape, that implies the existence of human apes. Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're just shutting down.
So if you say subjective recognition, that implies the antithesis, objective recognition.
I don't know why you keep saying objective recognition for 7 times?
You said it. You said it. You refuse to walk it back, and then you keep implying it. And then when I bring up the fact you're implying it, you say, "I'm not saying that." Well, you kind of are.
And because of that, I'm just not gonna. I just consider that dishonest. So
win number 2.
Yeah, we'll do whatever you want to.
You're such a pig.
I'm trying to remember all the other times he's said something like that. But he does it often, I know that.
What, something so stupid?
Yeah, he'll say things like, subjective recognition or something like mechanical.
All recognitions are subjective. All recognitions are subjective. The reason I said subjective recognition, Altoid, and I even mentioned it was redundant, was because at least 7 times, tried to insert objective recognition. And I'm telling you, and with regard to objective, it represents objective reality, objective morals, subjective recognition of objective morals with the proper context.
Yeah, not only is he a bachelor, but he's also an unmarried man as well.
John, do you understand how that works? Like, if I said non-alcoholic wine, that implies existence of alcoholic wine?
Well, one thing I think kids successfully do is show the special pleading of atheists here.
Exactly, man. I mean, right now it's just games. Did you see, Matt, how he just shut down to become all of a sudden an agnostic? When the whole time he's talking about sheep, he's talking about children, he's talking about eating meat, vegan, all of this stuff. He had reasons, and all of a sudden he shuts down and says, "I'm agnostic. I don't know if I have justification." And all of this stuff, and this is where we're at.
Imagine being intellectually humble. Look at this asshole.
Imagine being honest.
Evasive.
Well, I don't know if I can answer like what ultimately justifies my morality. Look at you having opinions about morality, you dishonest fuck.
John Lee is garbage.
Thank you for saying so.
And I ask him a simple question: is morality? What is morality apart from opinions? Because Gray. Oh, now you want to mute me.
That's
Okay.
another thing I like. When Matt Adams pipes up and says something, it's like, oh great, like the last thing we really need is like this, not even Turing complete person, right? Like saying the nonsense,
I was also sad 2 days ago when I opened a room asking about determinism, and someone who holds to complete determinism was saying that someone who was determined to be a racist was still irrational, even though they were determined to be a racist in their racism.
I'd just like to imagine Matt Adams as like a very elaborate puppet, right? And I'm just trying to figure out like who the puppet master is.
I wish I had the courage to do a Matt Adams impression. It seems
your
so
analogy
easy and
sucks
so
so
much fun.
badly outside. When I ask you what's analogous property, you always fail in your analogies. Oh, your analogies are like a two-sided triangle.
Oh, he's mad now.
This is how you talk.
Stay mad, John.
Your analogies are ridiculous.
He's just attacking everybody in the room now. He's mad.
Sometimes you think rationally, but let me just say this, outside.
This is called
Your analogies. No, seriously though. Altoid, your analogies really suck, just to let you know. You do think rationally at times, but your analogies really suck.
You know who has really good analogies?
Me.
Say it, JJ. Who has really good analogies?
I have the best analogies.
I don't brag a lot, but I have really good analogies.
You might
have some good ones. That's true.
I don't.
John, would it be fair to say that when you ask about the analogous properties of the mind of a ape or other animals, which we actually could dissect and examine ourselves, and they couldn't answer your question?
Forget the analogous properties, man. I want univocal properties.
Yeah, they lost the ability to criticize you for
why do you want univocal properties?
the analogous properties between them.
Like,
between a gorilla's mind? No, we're not even talking about God.
Why are you the person asking for univocal properties?
I'll tell you, we're talking about. We're talking about the mind of a gorilla and the mind of a human being, outside.
Yeah, you want a univocal property, right?
Yeah,
is that it?
Yeah.
So why would that apply to God? I don't get it.
No, we're not talking about the mind of. We're just assuming there is no God. We're just talking about the philosophy of the mind as it pertains to the gorilla and as it pertains to the human being. We're looking for.
You can't assume there's no God. Wait,
Matt actually.
You can't imagine a world without God.
Matt is actually looking for univocal.
He's already imagining a world without God.
Yeah, you're imagining a world without God.
Wait a minute.
No, we already knew that he does that. So
you can't do that, John. What the hell, man?
Not the first time he's bullshitted. I mean, bullshit is gonna bullshit.
Not the first.
We're not talking about conceiving a not God world. We're talking about a hypothetical. Or not even a hypothetical. We're just talking about.
It's a hypothetical in which he's not.
Listen.
It's a hypothetical with no God that he's not conceiving of.
This is how stupid this conversation is. But also, in any case, if you could provide, the univocal properties between a gorilla, the mind of a gorilla, and the mind of a human being, Matt and I are very intently waiting for the.
I mean, there are many.
I can't conceive of a world in which you would understand the answer.
Well, it looks like he was attempting to answer.
Well, I mean, what's the point of the analogy supposed to be?
No, it's not an analogy. It's not an analogy. We're just looking. Matt was trying to understand.
Trying to find the univocal properties. Like, what's the point of that?
So that we can understand what the mind represents in a philosophical way.
Why would that help? Why would the univocal properties help? It seems like only the analogous properties would help that.
Well, that's the point. The discussion is
what
about
does univocal mean, John?
If it's only analogous, then the whole problem becomes analogies all the way down. That's you may not know why I'm even asking.
When Socrates looked for a definition, he looked for the thing that all of those have in common that nothing else has, right? So cats, for example, would be the creatures with fur, with 4 paws that have whiskers. All those things are, well, I guess the 4 paws aren't unique to cats, but you get my drift, right? These are all things analogous to others. Not analogous to others.
So let's go with gorilla, the mind of a gorilla, the mind of a human being. Let's go.
Yeah, so you'd want the analogous things, the things that are the same, not
whatever. How about giving us some?
I'm just confused why you kept insisting on the univocal thing. I don't care about this at all. I'm wondering why you said univocal when it seems like what you're looking for is.
I'm going to tell you one. Somebody else already told you one, and that was
awareness of being.
Yes, and I gave you another one, and that's apes like humans clearly make choices.
So choices and being, right? Awareness of being. The question is.
I also pointed out. One more. I also pointed out.
Okay.
A demonstration of awareness of right and wrong.
JJ, you're extremely.
So morality.
I will turn it down.
So you're saying. Oh, let's go with the last one first. So you're saying awareness of right and wrong, right? When I asked Berenis, when I asked Seth about the awareness of right and wrong, he was like agnostic, quote unquote, right? So you're saying now that hang on, the mind of a mouse has the awareness of right and wrong. Is this correct, JJ? Maybe even in a primitive way. Is this how we understand?
I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
Keep in mind, JJ, I might have answered differently. He's going to hold that against you for some reason.
I don't care. Ask that again. I was fiddling with the.
You mentioned something interesting. So awareness of right and wrong represents the analogous property of a mind of a gorilla and a human being. I don't know why you went there, but you did. And so I'm just trying to explore what you mean by that. But you're saying that all minds, now, human beings and gorillas are not the only with minds. You would agree there are other lower animals with minds. And you're going to claim somehow maybe a lion has the awareness of right and wrong when he forcibly copulates with his mate, maybe kills a cub, maybe kills his rival, for that matter. Things like takes on multiple mates in his pride. Just things like that. You're saying that the lion's aware of right and wrong there, Jay?
Yeah.
And so is he acting morally? Is he acting rationally?
If he's acting on what he believes is right and wrong, yes.
So he has propositional attitudes. Are they justified?
I think so, yeah.
So by what basis? By what basis are his propositional attitudes justified?
Whatever his reasons are.
So he has reasons now. You're saying that the lion has reasons, and you're saying that he has justification, and so you're saying what? That there is some sort of morality toward his I would claim instinctual, but you seem to be claiming reasons.
What's the difference?
No, I'm just saying you seem to be, forget what I said. You seem to be claiming reasons. Is this correct?
Clearly.
Justification, propositional attitudes about the moral, of awareness of right and wrong, right, JJ?
Yeah.
And so these are the things that animals have and human beings have, because those are the similar things in terms of mind. Is this correct?
Human beings are animals.
As I said.
And number two, the fact that that's not the only analogous property between lesser animals.
Oh, so you agree with them?
Minds,
you agree with
human
them?
minds. Of course.
You agree? Oh, so you agree that the animals have the awareness?
Stop interrupting him, pig.
I'm just asking Daniel to agree.
First of all, you made the blunder of saying. First of all, you made the blunder of saying that there's a distinction between human beings and animals.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said
human beings are fucking animals. That's the number one thing. And the analogous property between animals with a lower mind would be that it's embodied. Presumably, God doesn't have a fucking brain.
We're not even talking about God.
Okay, yeah, I know. The minds are embodied. No matter how fucking slight the mind is, it's still embodied.
We're talking about
makes it analogous. Which makes it analogous.
Another way it's univocal.
We're not talking about, nobody mentioned the word animal, Daniel.
Univocal.
No one mentioned the word animal. We're talking about the mind of a gorilla and the mind of a human being.
You mentioned the word animals, and you mentioned specific. No, you did.
Then I mentioned the species of a lion.
But first you said animals, and we talked about different kinds of animals.
And then you're the one that says that gorillas and lions and have a sort of a awareness of right and wrong, is what you said. And not only so, you said that they have propositional attitudes, and they have justification for those propositional attitudes because of reason. This is what you said, JJ, right?
Correct.
And so I just want a quick pause. Are you, Daniel, first and foremost, and other people actually signing off on this nonsense?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's plenty of evidence, I think, to see that like animals have sort of like moral reasoning. I mean, I don't know when, but like scientists like taught apes, I think it was, like a few words. They like pointed at some apes and said like those are the no good pieces of shit. And then like scientists they didn't like, they point at them and call them pieces of shit and stuff. I mean, they're territorial. Like mice exhibit certain behavior which is like we could probably consider moral, right? Like if they think a piece of food is poisoned, like they'll piss on it just to make sure everybody else doesn't eat the food. It's just like, what are you asking, John?
So, Walter, do you agree that all minds, because we're talking about minds now, we've just been happening to talk about various species though, but so are you saying that all minds, because that is the topic, have an awareness of right and wrong, and that they have propositional attitudes, and they have reasons and justification for their propositional attitude? Do you actually agree with that all minds have this?
Firstly,
simple yes or
are
no.
you satisfied? I just want to know that you're satisfied with the answer to your other question, which had to be repeated to you.
Well, I'm very satisfied with your answer, JJ. I find it ludicrous. I'm just, that's a whole other issue. I just want to know. I just want to know
that you've been given sufficient univocal qualities of a mind.
I'm
gorillas,
satisfied with your answers.
The gorillas and humans. Okay, good.
But I'm satisfied in a different way than you might imagine. But also.
Well, you agree those are all univocal, right?
I agree that you answered my questions. I appreciate that.
And you agree that all of those properties are univocal, right?
As you claim, sure. right? And so my question
do you agree that they are all univocal?
All univocals, that's correct. I do agree. I'll tell you what. I mean, first and foremost, do you agree? Once again, I'll throw it that all minds have awareness of right and wrong, that they have propositional attitudes toward what's right and wrong morally.
The red herring.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Hold on, John.
We're talking about the mind here. We're talking about the mind.
All he needs to do is produce one univocal property between the minds, right?
Can I just answer that? I would say no. I'm not saying all minds have that. We're talking about specific minds.
No, I'm talking about mind. That's what that came in here for.
I wouldn't take.
He wanted to understand. He wanted to understand what a mind represents. That's his point. He happened to bring up the gorilla, right? But I'm not just trying to stop at a gorilla. Yes, it's a good question. Human mind versus gorilla mind, right? What are the analogous properties, the univocal properties? It really doesn't matter. I'm just trying to find the similarities that we can actually attribute to what a mind represents. Forget the concept of God now. I'm just talking about mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be something like a chair concept, right? Where what we generally talk about is like properties we could attribute to the human mind, and like quite a few of those things are probably going to be attributable to like some other intelligent species of other animals, so on and so forth. But if you want to say that like an earthworm has propositional attitudes and is like has a very fleshed out epistemology, like I don't think that's true.
So is there a fact of the matter about the mind?
What?
Is there a fact of the matter about the mind?
What kind of question is that? I mean, it's like not even fully formulated. Like, what are you saying, John?
Does the mind have a fact of the matter?
Does the mind have a fact of the matter?
Yes.
Does
unbelievable.
Grass,
I've never seen so much prevarication in such simple questions.
What do you mean by that, John?
I mean, I don't. Does anyone else understand the question? Like maybe I'm not getting it.
I don't understand either.
I have a understanding, and I'm just going to say yes.
Does the mind have a fact of the matter?
Yes.
Is there something about a mind that makes it a mind, in other words, right?
Yes.
I don't know if you were here earlier about chair, right? And so the claim by Mr. Tom Rabbit was such that there is no fact of the matter about a chair. And so my question is, in that sense, is there no fact of the matter with regard to a mind? That was the question.
So I think there are going to be like plenty of things that count in favor of labeling something as having a mind, and if it has none of those things, then we're pretty safe in assuming it doesn't have a mind.
So, I mean, just the thing that JJ brought up with regard to, he's trying to say that the facts of the matter concerning a mind are the recognition of right and wrong in a sense of a propositional attitude, a justified belief, and reasons to justify this belief, right? This is what he said, not me. I'm trying to see if you guys sign off on that. I certainly don't sign off on that.
Why?
Well, I understand you sign off to that, Jay.
Why don't you sign off on that?
What we're talking about.
Why don't you sign off on that, John Lee?
Because I don't think everything that has a mind has the ability to do what you're talking about. I don't think.
Well, I didn't say that either.
I agree it has a cognitive ability to do so.
Well, I didn't agree to that either.
And that's why I'm trying to understand what is meant by mind. But more importantly, whether a mind has a fact of the matter. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, we were talking about equivocal properties between the mind of a human and the mind of a gorilla. That's what you were asking for.
Initially, but what I was more so trying to investigate was the mind. I just happened to provide two different species, right? But really the question involves the mind, the univocal properties of a mind.
Right? It's just like
you did answer it. Yeah, but then when you said awareness, then I started to ask you, by awareness, what do you mean? Do you mean some sort of knowledge, right? And if it's a knowledge, is it a justified true belief?
I mean, it's a sense that it's like to be something. That's what a mind is going to be, like the most basic property.
But you said awareness, did you not? You used the word awareness.
No, right? I don't think I said awareness, actually. But
I think I said awareness. Could you repeat what you said then?
Yeah, a sense that it's like to be something, like qualia, experience, something like that. It's going to be like the basic property of the mind.
Yeah, I mentioned awareness.
I'm not sure awareness even entails knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But
so a sense of being. Would you say a tree has a sense of being?
No, I don't think so.
And so could you describe what that sense represents? If a tree does not, I mean, I think a tree does in a sense that.
I think trees experience things. Qualia, exactly.
So qualia is what? Is it? It's certainly not material, right?
Sense of experience. That's what it is.
I think it's
so. So in other words, just all we have to know is the mind represents. And why do you even need a philosophy of the mind if it's just a sense? That's what. So we just close the book on the mind.
What are you talking about?
God has a sense. Game over.
Do you think John needs to drink our brain smoothie, JJ?
I thought you were going to drink his.
I mean, the reason why
him equivocating on mind.
But the reason why I bring it up is because it is often questioned about God, the disembodied mind, this and that, right? Philosophy of the mind, and what Matt brought up, and I thought it was a good point, was what about? He said ape, but then we changed it to gorilla later because of the semantics of ape. It's a loaded term for biological evolutionists, for creationists. But with regard to gorilla, the mind of a gorilla and the mind of a Homo sapien, right, or human being, I was looking for univocal properties, right, and to explore what that means. All I got from Jeff was a sense of being, in a sense, or sense to be, right? I believe that's what you said, right?
A sense of what it's like to be.
And so that's all which I paraphrased. You think that's sufficient to represent the mind?
And it's corporeal.
Which I paraphrased, and then I added on a couple more.
You did.
Of what we think of.
Well, more specifically what you think of. What you think of. I haven't heard a single piece sign off on what you said. Not one. I haven't heard a single
from our human perspective of what it is to have a mind or consciousness, which includes some sort of decision making.
I want to talk to people about philosophy of mind in VR chat tonight. JJ, are you in?
Maybe. Remind me. I know I still have it installed.
That's a soft no.
Because I'm told the philosophy of the mind
because I might pass out.
Yeah, that's all. I'm told the philosophy of the mind involves minds that are not necessarily human minds. So I said, okay, that's fine. So you mean the mind includes the mind of a gorilla? And I guess the answer would be yes, right? Of the mind of a lion, I guess, right? So then how low can you go? Does a slug have a mind?
See, it's hard to say.
Good one. I would think about slug behavior. But I could tell you, I think bees demonstrably have a mind. Wasps demonstrably have a mind. Even insects as simple as that.
Slugs drive around Priuses and parking lots and yell on.
So bees will visit every flower in a field, but they won't visit the same flower twice. So they remember where they were, right?
But they have memory.
Right. So they're able to remember. They have knowledge. Let's say, right? Like they were there and they know it.
Oh,
they were there.
You got me triggered. You got me real triggered when you said that bees have knowledge. Are you saying that bees have justified true beliefs?
Yes.
And so
true beliefs.
Easy.
I don't know if they'd be able to communicate their justifications to us, but like, yeah, I think that, you know.
Call them true beliefs, though.
Who else can remember where they buried an acorn? I don't think that.
True.
They don't remember. They don't remember. It's just random. I promise you. Like, I've seen squirrels tear up things that there were no acorns in, just because they're like, that looks like a place I'd put an acorn, and they just murder some potted plant.
So how do they find
Did you say eggcorn?
Acorn.
Acorn.
I'm fascinated. How do bees
I
justify
might have
their
said
belief?
acorn. My pronunciation is usually terrible.
It's not that I'm not lambasting anybody because it's a common thing that people think. An eggcorn is a phrase for a thing that makes sense, but is not the name of the thing. Like old-timers disease. People hear Alzheimer's, think it's old-timers disease, but it fits, but it's also wrong. Those are called eggcorns, and that would be really interesting.
Hey, man, I think we're onto something here. Like, really, because the answers that I'm getting is just unbelievable to me.
I mean,
I don't even. Why are they justified true belief? This is what I'm hearing.
John wants to say.
You actually didn't hear that.
There's not going to be like some univocal property between a human mind and a gorilla mind. Therefore, like, how are we going to attribute this label of mind in this sort of way? But
analogies all the way down. You know where I'm going on.
Yeah, it's an equivocation all the way down, right, which is a problem for your view, right? Because you're saying the only way we can talk about God is equivocally, right? So if this is an issue for us, then it's just an issue for you, right? And maybe through osmosis, you've been listening to our arguments against, you know, the equivocation all the way down that you have on your view, that you're now using this critique on us.
No.
Right? But that's just going to backfire in your face.
Altoid, let me tell you where I'm at, okay? I'm the one that said I've never had a problem.
So now
I've never had a problem with it, right?
You're now changing your view. Is that it?
No. I've never had a problem with it.
So you're not changing your view that the only way you can predicate on God is equivocation all the way down. Okay, that's still your view. Great.
And so my point is this.
For you too.
The point is this. The point is, listen, if there's a
cocksucker.
So my point is this. May I finish? So also, my point is this. Okay, if I don't have a problem with God,
I just like.
You're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me again. Okay.
Equivocation all the way down.
Listen,
your God.
If I don't have a problem, if I don't have a problem with, if I don't have a problem with analogies all the way down with God, and I don't have a problem with analogies all the way down with animals, then I'm being consistent. However, if the atheist has a problem with analogies all the way down with God, but does not have it with animals, I see a double standard and inconsistency. That is what matters. It's flushed out today.
Nobody has invoked analogies all the way down.
Yeah. When has anybody done that, John?
Yeah, exactly.
Because what does it mean for a bee to have a justified true belief? I was told that a bee has knowledge, okay? And then so when I asked, oh, really? So a bee has justified. You just had JJ say that a lion and a gorilla has awareness of right and wrong. He is justified in their belief, and reasons justify the belief. This is what JJ said.
John, real quick. Imagine for a moment that a bee was able to talk to you. Imagine for a moment that a bee was able to talk to you, and they said, well, justify your beliefs. And they gave you just, a rough breakdown of phenomenal conservatism. Would that be a justified belief in what they know?
You're thinking that's the cognitive ability. Is this what you're saying? Or you want to fantasize that?
No, they said, I go to the flower. I know that I've been to the flower. I remember I was at that flower. So I don't go back to that flower. That's how I know I was there. Right? If they say something like that, is that a justified belief?
Yeah, I certainly would know.
Because suppose they don't have the cognitive ability, then that claim univocally would be false.
Thank you, Detroyer. Somebody.
No, this is against your claim, right? Because no one's assuming that the statement is equivocal or analogous.
Yeah,
I think you're late to the game. I don't think you understand my point.
John, I think it's safe to say.
No, John is.
Actually, whether you're cognitive or not, Detroit, you're the one making sense. You're just supporting my claim.
John, you took my
What's your claim?
You took my
What's your claim, John? He hasn't supported your claim. In fact, your claim is something that hasn't even happened.
Matt, you're a cocksucker. Matt, you're a cocksucker.
Yeah, stop, Altoid. John Lee
folded you guys.
You claimed that you're okay, and you still just can't stop. You just can't help yourself.
The only one that's speaking honest.
You said
he just foiled out by his.
You said that if you're okay with analogical language all the way down,
you guys are triggered.
You're inconsistent if you're okay with analogical language with animals and humans also. But nobody's using analogy here, John Lee.
Troy just admitted there's no cognitive ability of the bee.
No, actually, that's not even what I said. I said that even if they don't have the cognitive ability, I can commit to them not having it. You're still wrong, right? Because no one's using analogous predication to make the claim, even if it's false.
This is all univocal.
Yep, that's right,
John Lee.
You're done, John.
I believe also, did you not say that the analogies are, that the properties are analogous? Did you not say that?
This is important to say, too. I hate you, John.
Which properties are analogous?
Altoid said they were now between the gorilla and the human being was at the time.
I didn't hear him say anything like that. Because everybody here is talking about analogies. It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay.
You asked what we were talking about were univocal properties. That's what you asked for. And that's what we're still talking about.
Yeah, we gave that, John. So what's the problem?
He talked about how analogies all the way down. He said you're mimicking the analogies all the way down thing, thinking that's a problem with something that he's talking about here, which is univocal properties.
But here's the thing. You're saying if they're univocal, you said the bee has knowledge. Or someone did. I think it was Seth that said the bee has
Somebody
knowledge.
did.
I did.
Yeah, and then so when I asked, oh really? And so the bee has a propositional attitude and justification for their belief.
That's not what you said.
Well, that's what you said, and then you also said that.
Well, then you're not saying what you said.
Justification.
You said that. That's what I said. No. You said so. A bee has justified true belief. And we said, I guess. And I said, at least it probably has a true belief. If it has a memory of the flowers it's been to, and it makes some sort of effort to not go to the same flower again because it knows it's been there, it has some kind of knowledge where to go and where not to go. Now, if you want to call it a justified true belief, I guess it is, because there's probably some justification for the propositional attitude that it remembers being there.
Bees don't have propositional attitudes.
Thank you, Brenda. Finally a sense, an honest person.
Like, this is a different argument. It doesn't matter if they do or don't.
They don't have
mine,
a first person.
It doesn't matter if they do or not, but there's no way of knowing if they do or not. But it seems like they do.
Personal attitude is necessary.
Seems like they do based on. It seems like they do based on. Well, we're talking about language of mind. It's really ambiguous, also. But language of thought. I mean, but there's no real way of knowing other than to observe the behavior, and based on that, I lean towards it.
I mean, I can justify why the bee knows something, even if the bee can't justify it for himself. Like, I can explain to you why the bee knows what he's doing.
No, you can't.
Or the bee knows what she's doing, right?
Now you're just equivocating on knowledge is my whole point.
No, I'm not. It's still the same definition. It's a justifiable true belief.
Does knowledge require language?
No.
I think it does. Because propositions are sentences.
Whoa.
Not all knowledge is propositional knowledge, though.
All knowledge is
I
perfect.
gotta commend you, Matt. You have these people twisted up with their answers.
But John, what I found that me and you do really good is I can come in and ask a hard question.
You do really well.
You can really dig at.
Did you say like
Not even a hard question.
Not something you do good.
What was wrong with my answers?
Well, JJ, based on your answers, then I have to say that I'm unjustified in believing that humans humans and apes are the same thing, or gorillas are the same thing. They don't have a human.
Oh my God,
is
Matt,
not
you're so
an ape.
confused.
No, I wouldn't have noticed this.
Because you were unable to give a distinct description of the differences. It was based on your answer, an ape or a lion should be able to question what's a brute fact and principle of sufficient reason as absurd as your answer was. But everyone else was kind of really quiet.
One second, Brenda. One second, please.
Because you said that basically your answers was animals can determine moral rights and wrongs. They can make these choices and make these judgments and things of that nature.
Based upon reason, Matt.
Yeah, based upon reason. So I guess the lion can when he decides, he's going to slaughter a bunch of cubs and just basically get as many female as he can, then he would have you could say he has a principle sufficient reason for doing that, a justified belief based on the way you answered that question. And I think that's kind of
you have no idea what principle of sufficient reason is.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. But
thank you for letting him finish, because that was so much ridiculous.
So I just wanted to get a joke
I
in.
think
Matt,
the
Matt,
answer was
hey,
so
Matt.
absurd. I was actually
Matt, apes can read philosophy, they just can't understand it. Thank you.
Are you saying apes can ape philosophy?
Based on the way JJ answered the question.
It's talking about a gorilla, Brenda, not an ape, by the way.
Who's just
apes? So she is talking about both.
It was just a joke from a fish called Wanda, that's all.
Yes, apes can read Shakespeare, Otto, they just don't understand it.
Well, based on the way JJ was answering those questions, there's no reason why they shouldn't. And and when John
was it
said,
Shakespeare
are you
or
guys
Nietzsche?
on board with this? No one was on board with what JJ was saying.
Did you see
Not
how
one single
silent
person.
everyone was?
Yeah, they just remained completely silent, and JJ just continued to speak absurdity after absurdity, and surprisingly, everyone just remained quiet. Nobody was getting on board with that now.
Until what was absurd? Troy and Brenda said something late.
I was putting a baby to sleep. What did I miss? What was I supposed to sign on?
What did I say that was absurd?
Well, what you said.
Repeat it.
Yeah, what you said was absurd, JJ. Was that gorillas and lions have the ability, the awareness of right and wrong. They have justified true beliefs. They have the propositional attitudes that are justified by reason, and so that their actions, in a sense, are based upon reasons that they're aware about of right and wrong. And then so that they know, and then you said that they know, the lion specifically knows that they're doing right in terms of slaughtering the cub, killing his rival for the habitat, forcibly copulating with the female, taking other mates, female mates for his pride. All of these things you're saying that there's reasons, good reasons for these action guiding principles, I'm paraphrasing now, for his action.
A lot of paraphrasing.
So
what's absurd about that?
Said who's on board with?
Yeah, I don't think that lions or animals have a sense of right and wrong in the same way that we do.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. What did I say was absurd, John Lee?
Well, like I said, Matt and I are recognizing that not one single atheist is on board with that. That's what
Is that what makes something I say absurd?
Well, let's ask them again. Are you guys on board with that?
I'm just going to ask you again. What did I say that was absurd?
The whole thing, from A to Z.
Well, I'm going to cut to the chase.
Okay, then
I'm going to say that I agree with everything you said, but I don't think it's absurd.
Then what was absurd about it?
Well, basically, what you're saying is that if what you say, if you really believe what you say, then why not hold the lion responsible for his evil actions?
Who doesn't hold a lion responsible?
Why not go out into the animal kingdom when a lion forcefully rapes another and kills the cubs? And
lion, are you asking me why I don't do that?
Did an evil act, and they tried to justify it, but yet if they
I don't understand what you're. Should we take him to like?
Are you asking me why I don't do it? Please.
Not hold them to the
JJ,
same
you're so
standard.
loud.
It
Move your
doesn't
mic
make
away
any
from
Why do I
sense.
have to be loud?
You
Perhaps as a king to record, they should go.
By speaking. You were completely absurd, and not one atheist was willing to get on board with anything you said. And
what did I say that was absurd?
They were flip-flopping and backpedaling, and
Matt,
yet
you're not
they
listening.
accused John
Still
of
waiting
being
for an answer.
Matt, you're not listening.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, Matt's the only one who's being absurd, asking for us to start lion courts.
Just tell me what I said that was absurd, Matt. What was absurd about what I said?
Nothing. He's hit the bottom of the barrel.
Lion, SVU.
So
you're asking me why I don't go out and punish lions for doing stuff.
If you really think that lions think like that, that their mind is like that, then there's no reason why what they're doing is just as morally evil as Jeffrey Dahmer going out and doing what he's doing. But you don't have nature like someone like Jeffrey Dahmer. It's inconsistent, and John, by his last hour or so of questioning atheists, showed how painfully inconsistent y'all were on answering the questions of animal minds and human minds, and therefore you have no justification for criticizing John if he can't answer questions thoroughly between the difference between God's mind and human minds.
Human is not inconsistent because people say the same thing about humans.
Displaying your own inconsistency.
Matt, why do you keep talking all the time?
That's the problem. Because people say the same thing about humans. Yeah, but a 5-year-old kills somebody, and a 30-year-old kills somebody. Yeah, but does knowledge wrong.
So Matt, wait, Matt, biblical question then, in this case. Like, turns out the other day I raped this woman, but it's the nice thing is her father said it's totally fine, and he'd let me pay him to get off her on it. Like, I just bought her dowry, and it's good to go. Any problem with that? Yeah, this is derailed, but I thought it'd be a better derail than YNSVU.
Yeah, Rab's got a problem of when
it's a good analogy, actually.
Fellow atheists.
One person explain that.
Rab's gonna love not hearing.
It's obvious.
But the main point is the equivocation on knowledge. That's what it was. That's where it really began.
Human being. Oh my God. Detroit just said different human beings will hold a different standard of right and wrong, right, and punishment and stuff like that. Like he brought up a 5-year-old doing something horribly wrong, like killing somebody. Like we're not going to punish them or hold them to the same standard as an adult that would kill somebody. So it would be kind of like that with a lion, right? If a lion can have a sense of right and wrong, well, we're not going to hold them to the same standard as a human being because they're dumb.
Hey, Jeff, do you think bees have justified true beliefs?
You generally don't hear God refer to animals as sinners. God might identify certain animals as impure, right? But you generally don't refer the Bible. You don't see the Bible referring to animals as sinners. And presumably,
I agree.
That's because A, they have no souls, or certainly not the same souls we have, and B, they don't possess what the law would call mens rea. Most of their decision making is purely it's purely reflexive. It's instinctual. It's reflexive. It's geared towards their survival. When an adult lion eats the cubs of a rival, okay, that's ensuring that his bloodline will take place, like will proceed from him, and it ensures that he's not going to have to worry about maintaining enough dominance over his females in order to continue to have more cubs. Now, red in tooth and claw, sure. not very nice from a human point of view, absolutely. But it works for them. And it's got nothing to do with morality because they don't have morality the way you and I do. Even primates, even pithecines and simians, it's funny because we're beginning to see that they do sort of have an understanding of fairness and
they have a code of justice.
Right and wrong.
If there's one that is
a sense of right and wrong.
Yeah, they have a sense of justice too. Like they'll form posses, and if one of them is like wrong,
Yeah,
with the
but
community,
God said explicitly lions don't have sense of morality.
Yeah, Gus is actually contradicting what JJ said now. So we don't agree.
Okay. Oh no!
That's fantastic.
Oh no!
That's fantastic. Not all theists agree with each other.
No, Jeff. Do you think bees have knowledge?
Just like not all theists agree with each other. Da 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 da.
Yeah, bees. Do you think bees have knowledge, Jeff?
Justified true beliefs? I don't know. I don't think.
No, just knowledge. Knowledge.
Well, knowledge is going to be justified true belief. I think they're more like automatons, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
So bees have knowledge.
Automatons.
They don't know where they've been. In other words.
You think a bee is an automaton, but you are not?
That's a good point. I'm not sure how to think about that. I don't know if they would. I don't know if they have justified true belief. That seems kind of like strange to say if they do.
You heard the example of them not going to the same flower twice?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I'll have to think more about it. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm open to the idea that they do.
Would it be immoral for a bee to go to the same flower twice? That'd be like a bee law.
So let me get
but like, would it be a bee law? Would it be immoral since a bee law? Would it be immoral since a bee system?
So let me get this straight. A theist is supposed to know all about the mind of God, but you can't even tell me about the mind of a bee.
It seems like
not only that, they contradict themselves.
Well, one's made up, the other's not.
To be fair though, how many times do I have to listen to a theist? How many times do I have to listen to a theist say, well, it's not up to us to know the mind of God. God does things for his own reasons. His mind is not...
So I haven't contradicted myself. If Matt Adams is pointing out that we contradict each other, we have different beliefs on things, that's true. But I don't know who's contradicted themselves.
Well, your claims have been consistent, JJ. That's
yeah, I'll say that you made consistent claims. Nobody wanted to get on board with them, but they were consistent. And then Gus comes in here and gives something completely contradictive, saying something contradictive to what you're saying. So at this point, poor little me and John, we're just so confused that we don't know what to do now.
If
someone who said what to do,
if you theists could get a regular punch in the head with the same fucking PSI of attack every day, you'd flock to it because boy, it's consistent. It sure is consistent. But that's what's important.
Matt, were you just saying that atheists contradict each other, or were you saying that they contradict themselves?
Yeah, I'm saying that you and Gus contradicted each other.
Oh yeah, I don't have views. Okay.
Hey, Matt, maybe the mind doesn't exist. How about that one? They're so confused. They haven't justified a mind existing at this point. They don't even know.
They're so confused.
That's true, John.
I think other people are the ones confused here.
Maybe they should just
this is all dependent.
minds at this point.
I still haven't heard what I said that was so absurd, or why it was absurd.
You win. Nothing you said was absurd. Let it go.
Yeah, you were consistent, JJ. We'll just leave it at that.
Right, do you retract the absurdity, Clint?
Oh, hell
no. I still think it's absurd.
Then what was absurd?
Because
are you trying to pull a Dark Dawkins on us now?
Yeah, you basically just said that lions can reason the way humans can. They can make moral decisions.
What's absurd about that?
Do all this stuff. Well, I mean, I just think it's absurd. Because unless you could demonstrate that, and then if you could demonstrate that, then obviously you would have to have some sort of moral objection to some of the things lions do, right? And
I probably do.
Outrage when a lion goes and kills a cub, like you have moral outrage with other things.
Well, because all these acts are different. I'm more morally outraged at a murderer than a probably a thief.
Well, the lion is murdered, right?
Hey, JJ, about the recognition of...
and I might be more morally outraged at the murder of a child than somebody murdering Hitler.
Yeah, but JJ, about the awareness of right and wrong, is right and wrong in your view objective? The lion is aware of what's objectively right and wrong? Is this what you mean?
What do you think, buddy?
I genuinely don't know, dude.
Right and wrong.
Yeah, JJ thinks
I've never invoked any moral objectivity. Ever.
JJ is moralist for lions only.
What would objectively be right and wrong to a lion, John?
I'm just asking. It's a simple question.
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't know what's objectively right and wrong for a human.
I'm asking you a question, buddy. It's your turn now.
So you want to ask a question or something?
He's asking who a question? Me?
He's trying to white nut you, JJ.
No, you asked me a question, I answered it, then he asked you a question.
Well, you didn't answer. I didn't get an answer. Is it objective, right, or is the lion who you claim is aware of right and wrong, quote unquote? I'm just wondering, do you mean objectively right and wrong or not?
Yeah, I said I don't hold to any objective morality.
So it's
said that.
It's subjective, right? Unless there's a different word.
No. It's just not maximally objective. How's that?
So you don't. Oh, so now I'm going to ask you: when you say awareness, the lion has awareness of right and wrong. Do you mean that in a subjective sense, according to the mind, dependent upon the mind of the lion? Is that what you're saying, Jim?
Yep.
So you are saying subjective. Okay, so the lion has propositional attitudes that are about morality that's subjective, and they're justified based upon the reasons that this lion has. Is this correct?
Yeah.
And this is where we are. I don't even need to proceed any further.
I agree.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Folded like a cheap plastic chair in the all-purpose center at a megachurch.
Why?
What?
Because you guys were so terribly inconsistent when John was asking you about minds.
What was the inconsistency?
You were all over the place. Gus comes in contradicting JJ. Nobody was willing to get on board with JJ.
I wasn't all over the place.
You had
earlier. I was all over the place.
Then you had earlier other people just saying one thing and then backpedaling. At one point, I can't remember what it was now, but I remember calling someone out.
Some people say bees have knowledge, Matt. Some people say bees do not have knowledge.
So you don't remember what happened, but you're sure that JJ got folded? Is that how it works? You can't tell us what happened, but you're sure it involved JJ folding?
John just brilliantly stillman JJ earlier. But then earlier when we were talking about, I asked, okay, so if humans and animals, humans and apes, if we're all apes, then what's wrong with a human ape having sex with another ape? And you guys had some sort of objection to it. And then you said,
I wish you'd have asked me that question. I just sorted you out.
Other apes can't consent at that point. And then I started saying, well, how do you know they can't consent? And you started talking. So I said, well, they might be able to consent. We don't know. So you immediately started backtracking. So when we started asking you specific details about the minds of other animals, and when John carried it further, you guys were just all over the place. But then you want to accuse John.
There is no all of that is.
When
he just vaguely gesturing to the concept of winning an argument.
Yeah, we won. I mean, we folded.
I'm sure you think so, but you can't describe what actually happened, so I remain unconvinced that actually...
If you cannot...
Was what happened in reality.
Between a mind of a monkey, or a mind of an ape, or a mind of a human, which literally can be cut apart and dissected in a lab, and we can look at it physically, and you guys can't tell the difference, then why would you criticize John?
You could run it under a functional MRI, and you don't even have to wait for him to be dead and dissected.
And God's mind. And that's the problem. You guys just got folded tonight by the question, the critique I asked, and John took it to the next level and folded you to the point where I don't know if you can be straightened back up.
There's even more. There's even more, Matt. Brenda brought up the fact of dependence upon language, and so if you're going to try to say that a bee has language and things like that, I mean, it's even more ridiculous.
That's so ridiculous. Bees definitely have a language.
Yeah, bees definitely have some form of symbolic representation.
And it's their proposition. That's propositional attitude.
Distance and direction.
So you're saying that bees have propositional
John, we're
attitude.
trying to tell you. There's a bee pollen dance that they do when they come back, and that dance is a language to them.
Well, it's not a language. I mean, Chomsky would use the language.
Now we're in trouble.
But what difference does it make? Like, why? What turns on it? Does God exist if bees don't speak the language?
I mean, Jack, I don't want to bring this down to some,
No, they're able to represent things abstractly and symbolically. They're not a formal language. They don't have
and I also don't want to be fucked while I'm still talking.
They're going to
Sorry.
This is going to come down to language of thought.
No problem. Here we go.
This is going to come down to language of thought.
Yeah, but what I'm just trying to say, how does God exist? Depending on how you answer
No, we're not talking about God. We're not talking about God.
Here's going to be another long conversation where basically Jack's going to be the only one doing any of the talking. No.
We're talking about minds, Jack.
And Matt, yeah, but the only reason why you and Matt are interested in talking about minds is because somehow it bears on Jesus.
No, we're talking about the mind of gorillas and the mind of human beings.
We're showing how inconsistent.
Yeah, here we go.
Guys, why don't we just have John
we were interested
Wait,
in
I want to hear Matt explain how it is that atheists are necessarily inconsistent, because he's never been able to do that before.
I'll give you.
Before we go off on a new rabbit trail,
This goes back to presuppositional apologetics. One of the things that Greg Bonson
You're not a presuppositionalist,
when the person makes a critique of someone's worldview, then they best have a consistent worldview of themselves, because if not, you have the right to throw that back in their face.
No, I don't need to have painted the Picasso to know that your Picasso doesn't work
perfectly. He showed the inconsistency of your guys' critique of Christianity, because you guys couldn't figure out the difference between the mind of an ape and the mind of a human.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's going to.
I'm sure references all night.
I'm sure that's going to interfere with us critiquing Christianity.
Take a gorilla's brain and put it in a lab and slice it and dice it and examine it, just like you could a human. You still couldn't figure out the difference. And yet you were criticizing John Lee the other day for not being able to
Accordingly, you have these attitudes where you want to punish gorillas in different ways.
Who says we couldn't figure out the difference between an ape's brain and a human brain? Who says we can't figure out the difference?
Well, we've been talking about it for a long time.
But Matt,
but part of the problem is that a mistake was made very early on in the conversation. The simple fact is that we are not apes. We are descended from apes. And that's
apes. Humans are apes.
Yes and no. Yes and no. The fact is that the problem is that as soon as you admit that, as soon as you admit that, even though it's technically,
the answer is yes and no.
Shut up for a second. Even though it's technically correct, as soon as you admit that, the fucking Dunderbrains over in Theist land, they go run with it. And instead of understanding that what that really means is that at some point the branch of the family tree split from pure ape, okay? And from pure ape,
we're not even talking about
it split. Yes, we are. It split.
We're talking about gorilla and the human being.
Yes. We were talking about apes, okay? We were talking about apes, John.
No.
Fuck around.
The mind of a gorilla.
John, don't fuck around, John. We're talking about apes.
He did disambiguate. If I may, he did deliberately disambiguate to saying gorilla, so that it was clear that he wanted to, form distinct classes.
Well, then that's even worse then. That's even worse then, because humans are not gorillas, and they've never been gorillas.
No, about the mind of a gorilla.
Can I just ask Gus? Are you the guy who mentioned?
Don't ask us anymore.
We don't fucking don't ask us. Fuck you, Jack. Fuck you
personally.
No.
Fuck you, Jack. I don't fucking own this place. Fuck you.
Yeah, Gus.
Don't ask fucking Gus anything.
Breathe.
I'll breathe all right. I'll fucking inhale the two of you.
We're all good. We're good.
Nothing anymore.
We're all friends.
Well, fuck off.
Gentle.
Wait, so
Gentle
Matt,
friends.
why is Matt?
Why is Jack blocking me out of the conversation?
Gus, are you the gentleman who mentioned mens rea?
Why is Jack
before?
blocking me out of the conversation?
Because you're not saying anything that's helpful.
Well,
Jack,
you know
if I
what?
may,
Fuck
please,
you.
just 1
You're not
second,
the
and
only
then you
person
can
to
have the
talk in this
floor.
fucking room.
No, you're just going to ask us to talk some more.
That's
No,
right.
I just want to
Fuck
ask
you,
you
Jack.
one very quick question. We could be past this, gentlemen, please. Gus, were you the one who mentioned mens rea before?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, fantastic. Now, Jack, you can suck my ass.
So wait, so why is Matt saying that he's a presuppositionalist? We established the other day that he's not one.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
Why is Matt saying he's a presuppositionalist? Presuppositionalists think that all other worldviews are incoherent, right? But he doesn't have an argument for that.
I think he's trying to be one, Jack. I think he's studying up on it.
He is studying up on it, but why would he say that all other
pulled the eject
worldviews are
lever.
incoherent?
Matt did.
What'd you say?
Matt
He fled from you.
Oh, he fled? Okay. Well, to quote Detroyer, John Lee is really the worst.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Jack, you're going to flash your bag all the way over your fucking head and pull down.
Hey, Johnson, why don't you tell Jack what your point was with this whole mind shit?
Not to tell everyone my work is done here.
What, is he opening up another room where he can, like, mod abuse?
I have no idea.
So the question I've been thinking about is whether someone can have a propositional attitude without like being able to formalize it, I guess, with language. Like whether you can just have something like that, like almost instinctively. I mean, it's just an attitude, right? It's a disposition, so you don't really necessarily have to be able to formalize that.
I think it's a proposition that requires language.
Why?
You know, like the grass is green is like a proposition that requires language.
Right. But so let's, like, if you had a feral child, right, and you never taught it language, would it have a concept of greenness in the grass?
I mean,
I think philosophers are gonna disagree about that, but I'm not sure why anything about whether God exists, particularly the God of Christianity, is going to turn on that. That's what I was asking.
Well, we weren't even talking about God. We were trying to avoid the topic of God at all costs.
No, not you, John Lee. You're not trying to avoid the topic of God.
Yeah, so John, why don't you explain your point to Jack without interruptions?
Well, to be honest, Matt came in here talking about the mind. He's trying to find the property, the univocal properties that are of the mind of a gorilla and the mind of a human being.
And you were given three, right?
Which all three were pretty hilarious.
Right, and why was he
Can I get a mic check, by the way? Is this better? Am I breaking
Because one of the things, Jack, was one of the things was awareness was mentioned, right? And then so when I inquired further about awareness, now we're getting analogies about knowledge, right? And then so the knowledge of a bee, for example, the knowledge of a lion and a gorilla, and that these are, according to JJ, these are like propositional attitudes. They are justified, and they're justified by reasons. This is the answers that we're getting about the univocal properties of the mind of a gorilla and the mind of a human being. This is where we're.
Yeah, what's wrong with any of that?
Maybe, hopefully, Jack will set. I mean, it seems like no one's saying anything.
John, what was the whole purpose of this? Why don't you just tell him the whole thing?
Oh, the whole purpose, Altoid is still here. He was saying that we have analogous properties, and he seems to acknowledge that these.
What was the actual reason for all of this? Just tell Jack.
He was equivocal.
You mean in terms of Matt Adams?
Again,
Are you talking about in terms of Matt Adams?
In terms of your questioning, your questions. They're all your questions.
The reason for my line of questioning was to demonstrate that I have no problem with analogies all the way down, whether it's between the mind of humans and God or the mind of humans and animals. I have no problem with it. But people seem to have problems with analogies all the way down with the mind of humans and God, but they have no problem whatsoever with the mind of animals and the mind of humans.
No analogies.
What Matt Adams was trying to say is there's an inconsistency in his double standard, and I would actually agree with Matt.
Analogies. I think I spoke
no analogy.
Definite, like
fuck. They were using fucking
like observable.
The knowledge of a bee and the knowledge of a human being. Are you kidding me?
Specifically about mind, right?
The knowledge of a human being and the knowledge of a bee.
Of a bee.
And there's no analogy. It's not analogous.
It's a red herring.
It's univocal.
Get fucked. Get shat on. Get
it's
fucked.
univocal. No analogy was used, John Lee. That's just you trying to straw man.
John, you know.
And if you think it's not univocal, tell me, John Lee, why it's not univocal. Because nobody was making an analogy.
Because the bee does not have the cognitive ability to reason and to justify propositional attitudes with that required language and all these things. If you're going to claim that there is, I believe Jay put some peer-reviewed paper in the chat that represents that.
Indicates that it's able to remember things. Like it remembers where it was. It forms like a trail that it follows, and it doesn't double back.
Yeah, this is already been.
It has knowledge, right? You're saying it has knowledge.
I mean,
over and over, and you're saying it's not, and you're not answering why.
Like I'm not.
And you're not answering why.
Beliefs and we don't know how to justify them or it's justifiable, but,
right?
Correct.
Yeah, this is where we're at.
And you're not demonstrating or even trying to attempt to say why it's not.
There's a paper in the chat that Jane put up about language, about
don't give a shit.
He's trying to say, look, you don't know what my mind is either. That's the point of what he's doing. He's going, well, you can't define a mind.
He certainly hasn't done that.
Daniel understands.
And I can't either. He's a fucking.
He hasn't done that.
You guys can't even talk about the mind of a bee, and you expect us to talk about the mind of God. That's basically what it boils down.
Claiming we're not.
What do you mean can't even do that? It was just done. You dipshit. Who can't do it?
You make claims about God having a mind.
You're such a fucking moron, John Lee. It's amazing.
Anyway,
amazingly stupid.
Matt definitely strutted off this chessboard. It's checkmate atheist for him.
Checkmate atheist.
Amazingly stupid.
How are
but he wasn't wearing his pants.
How are atheists committed to some specific view of the mind? That's what I don't understand.
They're not.
Yeah, it's not a matter of commitment. It's just a matter of the explanations we're getting.
Oh. Yeah, what's wrong with what I said, John Lee?
I already answered that, JJ. Come on.
No, you still haven't answered it.
Oh, good. Matt Adams is back.
JJ.
Oh, he's back for more.
Question again.
You still haven't answered it, John Lee.
JJ.
No analogies were made. That's a false claim you made. Then you made some ridiculous claim that you can't even talk about the mind of a bee. It was just done.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to be very defensive about your statements. I can see that you agree with them and you think that that they make sense, but I don't think anyone, especially Gus here, is agreeing with you.
You've offered no critique.
I actually did.
So what if I don't agree? So what?
And yeah, exactly. And I don't agree with JJ either. So what? That's what I'm asking JJ.
No.
Yeah, why don't you agree?
I don't consider the knowledge of a bee, quote unquote, univocal with the human being in terms of justification, language, propositional attitudes, justification by reason. I mean, these are the things. Come on, dude.
Okay, let me give you another.
1 second. 1 second. What makes it? What makes it not univocal?
No, it's univocal in the claim, okay? Well, what it is in the actuality of whether the bees has these things, right? That's where I find it to be an absurd
People
claim.
wouldn't use these big
Why?
words if you didn't know what they meant.
Because he's saying because it just
Don't answer for him.
When it comes to the awareness of right and wrong with bees, I mean, because they have a mind, that's what all minds have, and that's just, I mean, how much further do you want me to go with this? In a sense,
I want you to explain yourself. What's not univocal about it?
I already explained it to you, JJ.
You haven't explained shit. You just keep saying you don't believe it. Why?
No, I didn't say.
Not those words, but you don't agree with it. That means you don't believe it.
I think it's laughable.
Directly follows.
I think it's laughable. I gave you the reason.
Oh, because you can't answer
I
it.
gave you the reason why more than once. It's like falling on deaf ears. It's like darkened sometimes. It's like give me the justification or
John, when you haven't given any
reason.
John, when you say God has a mind, what do you mean?
something.
John, when you say God has a mind, what do you mean?
We're not even talking about.
Yeah, but this is the root of
Yeah,
the
you're not
entire-
talking about anything because you're not even answering.
We're talking about the mind.
You're not even explaining what I said that wasn't univocal. Then you admitted that it was univocal in its statement.
Now, what we're talking about is the.
But you don't agree. But you don't agree that bees have justified true beliefs because they don't have cognitive ability, because they don't have propositional added. What the fuck?
And language as well.
And you know this how?
There's a source right there in the chat, JJ. That Jane put.
Is that how you know it?
Not how a bee knows it. That's for sure.
Is that how you know it? Because there's a paper that's been posted in the chat?
Are you saying that's not? I mean, do you have any sources to back up what you just made? A series of claims. That's all you did. You really didn't back it up. I admit.
You a question.
I
Is
admit.
that how you know
JJ,
it to be true?
JJ, I admit that. I admit that what you're
Is that how you know it to
claiming.
be true, John?
I admit that what you're
That's all
claiming
I
is.
asked you. Is it that paper?
I
and
admit.
you know it to be
I
true?
admit that what you're claiming, JJ, is consistent.
Just answer the damn
Okay?
question.
But Gus, he did not justify any of his claims
It's
with
not about
no
any
sources,
He
no
asked you a
reason.
simple question. He
just made simple.
John,
he just made
asked you,
simple
said,
claims.
John,
that the knowledge of a bee, that the mind of a bee has these properties, these univocal properties that a human mind has. All he did was be consistent in his claims. That's all he did.
He didn't ask you any of that.
Well, I retract the question. In fact, I'll rephrase the question. I'm just going to rephrase it. Is that why you believe this? And I did give you
justification. I could have went there, Jay.
I did give you justification, though.
Actually,
I did give you justification.
No, you didn't. You just made.
I told you. The claim was that these have knowledge. And you said they have justified true belief. Well, yeah, it's demonstrated in their behavior. They clearly demonstrate that they have some kind of memory of where they've been and not been. And the behavior also demonstrates that they have that because they don't go back to places that they have been to collect the pollen and go to other flowers where they can.
How does that represent language, propositional attitude, justification?
It's not meant to demonstrate. It's not meant to demonstrate that. It's meant to demonstrate that they have some kind of knowledge, something that we could call knowledge.
And that's my whole point. I'm saying now.
They have a belief of where they have been. Now we want reasons about why they have language.
And that's what I'm saying.
Language.
The whole point was that
and Gus brought up the reasons specifically of how we know they have some kind of language by way of symbolic dance.
The whole point was that when you talk about knowledge,
reasons were given to you.
You're equivocating on knowledge is the whole point.
What's the equivocation?
You just equivocating. You said not like humans is what you said. That's sufficient.
I didn't say that.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Y'all understand how confused
I
John
understand.
Lee and I are now, don't you?
I'm trying to understand what the problem is with this. I mean, what's the issue? I mean, insects and animals are different than humans.
No, he's saying they're the same as far as knowledge is concerned, Floyd. That's the issue. I told him that he's equivocating on the knowledge of bees and the knowledge of human beings. See?
What's the equivocation? What's the equivocation?
Well, I'm a reliabilist. If an insect has reliable senses and they infer things, I think they have some sort of knowledge.
What's the equivocation, John Lee?
I mean,
the equivocation, it's very simple, Floyd. It's very simple. We're talking about univocal, right? And so do you agree that bees have these things? Cognitive ability for language, propositional attitudes, justification by reason for their knowledge. Do you agree with these sets of statements by JJ? It's a simple yes or
no. I don't know if bees do.
I think like consciousness and intelligence and so forth come in degrees. I don't think it's one or the other.
So it's a simple no, right? I see you're trying to be kind. It's just a no.
So hold on, John. You've been talking a lot. Just let me. So bees have kind of a memory, like whether you would define that as like a justified true belief. I think is kind of a moot point at this juncture. These are also kind of stupid, and I'm going to contrast that with wasps. Wasps also eat pollen. They don't go back and make honey or royal jelly or any of that shit. They just eat it. But so they've done experiments where they take wasps and they cut them loose in like a greenhouse where like you have flower A and flower B, and flower B will produce more pollen than flower A, and they'll let them do their thing for a few days, and then they'll put them in another greenhouse where you have flower B and flower C, where flower C has slightly more pollen than flower B, and then they'll put them in a third greenhouse where they have flower A and flower C, and the wasps will go for flower C first until they've exhausted all of the flower Cs. They have like the transitive property of logic where they know that like if B is greater than A and C is greater than B, then C is greater than A, right? So I don't know like if that counts as like a propositional attitude towards, reality, but there it is.
Fucking transitive reasoning. What's the equivocation, John Lee?
Awfully quiet over there, John.
Don't make me break out on Schaffer here. Detroit might get triggered.
Yeah, okay, so he's not going to answer that question. So who's going to be the one to ask John how it's the case that God has a mind?
Well, why don't you do it? Since,
yeah, that's been suspiciously skirted.
Yeah, I mean, like, if he's saying that, like, we can't, if we can't use this label, because there is no property that's, like, the same.
I'm actually saying we can use the label.
Then we just can't label him as having a mind, right? And John is the one who, again, assents to the view that it's equivocation all the way down, so... I mean, that just seems like more interesting.
Analogies
like,
all the way down.
Whether bees can, yeah.
But there's been no equivocation. There's been no analogies. And just to recapitulate.
No, but John's view.
Yeah,
he's a
JJ, I already demonstrated how you equivocated the knowledge of human beings and the knowledge of bees.
You haven't demonstrated it. You just said it.
I mean, John's being a weasel right now. Like, he believes it's okay to have equivocation all the way down for his view, but he's saying that there's a problem for us, right? Even though
you're missing it.
Sorry. Even though we can give multiple instances of like animals or insects or whatever under certain views having mind in some respect, right? And that's not sufficient for him for some reason.
I have no problem with it.
The point is just that under his view, right, it's a major problem for him, right? Because for anything,
I'm saying there's no problem for me.
He has propositions, but not in any way that we understand, and he has this in a way that, like, it's just equivocation for you.
I'm saying that you guys have a double standard.
If you're against equivocation, then this is a problem for you.
I don't have a problem with analogies. No, I don't.
Nobody here has used an analogy, John Lee.
I'm saying that you guys have a problem with analogies when it comes to God and the human mind, but you have all of a sudden you have no problem with analogies when it comes to the mind of a human and the mind of a beast.
There's been no analogies made.
Yeah, there were no.
Nothing has been in. There's still been no analogy, John Lee.
Yeah, John Lee's a fucking idiot. But I'm just trying to understand how it's the case that God has a mind.
But I want to read that red herring because John Lee said that what I said was absurd. But when he said he didn't mean there was anything contradictory, because he also claimed I was consistent with everything I said.
Yeah, consistent.
So when he said absurd, he meant he thinks it's absurd, and by that, he won't say why it's absurd. He just won't say why he thinks it's absurd.
While you attempted to make it univocal, I agree you were consistent. However, the facts do not back you up with regard to the knowledge, quote-unquote, of bees. And being that the knowledge, quote-unquote, of bees is different, it is analogous, and that analogous is that the analogies do go all the way down in a sense that they are not univocal.
I didn't say it was different.
I would say that your objection to this, John, I'd say your objection to this, John, kind of, it sounds like a kind of a reification fallacy, where you're saying, okay, we have this model of what knowledge is, right? It's justified true belief, and you're like, well, because bees can't justify their true belief, then that means that they don't have this real thing that is knowledge, right? This concrete thing. But that's just like one model of explaining what knowledge is, right?
The whole point, Gray, is
it sounds like
you're not listening.
Selecting this one model.
You're not listening. I don't have a problem with it. Okay, you're not even listening to me. The reason I bring it up is not because I have a problem. The reason I bring it up is atheists on this point of bees and human beings do not have a problem, and yet they have a problem when it comes to not bees and human beings, but human beings and God, the mind of God. Great, and that's why they have a problem there, but they don't have a problem with bees and human beings. While I have no problem with God and human beings, and no problem with human beings and bees, that's where I'm consistent.
Well, no, it sounds like you do have a problem, and your problem is that I can look at bees and their behavior, and I can look at wasps and their behavior, and gorillas, and all these different creatures, right?
You're misunderstanding my problem.
And I can understand about how they're making decisions and they're thinking about the world, right? But I can't look at God's behavior and know anything, because there's not really a whole lot of empirical evidence for God, is there?
My problem is with you guys trying to justify bees, lions.
No, I just told you what your problem is, John. You should just repeat.
I don't think you have a proper understanding. I don't think you have the proper context of where I'm coming from, Gray.
I know exactly where you're coming from.
Oh, you do? Could you steel man me?
I just told you.
Could you steel man me, please?
Don't waste your time. No matter what you say, he'll claim you can't.
No, I just explained that your entire problem is that you can't also point to a parallel set of behaviors in God that we can observe and understand how he thinks, because God doesn't give us any empirical evidence of anything, mysteriously.
No, that's not the problem. My problem
That is your problem. Whether you acknowledge that is your problem or not, that is your problem.
Oh, my goodness. So,
if you could do that, you wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, like I said, you fail to understand what I'm trying to say. You couldn't steel man me, and then when I try to actually give you my point, you literally try to argue that is the steel man. That's it.
I did not literally say that was the steel man.
Yeah. In any case, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you're still not going to explain how what I said was absurd?
But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the mind of God and the mind of human beings, we speak analogously, right? And we have no problems representing the analogous properties as analogies. All the way down, doesn't matter. It's not a problem for me.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Like, what the fuck are you saying when you say God has a mind?
I'm saying it's not
what the hell does that
problematic.
mean? Yeah, what do you mean that's not problematic, right? Like,
Yeah.
you mean mind in the same way that you mean minds,
It's
right?
the same thing. I'll tell you, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
When Matt says,
say mind.
would you let me finish?
Sorry. When I say mind, is that the same thing we're talking about when referring to God?
You said, what does it mean? And I was just answering, you cut me off. With respects to what it means that the mind of a gorilla and the mind of a human being is not univocal as it is for the mind of God, is what you're talking about, and the mind of a human being. And so the question that Adam posing, not Matt Adams is posing, by mind of a gorilla, what do you mean? This is how we came in. By mind of a gorilla, what do you mean? And nobody could answer.
Yeah, like when we're talking about an animal, we're talking about some univocal sense in which we can apply mind, whether that's like propositional knowledge or first-person qualia or whatever, right? But when you say that God has a mind, and it's just analogies all the way down, like, nobody can fucking understand what the hell that means.
There was analogies all the way down for animals, is my whole point.
No, it wasn't, right? Look,
there was no analogy. There was no analogy whatsoever.
Minds of humans and minds of gorillas in one way, and if gorillas don't have that.
Okay, here's the thing.
It sounds like you're divorced.
Yeah, here's the thing. There were multiple responses. Hang on. There were multiple responses. In JJ's case, you're right, JJ. It was not analogies all the way down. I'm not talking about you specifically.
There was not one analogy made by anybody.
Yours is a case. Hang on. Yours is a case of being univocal. It's just that the model that you're proposing for to be the knowledge of bees and the knowledge of human beings being univocal is absurd. You're asking me to demonstrate the absurdity I already have. Now, when it comes to other people,
no, you didn't.
They're saying when it comes to other people,
you just said, well,
they did speak analogously about the quote-unquote knowledge of a bee and
what
the
analogy
knowledge
was
of a human
used?
being.
What analogy?
Which is an equivocation is all I was saying. So what I'm saying is that there were multiple different responses, which Matt Adams is saying makes it even more confusing. That's what
was the analogy?
I just told you that the knowledge, quote unquote, of a bee is like the knowledge of a human being.
So what was the analogy, though?
Yeah, what was the analogy?
Memory, things like that.
So that's not an analogy.
Yeah, but the analogy was that a bee knows what flowers it's been
not analogically,
right? But it's not analogically. It requires some sort of knowledge, language, or proper belief, and this is all they're saying. So the bee, quote unquote, knows what flower they've been to, but that know is not really propositional because there's no. This is the.
Nobody said that.
That's why. Yes. What are you talking about?
Nobody said that.
Unbelievable. You didn't say that.
Who said that?
I don't even think you're listening.
Not the knowledge. The knowledge of the bee.
You're just concerned. You're just concerned with what you said. And when other people were talking analogously, you kept insisting, well, I didn't say that. I didn't say you said that. I said that yours is univocal, however, absurd and not factual. That's what I did.
What's absurd?
But you're missing the point. And so I already talked about that. I'm just talking about the
Yeah, you talked about it. You didn't say why or how it
I'm
was
not
uttered.
saying that you equivocated. I'm saying others did, and now you're asking about what statements that others made, and then you seem ignorant. You seem so obsessed with your own statement or your own self. You're not even aware of what other people are saying.
I listen to what other people say.
No,
I didn't hear any analogies made. Who made an analogy?
In fact, Altoid, in the beginning, if you don't remember, he says that analogously is the only way we can talk about it, quote unquote.
No, he said that about God.
No. He was talking about you talking about.
True,
It is true. When he talked about analogy,
I know what I said.
He said that you can only talk about God's mind.
The mysterious gorilla that you can only speak of analogously.
Right.
Nobody talked about a gorilla's knowledge analogically at all. He talked about you only being able to talk about God's knowledge analogically, and how that's a problem.
Nobody signed off to gorillas having justification for their beliefs and so forth.
That's where we started.
More specifically, through reason.
That's where we started, univocally.
That's where you started. That's where you.
Nobody talked about a gorilla's knowledge or mind being analogous. It was all univocal, because that's where we started. You asked for univocal reasons.
When we started talking
about the gorilla and the human. No.
And the morality.
It started with the gorilla.
The awareness of right and wrong. These are statements that you made, right? With regard to the lion.
Before that, we started with the gorilla. It was all univocal. Nobody made any claim of an analogical mind with the gorilla or anything else other than God. When Altoid said that was the problem with you, when you talked about there being a problem of equivocation all the way down, which was aping the analogies all the way down, that's your problem.
Anyway, I'm glad there's a recording.
Yeah, me too.
Like, John's floundering on this point, right? Like, he's being a huge piece of shit, right? But, like, we should just ask him when he says God has a mind, like, what does he mean? And he says, oh, it's not an issue for me, but nobody can, he can't explain why, right? Like, just what the hell is he saying when he says God has a mind? Like, what the hell is he, like, he's not saying anything at all.
That's what Matt said about the mind of a bee.
What does it mean to be made in the image of God?
And so all Matt was asking is to clarify what you mean.
John,
the mind of a gorilla, the mind of a human being.
Right now,
it went into the mind of a lion, and then it went into the mind of a bee.
What are you talking about?
And then you guys couldn't even explain what the mind of a bee is.
Look, John, I'm asking you a question right now. When you talk about the mind of God, what are you saying?
That's a red herring.
No, it's not.
We've already had hours of discussions on that topic a different day. We're talking about the mind of a gorilla.
I mean, you're trying to apply this argument to us as if it's a problem when we give you a univocal sense, right, and you dismiss it offhand. But the point is, this is an issue for you, right? Because if you affirm that equivocation all the way down is meaningless, then when you equivocate and have analogies all the way down when you talk about the mind of God, then what you're saying is meaningless.
Yeah, let me just ask you a couple of questions outside. Does a bee have knowledge?
I would like an answer to my question.
Look at you stumbling already and stuttering. You can't even ask a simple question.
Look, I asked you a question, then you asked me a question. I'm trying to understand when you say God has a mind, what you're talking about. Right?
Yeah, like I said, I already addressed it.
You don't know what you're talking about?
I already addressed it.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, exactly. Just run. Why don't you run? Because you're so desperate. You're like Jay Robin. You're like Jay Robin, totally cornered, and going, God does not exist because tell me about the mind of God.
Well, I mean,
You can't even answer a simple question.
If you're gonna bitch and moan and complain, right? Like, look, if there is a univocal,
It is either the case of B has knowledge or it does not.
if there is a univocal predication of mind with regards to bees and humans, with knowledge or something else, then it's either true or it's not true. Now answer my question.
Oh, it's either true or not true. Oh, how informative.
Yeah, answer my question. When you say
So does the bee have knowledge or not? Do you know if a bee has knowledge?
When you say God has a mind, what the hell are you saying?
Once again, the topic of God is a red herring.
You're not going to answer.
It's like Jay Robin going, God does not exist because you're literally. It's not that I haven't discussed this before.
Yeah, bye. I don't care. Look, you either have an answer to the question or you don't. You obviously can't answer the question, so
that's false. That's false. I actually answered
the question.
I have answered. I've talked about this for hours upon hours. You can't even answer a simple question: does a bee have knowledge or not?
So we already covered this a couple of times, John. One more time.
Then what's the answer?
We've demonstrated.
Wait a minute, Gray. What's the answer, Altoid?
I will answer the question as soon as you stop interrupting me.
You're not Altoid first and foremost. If you want to write Altoid, does a bee have knowledge or not?
If knowledge is JTB, a bee either has JTB or it doesn't, right? That's univocal.
Unbelievable answer. A bee either has knowledge or it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's JTB. This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, again, whether or not you can say that it's a justified true belief, or whether it's knowledge.
I didn't ask for any of that. I just asked if a bee had knowledge.
I don't care you didn't ask. I'm talking to you. Pipe down.
Yeah, fuck you, John. Piece of shit.
Does the bee have knowledge?
Bees have memories, knowledge, whatever. It's a moot point. We can point to bees.
It's not a moot point.
Taking information from the world around them,
I would say
forming memories and behaving based upon those memories that they've developed. The problem that I see that you have, John, is that you're trying to describe a timeless, spaceless, massless,
back on God again.
That exists
back on God.
Completely separate from reality, and in fact must have existed. I don't know why we're interrupting, and existed before creation, and that's really the key sticking point that you have to deal with. See, a mind, as far as we understand theories of it, abstracts information from a world around it in order to form things to think about. Otherwise, what is the mind doing? So if there isn't actually anything for God to think about before anything is created for him to think about, how do you even have a mind at that point, John?
Yeah, the knowledge of a bee, you never go with the mind.
No, don't answer my question with the question, John. We've been speaking. Yeah, I'm talking to you, though. So that's your problem all of a sudden, isn't it? I was able to speak univocally of bees and wasps and monkeys and whatever the hell else you wanted. I'm asking you a question about your God that you're supposed to defend the idea of. If God existed before there was anything to think about, how does he have a mind to think about anything? That's our theory of the development of a mind. You actually have to have all sorts of things to think about. Reality, symbols, and some theories of mind. But we could put aside some of those more complex models, and we could just go with really basic stuff. So if there's literally nothing for God to think about, why do you say that God had a mind at that point?
Yeah, we're not talking about God, first and foremost.
Oh, wait.
So the question on the table is...
Again, like I'm talking about God to you.
I didn't interrupt you.
We've already covered monkeys and bees and wasps all night. Here's your one question about God. So are you gonna blink, or are you gonna be able to answer the question?
The question on the table is, does the bee have knowledge? And the
question on the table is, how is God able to exist as a mind if it existed before there was a creation to think about?
Or do you equivocate?
What was God thinking about?
The knowledge of a bee.
How did God's mind develop? There was nothing there for it to develop thinking about.
These are very simple questions that you guys are just totally running away from. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, look, John.
Yes, it is embarrassing, John.
Question 4 times, you fucking dumbass, right? Like, do you even have your earphones like in your ears? right?
You
I am.
literally asked every person in this room that's willing to speak to you the same question.
God does not exist because God does not exist because you guys.
Right. Like, look.
You guys are worshiping Jay Robin on this. Brenda can answer it on it. You guys are unable.
Question multiple times, actually. You're just
no, you didn't. Does the bee have knowledge?
No one
does the bee have knowledge?
Does the bee have knowledge? Fifth time, John. Do you want a fifth fucking answer, and then a sixth after that? Yeah, I'll give you an answer for the fifth fucking time, right?
I don't know why we're talking about like
knowledge.
natural.
If we catch out knowledge as JTB, and the bee has JTB, then it has knowledge.
If a bee has knowledge, it has knowledge. That's what you're saying?
No, he said justified true belief. JTB.
Does a bee
Clean
have
out your ears,
justified
John.
true
This is
belief?
why you don't think the question's been answered. You just have to clean out your ears, man. We've all answered the question. It's been practically burned into our souls at this point.
I've heard 4 people say the knowledge of a bee, quote unquote. My question is the knowledge of a bee univocal to the knowledge of a human being? That would be the cricket.
What the fuck you guys talking about?
I don't even know.
John Lay's being stupid.
I'm waiting for John to stop dodging my question.
Do sunflowers know which way to point towards the sun?
That's a good question, Brenda.
No.
Right,
I mean, like they'll turn to face it, but no.
Yeah, but do they know?
No, that's not like a knowledge thing. That's like a reaction.
Yeah.
Then what's the difference? What about a bee?
During the evening, sunflowers will turn to face where the sun will rise. How do they know where the sun will rise? Or do they know?
Do they turn to face? They react to the
no.
Just
They
the light
turn
coming up over the horizon.
during the night. They'll turn the flower head towards the east so that it's there when the sun rises. How do they?
I've never heard.
Do they know that?
I've never heard that either.
Right.
It's called heliotropism.
Yeah, it is. It's not knowledge. It's sophisticated. It's amazing. Nature is amazing, but it's not knowledge.
Listen, Brenda even talked about propositions and language. I've told you guys all of this stuff. You guys are like in la la land with cognitive dissonance. You guys are like J. Rob, and God does not exist because when he's cornered, this is how you guys are reacting.
Brenda, just so you know, it's not towards the sun. It's towards any light. It's just a photo response.
Oh yeah. Well,
she's saying that they do it at nighttime when there is no
I
photo
think they
response,
do.
that they're anticipating the sun rising.
No, there's no
in the east.
it's a pure response. It's a photo
Yeah.
sensor that's within like plants. But no, it's not like they anticipate anything. They don't have any like foreknowledge. Although, Brenda, what you should bring up is that there's certain plants. There's one plant that performs a mimicry where it grows leaves and flowers that are similar to other plants around it. But they found out that it even does it to artificial plants.
I'm looking
is
up
that?
floral heliotropism, and the article that I'm reading says that that they will turn during the night, but it seems to be like towards random light sources.
Yeah, it's a pure photo response.
Yeah,
But
so like if
the
the moon is
mimicry,
up,
look
they'll
up the
point
mimic
that way or
plant.
whatever.
I forget exactly what it's called. That one has some pretty
That's pretty fucking amazing. That's pretty amazing. Also, bees seem to have an innate knowledge of time,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, they did that one experiment with doing time zones on bees, and then it got super involved because they're having a really hard time isolating just time in bees till that they sent them down to the bottom of a nickel mine
I was gonna say, I thought they
to get
sent
them
him
away
to a
from
cave or
all.
something.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They sent them to
Yeah.
the deepest part of the earth and tested it because they wanted to make sure that they got rid of any sort of like magnetism and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
So, Brenda, do you think a bee has a mind?
I don't think that there's anything that it's like to be a bee.
So all of this time when they're talking about bees and the mind and justify true beliefs of the bee, and I mean, you don't even think they have a mind, is this correct?
I don't think there's self-awareness, unless somebody could give me reason otherwise. But I think, some animals have self-awareness. Some don't. I don't know where the line is.
But the cognitive ability to be aware of right and wrong, as far as bees, you would not attribute that to a bee.
Be aware of right and wrong?
Yeah, believe it or not.
I don't see why bees would think that there's a right and a wrong.
Because of one of the properties of a mind was characterized as that. I mean, these are the responses I'm getting, and nobody.
So what do you make out of bees who
I just
like
wanted to
communicate
talk to a reasonable
that there's an
person
island
without
in the middle of a
giving
lake,
straight
but all
answers.
the other bees have assumed that that bee is wrong and has incorrect knowledge, so they ignore that map edit. How do you explain that?
That seems pretty amazing. I don't know.
Yeah, what they've done is they created an island with a boat, and they only allowed one bee out of the beehive, and that bee came back, gave a little dance to change the map, and none of the bees believed it. They just assumed he fucked up. But only he kept going back to that island because they put a bunch of like nectar on the. It was crazy. It was such a crazy experiment.
Did they eventually believe him or follow him?
No. No, they just assumed he was wrong.
But he's coming back with honey or with pollen.
Doesn't matter. They're like, well, you fucked up. They're like, we know there isn't an island there because of our map.
Okay.
So bees
So how do you explain that?
I don't know how to explain that. Maybe they have some kind of self-awareness.
They at least have spatial awareness. I don't know if self-awareness is necessary there.
Okay.
The time zone thing is bizarre, though, if you read that study.
Yeah. How did they decide how the bees were knowing what time it was?
Yeah, they had some way to describe. They explain it better in the paper. It's just the steps that they took and the levels at which they went to try and experiment with it. It really makes you think how some grants get, like, how did they get money for that?
I feel like they did a similar experiment with humans, and they put them in a cave to try to see if they could figure out their internal clocks, and that was also a very interesting experiment.
Well, that actually sounds like a study that should have been funded. It's really fascinating result.
Put the shrimps on the treadmill, Brenda. Shrimps on a treadmill. Did you hear Fox News flipping out about that for the past 2 weeks? That a university got $500,000 from the Treasury as a grant to put shrimps on a treadmill.
What were they looking for?
Just a locomotion of
jacked up shrimp.
Oh, okay.
No, actually, locomotion is really novel in shrimp, so it was interesting to study. But still, they didn't need $500,000 to put some fucking grass shrimp on a treadmill.
Shrimp powers, Brenda. It's the new technology to get electricity.
Do you understand how much I had to beg for $3,000 from the Treasury?
It's better than putting it in bombs and shit.
Rockets are pretty cool, Brenda. All right. So why is John Lee going off about bees? What's going on in here?
I'm still waiting for John to explain how God has a mind when God can't think of anything before creation.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean the question Matt came into the room. He was talking about a gorilla and a human being. I don't know where he came from, but he was saying he was confused that atheists were not able to to um to demonstrate the similarities or something to that effect.
I'm
And then
confused
I
why
just
this theist is
along.
unable to explain how God has a mind that existed before creation if you can't have anything to think about before creation.
And then what I was noticing was a complete utter failure for atheists to even discuss the mind when it's not a human being, with other species.
I think
Does God
other
have a mind, John?
And then it was just like God, because they
Does he
were
not answer fucking questions?
well.
no, apparently not.
With regard to God, the mind of God, and the mind of
Does God
humans,
have a mind?
this
It's a yes or no
discussion.
question, John.
Oh
Just
yeah,
answer it. John, it's a yes or no question. Does God have a
yes,
mind?
I said yes. You probably
All
didn't even
right.
hear me. Like 50
Does he
times
think
already.
thoughts?
I don't know why you would
Does
ask me
God
this.
have wants and desires?
Oh, now you have follow-up questions. This is what's going on?
Holy shit, John. Answer the question.
No. What I'm saying is
No,
first
he
and
doesn't.
foremost,
Or no, you're not going to answer the
first
question.
and foremost, okay, the topic is
No,
not
he
about
doesn't. Or
God.
no,
So
you're
God
not going
does
to
not
answer the
The
question.
red
desire.
herring, whether you think your red herrings deserve attention, they do not.
These aren't red herrings.
Red herring? That's not a red
What the
herring.
fuck? Does God have wants and desires,
God is a
John?
red herring all of a sudden?
The topic is about species and human beings, not
I'm not talking
God
about
is
maximum. You
was
have
God
no
lacking in
training.
glory?
You have
John Lee
zero
Ransom.
training.
as it
I doubt you could
pertains
even
to
give me the
various
list
species.
of what comes after like genus and family. You could not even describe to me species, so I don't even
We're
want to
not
talk
even
to you about
we're
that.
not even talking about evolutionary biology. We're talking about philosophy of the mind, Squishy.
That has nothing to do with species.
Once
Nothing to
again,
do.
we're talking about the
Yeah, philosophy of the
mind.
mind is already solved. It's
We're
global
talking.
workspace
Do you
theory. Read a
do you
fucking
believe
book.
that the bee has a mind, Squishy?
Read a goddamn book.
That is not a biological
Nobody has a
question.
mind. Consciousness is poorly defined as a horrible question to even be talking about. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you before.
You don't want to talk
Does
about
God
consciousness?
have wants and desires?
Wait, that's about God's consciousness, Squishy.
Do you think God has a consciousness that's unlike ours?
So once again, you keep changing the I mean,
No, I'm
Altor did
not.
this. Daniel did this. Right? Gray did this. Right?
Do you only want to talk about meta, John? John,
No,
what
I
did you have for
don't. I don't want to
breakfast?
talk about God right now. I want to
Wait, I
talk
want to
about
see if
the
you can answer a
mind.
question first.
No, I
John, what
want
did
to
you
talk
have
about
for
I
breakfast?
want to talk about a mind, but not God's mind, but the mind of other species. That's what I really want to talk about.
Why?
Because we're trying to understand philosophically,
Why do you want to talk
not
about something that you can't
biologically,
prove?
not biologically now, right? We're not talking about evolutionary biology. We're talking about philosophy. Because the mind is not the brain, right? The mind is not material, right? So we're trying to understand whether about qualia, we're talking about justification, we're talking about proposition. None of these things have anything to do
You couldn't
with
even
any
describe
biology.
qualia.
Okay?
Why can't we talk about God?
I'll tell you what, if you want to talk about God, I'll just listen.
Holy crap.
So did
I feel like
anyone
every time I
hear
have one of these
John?
interactions like this on this platform, I just end up leaving for a couple of days because I don't know how you people find this entertaining or fun.
If
It's
you
just frustrating.
If you talk about God, there's no way he's going to keep quiet.
That's
There's no way.
true.
You just ranted like crazy before about it. John, does God have wants and desires?
I think he said no.
No, he definitely said no before. I just want to.
I heard him say no a lot.
Well,
He said no a
obviously,
lot to that.
yeah, obviously, Squishy, God can't have wants or desires, since being omnipotent and omniscient, anytime he would want or desire something, it would be immediately satisfied.
Yeah, that's why
He's got a different species than humans, John Lee.
God's wants are actions. I think I've heard
Wait,
him
he
say
wanted to talk
something
about
like that
species, though, James.
So I'll tell you what, Jack, I'm
So,
tempted. You're right.
There we go.
I'm tempted. You're right. John, you want to talk about species? Let's talk about species. Is God a different species than humans? That you can't talk about his mind?
I just want to talk about the
Who
philosophy
called
of
him a
the mind.
cocksucker earlier?
Because I'm told that the philosophy of the mind is more than just the mind of human beings.
Maybe like the mind of God.
Who told you that?
More than one
Who
person,
fucking
at
lied to
least
you?
5 or 10 people.
Who?
Who?
Name one. Name one person, John,
Darth
that you spoke
Arianis.
to about this. You said Darth Arianis told you that philosophy of mind is about species besides humans?
No, he didn't mention the word species. He said the philosophy of the mind is about the mind other than human beings.
And I bet he was talking about
Inclusive of, but not exclusive to.
Well, sure, of course, that makes sense, because other beings besides humans could have minds, couldn't they, John?
Exactly my point, Brenda.
Does God
Like
have
a
a mind,
really
John?
powerful one?
Yeah, like a...
And so I just wanted to know
Like a
things
timeless,
like,
causeless mind?
I mean, I could agree that a gorilla has a mind or a lion has a mind, but then, when we talk about does like a bee have a mind? Does a bee have knowledge?
Did
Is
God
this
have a mind
knowledge-
before the creation of
Is
reality?
this knowledge or awareness synonymous with?
It's just philosophy of mind already covers this in that, like, if we were made in God's image, and it's safe to almost assume that God would have the same conscience as us. I don't know why it wouldn't be. John, can you explain to me why it wouldn't be the same?
To be honest with you, I've had like countless hours of this discussion. As far as
About why God's mind isn't the
the
same as
mind of various
humans?
species, we hardly have had any discussions. I find it fascinating today.
What?
I mean, when JJ starts talking
I
about
hate I'm blaming the rest of you for this.
when JJ starts talking about like bees having propositional attitudes and justification and reason and awareness of right and wrong, and I just find those kind of claims just fascinating.
Tom's fault.
And then I got
For the record, I don't think
people
anyone
that-
said that bees have a concept of right and wrong.
Actually, I think JJ might have.
Yeah, but JJ thinks rocks have intentions.
Yeah. I don't know that I agree with JJ. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that John said recently that God's desires are actions, that they aren't a mind thing, that it's an action.
That makes
I was talking about the will of God, James.
Will,
Okay,
yeah,
so-
his will was an action.
Will is an action, John?
Yeah, which gets a little complicated when you get into like divine simplicity, things like
It's a little complicated. I love how he hands waved that shit away just now.
I mean, I don't know why people don't want to talk about the mind of animals.
Because it's boring.
Because people are equivocating all
Unanswerable
over
question.
the place, it looks like.
So who cares?
John, this is the celestial arena. Get back in there and fight.
But also, like, my, worldview is not hinged on what a bee's mind is, but your worldview is hinged on God's mind. So it's not really on the same playing field.
I mean, for me, to speak about God's mind analogously to a human mind, it's not a problem. When people start sniveling about it and says it needs to be univocal for them to make sense of it, or else it's unintelligible, and then we talk about the mind of human beings to the mind of other animals, and then I get some sort of analogies, and the way I look at it. I don't have a problem with that either, to be honest with you. But when they don't have a problem with it, but have a problem with God's explanation and complaints about unintelligibility, I see a double standard and inconsistency.
It's
and
not
that's
a
what
double
I'm trying
standard
to.
because,
Of course
again,
it is.
our worldview does not hinge on understanding what a bee's mind is.
Of course it
Your
does.
worldview does hinge on what God's mind is like. And the fact that you can't understand it or explain it in any way that makes sense is concerning.
I'll tell you what, if you cannot explain the mind of a bee of something you can see, and expect someone to explain the mind of God of whom you can't see, then there's an irrational expectation there.
Does God have a language?
The better question is, does a bee have a language?
It's called the word.
Bees have a
Is it
highly
just one
sophisticated
word?
communication system.
It's a single word.
Wiggle their butts.
Is it a divinely simple language?
Yeah. Divine simplicity, bro. It's a single word, which is also his love, and it's how he created.
So, can a mind develop if it has a language that consists of only one word?
You ever seen that Family Guy, or maybe it was The Simpsons, where he's like, I can say the whole alphabet in 1 second. He just goes, ah! That's what God does. Brilliant.
I've seen a really funny study they did with wasps. So these wasps happen to make little burrows in the dirt.
Oh, you're talking
Their
about the
home.
drone wasp that kills itself.
Pardon?
You're talking about the wasp that when you interrupt its burrowing, that it continues in an endless loop until it dies, right?
Well, I've never heard about that, but it's similar. It's similar to this. It's So what this wasp will do, it has a home in a burrow, and what it'll do is when it finds food, and this would be in the form of, I think, a smaller insect or something like that. What it does is it places the insect in front of its home, in front of the hole, and loops around to make sure that it's safe for it to bring it into its home. So it loops around, and I think it waits for a bit. So what they did was what they would do is they would interrupt that pattern. So they would move its food to a different location. It would find the food again, place the food in front of the hole, do another loop around, and as it was looping around, they would move it, and it would just do this infinitely. So it seems like these wasps are almost like algorithms, but it's kind of a mischievous thing to do to an insect. Don't you think? Funny. So there's another one that you were talking about, Squishy, with the burrowing interrupt.
Yeah, it's similar to that. It's very similar to that. Almost exactly that. But like, there's certain insects that when you interrupt a process that they're doing, it's almost like a program. There's like an error, and then they restart. Yeah. And then they hit that error again, and then they restart. And then they hit that error again, and they restart. And they'll die. They won't ever reach the end of that to start their next program of like eat or something.
I mean, Donald Hoffman was talking about how insects replicate their DNA by being lied to, and I thought that was that their survival depends upon the falsity of reality, and I thought that was interesting.
What?
What the hell?
What nonsense did you just speak?
It's on a TED Talk by it's called the Case Against Reality, and talking about consciousness. He's a biological, I don't know, evolutionist.
Well, you know, Sheldrake has TED Talks too, you know.
Basically, his point was that nature's fooled, and because it's fooled in some way, it helps to replicate their DNA and pass on their genes.
Do you know why certain flying insects head toward light? Do you know how that's explained?
No. What is the explanation?
Or how they spiral into like a bug light and is that?
Like a campfire.
Yeah, like a campfire or one of those lights that zaps them. I don't know if they still have them.
Yeah, they still do. They're great.
It's a reproductive drive, isn't it?
Well, they were okay. So apparently, the brightest things in at nighttime over the evolutionary period of certain flying insects has been stars. So I mean, they became photosensitive to things that minute. And what they would do is they used those lights in the sky, those lights from the stars, as a way to navigate around, to find their home or to find resources or whatever like that. What happens is they enter into a logarithmic spiral when they encounter an artificial light, because they're not used to they're only used to having starlight to direct them.
That's really interesting.
So it has to do with the way they navigate and how long and how many millions of years the insects have evolved.
There's a book I read called The Ghosts of Evolution, and it's about how certain plants evolved for thousands and millions of years alongside of other animals. And now that those animals are gone, those plants haven't changed at all for the most part. It's been not so long ago that we've had megafauna on our
They don't become extinct?
right? So no, like avocados were mostly eaten by ground sloths, and ground sloths had the digestive tract that would take away everything and leave a pit behind. So that's why that pit is designed the way it is in a sense. See, but even the language that you use when you talk about evolution kind of implies like certain garbage. So it's like really hard to talk about. But you should read that book. It's called The Ghosts of Evolution by Barlow. I'm looking right at it right now. It's a fantastic book. Mostly about botany. Primarily about botany.
I'm gonna check that out.
Wasps in general are like an evolutionary just wonder. It's like so many of their species are just lock and key specific. With
Darwin
some
said the
target
wasp
species.
made him question the existence of God.
Yes.
Because of
They're so
parasitic
specific.
wasps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
parasitoid wasps. Yeah, like they do
They're
crazy shit.
terrifying.
Like there's Cloesia glomerata. They're a species of parasitoid wasp that they go after like cabbage moths, and they basically sting them, lay their eggs, and then the usual. But some aspect that scientists don't even know exactly how it works, but some aspect of their venom does something to like the caterpillar's brain. So the parasitoid larvae eat their way out, and the caterpillar itself survives. The wasp's larva will start spinning webs, and then the caterpillar will add its silk to the webs of the wasps to make an even bigger protective cocoon around them, and then it will spend every ounce of its energy until it dies defending that little cocoon. And like, no, moths don't have a maternal instinct at all, and that's not even a sexually mature moth. So like, it has no business like acting protective of anything.
That's why I kill the wasps. That shit's scary.
Yeah,
No, don't kill wasps. They're pollinators.
I don't give a shit. That's terrifying, Squishy.
Those Japanese
Matter. It's not gonna
wasps.
bother you. You should be more afraid of kissing
It's
bugs.
gonna bother you when they start laying eggs in your
Listen,
house.
yeah, it's not. The problem is that those eggs can't survive in your body. You're a poor host for them.
You don't know that.
But you should be more concerned about kissing bugs and assassin beetles.
I'm scared of those too.
Fucking hurts.
Some wasps
Hornets
sting.
Fuck a
They
hornet.
sting cockroaches in a very specific place, and then drive them around like their own little car.
That's gross.
It's like the Pickle Rick episode with wasps.
So gross.
those Japanese giant wasps are evil.
They are, but the way that the Japanese bees have evolved to defend themselves against it is even more insane. Like that's the sort of those are the sort of things that I could see a naturalist Darwin's time or before looking at and being like, wow, this is clearly evidence of some divine plant, right?
They pile on and basically heat or cook the wasp to death.
Yeah, they can survive slightly more heat than the wasps can, or at least the ones that are on the outside of the pile can, and the ones on the inside they won't make it either. But like they'll kill the wasp, because if they don't, the wasp will kill every single one of them, including the queen, and pretty much all the she is the colony. If she survives, even if they lose most of their drones, the hive continues.
Tom, are you there?
Oh, they're actually hornets. Not
what's up?
I just wasn't sure how long this room has been going.
6 hours, 15 minutes.
Okay, never mind.
Squishy, do you know anything about what's referred to as spalting? It's the fungus that grows in wood, and how it like degrades wood.
No, I know a lot about lichen, though.
Are you talking about like in the forest?
Well, yeah, certain wood.
Sierra Nevadas.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it just messes up the trees into where the whole sections of the forest are just dead trees because of the fungus.
Yeah, this one's a little bit different, but it could be very similar. What this kind of spalting is it produces different pigments. So if you get a piece of wood, for example, some woodworkers who work with like fresh wood, sometimes you'll cut them open, you'll see these bizarre colors. You'll see like the bizarre patterns. Some of them are purple, some of them are pink, some of them are blue, some are black. But it's just a fungus that degrades the wood. It's how it returns into the soil.
It's neat. Is it used in any aging techniques and shit like that? Like, what's it used in?
How is it used, you say?
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is they're doing studies with it, and it's used primarily for just for aesthetically when people want to make things out of wood. It produces these beautiful patterns, but also it's they harvest the pigments from it, and they can take the pure pigmentation from them. But yeah, there's nothing stranger than seeing like
green,
colored blue inside of a wood, inside of like, let's say you're making a bowl or something, and there's just this streak of blue, of this like a vivid blue and pink inside of the wood. It just.
Speaking of interesting colors, so like pansies, how there's like the purple pansy or the violet pansy, because there's no purple in nature, it's violet. If you add more violet to the, like in CRISPR, to the DNA code, like you just keep adding violet strains, eventually it turns white. And they have no idea what triggers that.
Oh, wow.
I just found out that too much purple adds white.
That's crazy.
John, what do you think about that CRISPR editing? You think that's going against God?
About the what?
CRISPR editing, CRISPR DNA editing.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, a new thing for John to be outraged about.
John knows the mind of God, but he doesn't know.
Oh, I don't really get outraged. Like if it was like
but John,
birth abortion,
with CRISPR, they add legs to fruit fly heads. So like through a gene that's actually called Sonic the Hedgehog, which is really funny.
What kind of legs? Insect eggs? Legs?
No, legs. Like a fruit fly, they make a fruit fly grow more legs, like anywhere they want.
Like how many legs? Like 6 or 8 or more?
Whatever the fuck they want. Using
Are
this
they just
Sonic
like
Hedgehog
genetic engineering?
protein. Yeah, CRISPR's genetic. That's what I'm talking about. What do you think about that? Are you
Well,
outraged
I
by
mean-
genetic engineering?
Well, I mean, like, I don't mind, like, Monsanto and corn. I mean, it tastes pretty good to me.
So you're fine with, like, botany engineering. I'm fine with it. Like, I don't care about GMOs. I'm talking about, like, or, like, what do you think about them growing, like, a human liver inside of a pig?
Oh, I heard about the heart that they did inside of a pig, and then they transplanted it, and I guess the guy died. But they're still working on it.
Yeah, apparently the guy was going to die anyway, so he wasn't not too good of odds. I mean, he's already
I guess I mean, listen, if you're gonna grow a heart in a pig and then harvest it to transplant to save lives, I guess I wouldn't object to it. It just kind of
But where
sounds
does
weird.
it stop?
Bible says pigs are unclean, John.
Here we go.
Do you think if you're a what is it called? Whatever. I guess if you're
The real
Jew,
question is
kosher?
human cloning. That's the real question.
Yeah, what do you think about that? If somebody could like clone, well, let's say a human without a brain, do you still consider that a human?
I don't know
Like
how
if they
you
just
could.
cloned a person and that it was brain dead and it was just like,
Well, what about like a human with some sort of artificial intelligence implanted or something?
what do you think of that?
How about just the artificial intelligence?
Maybe they wouldn't have a soul.
Oh my
Yeah, does the clone have a soul? Your worldview, John?
Yeah, would clones have souls? If a clone is birthed through a birth canal, is that what? Does it have a soul then?
Well, I'll tell you what. It would be the case that if they created a human clone, and I'm able to observe it, look into the eyes of it, and see the behavior of it, I think I would be able to tell if there's a soul in that being or not.
Oh my god, it's like somebody saying that they can tell a trans woman just by looking at them?
Yeah, but
That's what
what's so
that just
stupid?
No,
It's
because
essentially just an identical twin. Are
Yeah, what if
telling
you
me
were
that
looking
one of
at
my identical
yourself?
twins doesn't have a soul?
And the reason I say that is because I do believe in two kinds of souls. People don't realize. I believe that the animals have souls, right?
Oh yeah, but do you think a human
Right.
would ever have an animal soul?
Yeah, and the human has a special soul, which is kind of like, it's called, in the Bible, it's called neshama, which represents sort of like an image of God situation. And so I do believe there were Homo sapiens that did not have that neshama, but they were soul. They had
Wasn't
their
that
creatures of
pre-fall
soul.
you're talking about? You're talking about pre-fall humans that were outside.
Right, and
Garden.
so in the
Yeah.
case that they created like clones, I think that they might have souls, but not like a godly
John,
soul.
what if,
I don't know.
what if it turned out that you were
I
a descendant of one of the non-soul humans? How would you feel?
Well, I think genetically, we found that all of us are related, so
Yeah,
that
you
gives
missed
me
that part,
comfort.
Squishy. We all go back to Eve. John, a clone is just like an identical twin. So are you saying that one twin doesn't have a soul, under your view?
I think it would be possible in the sense that I don't view soul as some sort of physical, material, biological, right? And so I think a soul is sort of incorporeal, spiritual in a sense.
Right, but in
And
the case of
so-
twins,
I don't
So
think
are
you
you
can
saying
replicate.
one twin wouldn't have a soul and the other would?
Right.
Wait, is that just a verbal tick or are you saying yes?
No, I'm saying I think that's the case.
Oh my
I was going to make
God.
that as a joke,
What
but
the
oh my!
fuck?
He's joking.
John,
Hold up,
you are
Jane
beyond
uncovered
parody.
something.
Tom, did
Jane
you
uncovered
hear
something
that?
amazing. Yeah, Tom, did you hear that?
My God.
My God. Wait, so do
John,
you
you're
think they have like a fight in the
That means every time that
he-
John Lee sees a set of twins, he stares right at their eyes to figure out which one got
Can
the
you
soul.
tell?
I was gonna
Wait, you
say,
said
he
that you'd be
could
able to
stare
tell.
at-
yeah, you did say.
Maybe I misheard you. No, I think that when it comes to twins, they both have souls. I
Oh
thought you
my
were talking
God,
about some
I
sort
made
of
that so
cloning.
clear. How could you not understand
No,
that
I
question?
thought you meant some sort of cloning.
No.
Wait,
You're
you
talking
think
about identical
where do you
twins.
get
That's what you're
where
talking
do you get
about.
clones out of twins?
Well, because I said a clone is basically an identical twin. Does that mean twins don't have, one of the twins wouldn't have a soul? And he said yes. And I made sure to say, is that a tick or are you actually affirming this? And
Yeah,
he said
I misheard
yes.
you then. Yeah, you know, the way I understand clones is you don't have to use like the ova or the the sperm or something like that. I mean, isn't it such that you could just use it from certain cells
Yeah, you
in the
could get a
body?
stem cell, an undifferentiated cell, and
Right.
theoretically you could clone that out.
Exactly,
Right,
something
but
like
they would
that.
have identical DNA. That's why I said it would be like an identical.
Yeah, and that's why I was trying to tell you. I don't look at it in terms of like identical biology, right? And that's why I said I can conceive of or imagine, in case Tom gets all hyper about it. I can imagine like a human being, right? A clone, in other words, having life and acting, but not having an actual soul that's from God. I mean, that would be my position
Wait,
right now.
what would initialize something having a
That's just
soul?
a belief.
Is it just two people creating something that would give it a soul? Like, at what point does God go, that one's getting a soul?
Well, I think all humans have a soul, right?
Right, but that is still, a clone is still
You don't
human.
think so?
100% human.
Well,
It's still 100% human.
well, I would say it's 100% Homo sapien, right?
Oh,
and so that would be the
That's
biological
human.
factor.
What's the difference? Where does the magic happen, John?
I look at a human having like a godly type of a soul. That's the distinction I make.
That's why.
Can you point to me right now? Hold up, everybody. Can you point to me to one Homo sapien that you don't consider a human?
There's none, but I do think they did exist.
How do you? What?
Yeah, you missed this.
Hold up a
Ricky.
second.
He thinks that Adam and Eve were created specially, and then their children went off and bred with quote natural humans that existed from evolution.
Well, I would just say Homo sapiens, but I wouldn't really call them human.
Yeah, but that just means that what you said is bullshit, because you said that you believe that all humans have souls, and you just referred to the ones that evolved naturally as Homo sapiens, but you think that they don't have, well, at least not human souls.
Would they have had souls, John? They wouldn't, right?
Yeah,
Or they'd have animal souls.
Is it a one drop rule with Adam and Eve?
Yep.
There's two kinds of souls, just to let you guys know. There's Neshama, that
right,
we all have, all of us
animal
humans
souls.
have.
Right, we don't care about that. That's irrelevant to our point.
So when they breed, is one of them like a dominant trait?
Unbelievable. And so when it comes to, when it comes to the Homo sapiens, right, they have what's called nefesh, right, which is animals have. They have nefesh. They're both, in English, it's still soul and soul,
we don't
right?
care.
But they're not the same kind of a soul. So
How were there humans before Adam and Eve, John? How the
Because
fuck?
he believed
How
in
does that work?
evolution, Scorpion. He believed
But
in
who would
evolution.
have? How would that have started, though?
Because God started it.
Doesn't
I
matter.
want to know how, when these two things bred, how did they get like half a soul and then over time we gain it back? Or is the human, quote, human soul of Adam and Eve
But
dominant?
you're thinking about it naturally. Where
Yes, because they bred naturally, John.
No, it's not. The soul has biological situations, right?
Oh, so God just like cut off the animal souls for the ones that were bred from half animals, half human? They're just like no more animal souls.
No, it just.
So what's the mechanism here?
The way you're imagining it, right?
Can you draw us a Punnett square?
The soul is immaterial, right? So you're imagining an immaterial soul will mix with another immaterial soul, creating a third immaterial soul. It's not how it goes.
Okay, so God just said no more animal souls for your children. He's like, you guys only get human souls, even though you're half animal.
No, the first two humans, Adam and Eve, had human souls. In other
I
words.
understand that, but they had children that were all 100% human from their parents.
Right.
And then those children bred with natural people that had animal souls. So did God just be like, the children of those half-breeds are going to get human souls now and not animal souls?
That's my understanding. And then the ones
That's fucking so dumb.
the ones that did not interbreed with humans, in other words, that they became extinct. And I think that it bears out that you don't really find any lineage of all human beings on Earth. They literally all of us descended from a human pair, Adam and Eve. I think that there's also a genealogical evidence with computer, and it's also peer reviewed to say that it's only 7,000 years ago that this is a case.
No, that's wrong.
Peer reviewed by like Kent Hovind?
He's just talking about mitochondrial Eve.
No, actually, I'm not talking. I'm
Then
talking about
what-
genealogical Eve, which is different than mitochondrial DNA. Now, mitochondrial Eve is assumed to have existed 175,000 to 100,000 to 175,000 years ago. That's different than genealogical Eve, which is done by each person has a parent pair, right? So it's not about genetics; it's about genealogy. That's a whole different thing.
Got it. It's not about genetics, it's about genealogy.
It's not about genetics. So it's not about Y chromosomes. It's not about mitochondrial DNA. It's about
I
genealogy.
thought genealogy was about
Genealogy is simply parent pair. You have two parents. Your
Do you have a
parents
link
had
for
two
that, John?
parents.
I'd like
that
to
kind
read
of.
about it.
Yeah, there's a Dr. Swamidas. I think his name is something Swamidas, and very interesting book.
Can you give us a link?
Yeah, put it in the chat.
I just found it. It's what was it called? The Genealogical Adam and Eve, The Surprising Science of Universal Ancestry by Joshua Swamidas.
There you go. That's exactly it. And notice how it says genealogy rather than genetics. And then he kind of writes, it's interesting how the Bible is very explicit in the genealogy that it puts out there. And
Is this where you got the little blurb of this sounds exactly like your view. Is this where you got this from?
yeah, I would say that I got it from him in a sense of kind of adding it to a view that I already sort of had. So it does come from him, I agree. Which was a sense that, first and foremost, old Earth creationism, right? Begins there. And then there's a lot of questions from there. I don't think theistic evolution makes any sense to me. Like William Lane Craig, when he thinks that Adam existed 675,000 years ago, I think that's nonsense personally, right? And so I don't look at it allegorically as far as Scripture is concerned. It's literal, and so there's a person by the name of Dr. Hugh Ross. He has a certain idea of a Genesis account and so forth, and I just think that this particular view fits right in, and that's just. I don't think it's that important. It just happens to be something I think that makes sense.
If there were humans that were, I guess, subhumans in your view, that would mean that females already existed prior to the Garden of Eden. So why would God need to take a rib from Adam to make a new woman?
Yes, since their children could breed with them already.
Right.
And you have to realize it's very specific to the Garden of Eden. All of this happened in the Garden of Eden. There is a whole outside world outside the Garden of Eden. They were kicked out, so to speak, of the Garden of Eden. And from my understanding, there were other villages outside the Garden of Eden, of which Cain found his wife, so forth and so on. I think many people erroneously view that Cain's wife was somehow his younger sister or whatever. I don't think that makes sense at all.
So did all the animals? So did they only have animals specific to that location within the Garden of Eden, or did they have every animal?
No, I think that the animals that were brought to Adam were specific to the Garden of Eden, and then he named them and so forth. And I think that's how I view it. I think there are other animals. I don't think, like, for example, like the kangaroo was in the Garden of Eden, that kind of a thing.
Do you think? Are you one of the people who thinks that there wasn't death in the garden before the fall?
No, that's a popular view with young Earth creationists about the death began after the fall of Adam. I think that death existed ever since time on Earth and life began on Earth. But what did happen in the Garden of Eden is a sort of a spiritual death, and so when God says
spiritual death, got it. I don't.
Right. Okay.
That just seems like a Band-Aid to me.
Yeah, so just hand wave it with the Band-Aid. That's what Tom always says.
Everything that I've heard so far.
There's really nothing to Band-Aid. It's just a view. It's not like something demonstrated to be false or contradictory, and I have to theory craft in order to cover it up with like a Band-Aid, so to speak, to make it somehow coherent. That's not the case at all.
That's what you've been doing. That's what you're doing, though.
You just did that.
It's also a Band-Aid in the sense that it's covering up. You've moved on to this as a Band-Aid to cover up all the other stupid shit you were saying earlier before I went to the store.
Yeah, like what? You're so vague. Like stupid stuff like what?
Like saying that what I said was absurd. When asked what was absurd about it, you said, well, I just think it's absurd.
You're still triggered on that thing, JJ?
I'm still wanting an answer. If by triggered, I mean still wanting an answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I already provided you an answer twice. Check the replay if you don't think I gave you an answer.
Your answer was it doesn't make sense. I don't think it's true. The other thing you said was that you didn't give any reasons
I don't even think
for these claims that you made.
If that's what you were,
and I had to reiterate
say that
and show you that I did give reasons, and I repeated the reasons for all the claims that I made.
You're just butthurt because literally no one in the entire room signed off to the nonsense you're talking.
Well, besides the fact that pretty much nothing hurts my butt, it's certainly not going to be people in here not agreeing. Am I right?
I don't even know why you're so clinging on to this, JJ. It's kind of obsessive.
Well, I kind of think it's embarrassing for you that you can't train yourself.
Okay.
All you can do is hand wave.
It'll be okay.
And then move on to another subject because it was maximal glory or maximal goodness or what's maximal as opposed to not maximal, and you moved on to another thing. If you couldn't fucking deal with that.
Oh, that's actually a good topic about the glory. But then one of these days, I guess, maybe the next room, I'm sure Tom will revisit the conversation. He's just like that.
Because you'll never be able to explain it.
Oh, I don't know about that at all.
Cream?
You know, I bought ice cream was on sale.
So the difference in a lot of these conversations is
I got a strawberry and a coffee tip. And I'm eating half a chicken and a mozzarella cherry tomato basil salad then.
The only way for Tom's alleged contradiction to work is by claiming maximum glory, right? And when I reject the proposition of maximum glory, he can't work with the model I'm talking about. He has to try to argue and fight for that it has to be maximum glory. And this is how pathetic it is.
You're still lost.
I don't understand how you reject the concept of maximum glory, but you accept the concepts of maximum potence, maximum goodness.
I actually don't.
Faithfulness.
I actually don't. I don't know how many times I've said to many people over the months. It's clearly on record. There's no such thing as
my argument is
maximizing
completely
or for a greater good. These are
He's
nonsense.
folded before we can even have the discussion. He's self-folded.
Here we go again. Here we go one more time.
Here comes Tom. I got figured.
Self-folded.
John Lee, at this moment, can God be more glorified?
Yeah, it's either the case that there is glory or not.
Yeah, the question is, at this moment, can God be more glorified?
Yeah, I reject that proposition.
It's a question, it's not a proposition.
Yeah.
Well, the answer would be no.
Proposition.
Your answer would be no then.
Is your answer that you reject that God can be more glorified at this moment?
That's correct.
Oh. So if God can be no more glorified at this moment,
that's not what it said.
Can I assume?
Not, see, you guys are...
What? No. What's that? Then he's rejecting the wrong thing.
When you ask the thing, you think you work with the paradigm in a sense of the assumption that more glory is even possible, right? And so you're looking at it in that terms, and you're still sticking to the sliding scale that Tom is saying. So you're viewing, what you're thinking is, oh, because God has glory at 10, and that's how you're thinking. I reject the whole standard altogether. That's
not using any numbers.
You guys are trying to force that in there,
and you still haven't answered the question
relentlessly, and you still can't even let it go. You can't look at it in terms of glory or not glory. You have to look at it in terms of maximum, more.
Actually, it doesn't even matter. Let's just say it's binary. It either exists or it doesn't exist. Well, then it still doesn't make any sense for God to create us for glory, because He's already got that checkbox. That's not going to help you, John.
Well, He does have that checkbox. That's what I'm trying to say.
So if He's already got the checkbox, why would He create us for the checkbox He already has? It doesn't make any sense. He's irrational.
See, and the way that you view it, once again, right? When you say the purpose, you ask me, that began with the very simple question. Is actually the number one question in the Westminster Shorter Catechism, right? I gave it to you. How many biblical references were there? About 15 of them, right? We can look at them together, which I'm not going to do. But the point being, it's talking about the purpose of God was for the man to glorify God and to enjoy God forever. Those are the reasons.
How do we glorify God? He's already got glory, and it's not
Isaiah,
it's binary.
Game over,
right?
man.
And so when you're
folded,
you're doing it. Actually, Steph addressed it too in the side chat, and she said, "I wish I could come out." Right? And so you're viewing it as like giving something, right? In the sense that you're saying, "Well, how can you give?"
You said that we give glory to God,
and then you're.
That's what you just said.
Yeah. So your reasoning.
That's your view.
Yeah. Once again, your reasoning.
So now you're saying I'm looking at it as this way, in which it's the way that you just read, right?
Yeah, you're so triggered. You're interrupting. Well, it says this, okay? If your model is correct, yes, of course, there's a contradiction, right? It's that simple. So because you know you have a contradiction, all you could do is fight tooth and nail for your model to be acceptable to other Christians, and everyone's just slapping it down, and you're not even listening to them at what they're saying, because you know you have a slam dunk contradiction that first and foremost nobody.
What model are you talking about?
Nobody accepts your model, Tom.
Which model?
About math.
Yeah, I think John, he just offered a completely polar opposite model, right? Like he just said, forget about maximal. Let's just make it a binary.
That's why I asked which model.
Either 0 or 1 for glory, and I'll grant you 1 at the base. But that just means that gospel verse or whatever, that Bible verse you just read out, that doesn't make any sense. Because if he already starts at 1, then like there would be no purpose to creating man, because according to what you just read, our purpose is to give glory to God.
Yeah, your apologetic actually doesn't even matter.
It works against you.
The way you're not understanding is the glory is representative of substance, of essence. So being that he is,
I don't understand what any of that means.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so in other words, you can't be more God, you can't be maximally God, you can't be less.
We already granted this for the
God.
sake of argument. We're actually just moved on to a different objection.
Yeah, this has been
checking because
Yeah, so how do you resolve what you was just saying now with what you read 5 minutes ago?
And then, so you guys are again trying to quantify it 1, 0.
Nope, we're actually off the quantifying thing. You're on the quantifying thing now.
No, it doesn't matter if it's 10, 1,
My guy is
0, 1, 0.
Look at how desperate he is. He's still clinging to it. We're saying no. We're not talking about that.
This is embarrassing.
He told you earlier that people are making analogies of human and bee and animal minds. There's no analogy.
It was like a half hour of people telling him no one made an analogy. And he refused to believe.
Talked about like glory and representative of some battles and glory in that sense, and that's a probably misunderstanding of glory and not what we're talking about.
Doesn't matter.
It actually does.
It's granted. It's granted that God either has glory or God doesn't have glory. If God has glory, there's no reason to create humans to give him glory.
Yeah, and that's what the premise I would reject. That there's no justification for that statement unless you have certain assumptions that I simply are not signing off to. But no Christian would
How
sign
can
off
you
to.
reject that statement in light of the verse that you read, John? What are you even talking about?
The assumption that if one has maximal glory, that one.
We want maximal, bro. No, stuck on it. Yeah, you're stuck. His brain is stuck.
You guys aren't even.
His brain is stuck.
It's an NPC that's you've broken his dialogue tree. You just
nobody's talking about maximal anything right now.
I didn't even mention maximal.
Yeah, you did.
You just
Wow.
You just did. You literally just did.
You did, John. They're not trolling you.
Dude, you're broken. You're broken with this. This argument's broken you.
Yeah, it's not.
He's been broken for a long time.
Listen, this is not even anything big. Once it's just like the problem of evil.
He's broken.
You guys,
how many times more is he gonna say maximal?
Yeah, you guys have a contradiction, and you follow the line of reasoning toward these assumptions that simply aren't the case, right? Whether it's a dilemma, whether it's a trilemma. In this particular case, it's a dilemma of glory or no glory, and and the way that you guys view glory as some sort of object to be given.
That doesn't matter.
You guys imagine given. So you
saying glory is not an object?
So handing it to God. This is how you understand giving glory.
No, is glory not an object?
Is glory what?
Are you saying glory is not an object?
It's understood as substantive or essence to God.
Is it an object?
Like light would be another example of that.
Is glory an object?
So what do you mean by object? Is it material?
Is light an object? Nobody says an object.
I don't know what you mean by that. Platonic.
Material has nothing to do with it.
Object.
That it has it's a thing. How do you say an object?
I would assume that it means like external to God.
Well,
and the answer is no. It's not. If you're trying to define object as something external to God, I would simply answer no. That's an easy answer.
Then maybe that's not what you meant. Like that's what I was guessing you meant, but
that doesn't matter.
Go ahead. You tell me what you meant.
Like once again, irrespective of what object means, if you're claiming that object is external to God, then the answer is no. It is not external to God, and therefore it is not an object.
So how
you
can we
define it now? Remember that.
So glory is internal to God, right? That's what you're saying? You're saying if glory is not external, you're saying glory is internal to God, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so what is that? How do you resolve that with the verse that you read before? It said that man gives glory to God.
You're talking about
something that's internal to him, John?
Right.
Yeah.
So if it's something that's internal to him,
glorifying God. Yeah.
How do we give it to him if it's already there?
Yeah. Once again,
what's going on?
I don't see anyone using the word give other than you and Tom and JJ Relentless.
What was the verse that you just read? Chapter and verse. What did you? Give me the numbers, John.
Isaiah 43:7. And you won't see the word give glory there either, right? You might see give
any version?
praise, right? You might see statements like that in Scripture.
Is there a version where it says give glory? I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, to glorify is to give glory, unless it's something else to you.
Everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed and made.
Amen. Do you see the statement give glory there, sir?
Whom I created.
Revelation 4:9. Whenever the living creatures give glory, honor, and thanks to him who sits on the throne. Revelations 14:7. Fear God, he shouted, give glory to him. Joshua 7:19. My son, give glory to the Lord. Revelation 19:7. Let us be glad and shout with joy, and let us give glory to him. Jeremiah 13:16. Give glory to the Lord your God before he brings the darkness.
There's a notice that says give praise, just to let you know.
You just got
but you think praise means give glory, so it doesn't matter. You want me to go on? Okay, I'll keep going. Isaiah 42:12. Let them give glory to the Lord and proclaim his praise in the lands. 1 Samuel 6:5. Give glory to Israel's God. Luke 17:18. Has one returned to give glory to God except this foreigner? Acts 12:23. Immediately, because Herod did not give glory to God, so that it legitimizes the theory of being able to give glory. John 9:24. Second time they saw the man who had been blind, give glory to God by telling the truth. Psalm 84:11. For from gives glory God good grace, he honors is. I don't understand that. Psalm 106:47. Among and from gather, give glory, God, holy and Lord, may name nations. Isaiah 42:8. Nor my praise to graven nations am another. Give glory, graven idols. I don't know what that one says. But this goes on and on and on and on. There's many examples of people.
And do you remember
giving
what
glory to
Steph
God.
told you? I don't know if you read the chat when we were discussing it yesterday. What give glory meant.
Well, it doesn't matter, but you said you can't give glory. So it doesn't matter what it means. It's here. People are giving glory.
I actually gave you the definition, right? You even wrote it down. You've read it what, 3-4 times now?
Yeah.
You say praise, something like
praise, honor, and revere, and worship.
Correct. There you go.
There we go. They're giving glory.
There we go. What?
Right. So how is glory internal at that point?
No. What I'm talking about is glory as a
people are giving glory to God. Look at all these passages.
Yes, I have no problem with those passages whatsoever. I don't even.
Well, you do because you said you can't give glory to God.
You said it was wrong to think of it.
You said it's not something you can give.
That's correct.
You said it was something that was completely internal to God.
You said it was wrong to think that you could give glory. But you're a dumbass, John.
It is more.
Jack, did you hear the silence? Jack, did you hear the silence?
It is more. There's no silence. It's more like. It is more.
What did you say?
And then when I talk, you guys have 4 or 5 different.
Okay.
Listen, 4 or 5. I wait for you guys to bloviate. You call it silence. When I start to speak up, you guys chatter again. I'll tell you, I just mute up.
I know.
And then
It's a good time for you to just mute up. I mean, it's not like anyone thinks it's because of anything that was happening. You're obviously folded and you want to mute up. That's fine.
You guys are so completely triggered. It's not even funny. You don't even want to listen. You're so convinced of this contradiction that's completely fabricated. You don't want to get off of it. You think you have a slam.
Glory's not something that you can give. I just typed in "give glory" and found like dozens and dozens of instances in the Bible.
I acknowledge
I'm sorry that I called you a petty king.
I acknowledge that there's a contradiction in your fabricated model. However,
James is tired, and you're a Christian.
You're not even open to listening. This is what's ridiculous.
You said you were done. So I mean, whatever.
He's done.
I think he got mad.
You know what's funny is
I
that this.
literally already made 4 attempts and 3.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, we heard you. You're checking out of the conversation. Got you. Nobody cares. We don't need you to like go through your dumb view. You know what's funny is this is actually kind of a variation of Darth's argument against Islam, right? So Darth's argument against Islam is something like, God of Islam, Allah, has all great-making properties. One of those properties is being a personal God. To be a personal God, one must be relational.
Wait, Allah is not a personal God.
Shut up. And in order to be personal, you have to have a relation. But prior to creation, where only Allah existed, there was no one where he related to. Therefore, he was deficient or lacking in the great making property of being like personal. Therefore, God, the contradiction is Allah is not lacking in any great making attribute, and Allah is lacking in a great.
Yeah, that's actually Matt Slick's argument.
They also talk
I mean, it's probably they probably got it from someone else. I mean,
some other dumbass.
They actually did get it from someone else.
I hope none of them are saying that being personal is some great making property.
Yeah, so I just changed it to like prior to creation.
Claims, just to let you know, I've heard him say that before.
Well, that's what Tom was saying.
That's what I just said. Can you catch up, bro?
Yeah. There are clear reasons why you are the king.
Now, I
A
would
major
just claim that
not a petty one.
love is a great making property, but for whatever reason, Darth wants to make being personal as a great making property. I don't know why he. I mean, I know there's that argument against Islam and Allah. I mean, I've heard many people argue it, including Matt Slick, but I don't know why Darth needs to make being personal. Who cares? He wants to make that a great making property just because it's different than Allah. That's what his motivation is.
You know what's funny though, John Lee, is what great making property does God have that I don't have?
Well, I mean, you're made.
You know, what's funny is you can just use the same argument against the Bible with any number of attributes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not difficult. Omnipotence, omniscience. I mean, that's just two.
I'm omnipotent.
Holiness. I mean, the list goes on and on.
I'm pretty holy.
Well, like the God of the Bible is maximally forgiving. Who is he forgiving prior to creation?
I don't know why you guys keep using words like maximally forgiving. I mean, it's just.
Well,
why is that ridiculous?
I'm perfectly forgiving. Do I have what great making properties do I lack, John Lee?
Omniscience.
Oh, I don't like the way you use the word because it causes problems for my view. Oh.
I'm definitely omniscient.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't like the way you use those words.
Oh, really? Just you see the hand wave, John Lee?
I mean, like, do you have a problem with like maximally powerful? Do you have a problem with maximally powerful?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a problem with omnipotent?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're a dumbass then. You're just an idiot. You're just an actual dumbass.
And by omnipotent, you mean what?
That means almighty.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What's the difference between almighty and maximally powerful?
Yeah, you want to make a distinction between mighty and powerful?
Shall we go into Latin, Deus omnipotens, Pantocrator, and
if that's what you have to do, John Lee,
I don't mean three. I mean,
if that's what you have to do, John Lee, to explain yourself, yes, go ahead.
Okay, God is El Shaddai.
I would love some other Christians in here to like bounce off God's not maximally powerful and
I
stuff like that.
bet you would. You've eaten your Wheaties or something, man. Fucking hungry. Wants some Christians. I need to murder somebody. This John Lee guy, he's not enough.
Yeah, sometimes it's a matter of they have their own definitions, the way they use it, the way they have their model. You will have Christians say God is maximally good, for example, all good, all loving. I mean, these are terms that you hear all the time.
Right.
I personally don't use them
I will
for various
be
reasons.
available just to jump in about 20 minutes. It's SummerSlam tonight, and I'm not any good with SummerSlam.
Yeah, but the only reason, like, you don't have an actual legitimate reason for objecting to the term, like, just not liking the way it sounds.
I actually do have a reason.
Just not liking the way it sounds because it causes problems. Just not liking the way it sounds because it causes problems with other parts of your Band-Aid ball isn't a legitimate reason to object to the word.
Yeah, I think Matt Slick once said, like, omnipotent, not omnipotent, omnibenevolent. He says, where's that in the Bible?
Yeah, well, that he objects to. He doesn't object to the word. He objects to the reference, dumbass.
Is omnipotent biblical, Jeremy?
It is.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Talks about, like I already said, God Almighty. That's in Revelations. When you look at the Latin,
you're equating, fine.
Right?
So if you're equating Almighty,
right? Deus,
God is Almighty. Yeah, it's fine.
Right?
John's he's so dumb.
We don't want you to bloviate any more than you have to. It's just eating. This is what people talk to as but if God is Almighty, that's the same as all powerful, right?
No, a lot of bloviating. Right now.
Say it isn't, John.
You walk your hand to the slaughter. Hold your hand and I'll walk you down to the slaughter.
I'll put it even this way, JJ. God is powerless to lie. Chew on that one.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does mean something. God is powerless to lie, and yet God is still omnipotent.
You're just running distraction from
I don't know how that
fucking
works. I don't know how not being able to succeed at deceiving someone you're still qualified to be omnipotent at that point. Like you can't succeed at something, so you can't be omnipotent. You fail in that way.
Yeah, someone's doing
powerless is powerless to lie. That's fine.
Right.
But
wait a minute.
He's gonna. I know what his move is. I know what his move is here too. So. But he's all powerful or almighty. Then, in what way? What's the all and mighty part?
Yeah, how about this one, Gray? God is powerless to create a rock he cannot lift. How about that one?
That I don't know what that would even mean. Like,
it's the same
that would mean that he's not omnipotent.
It means that he's not mighty enough to do these things, and yet claims to be almighty, or claims are made about him of almighty.
I mean, the more theologically sound position would be to say that, like, the rock would either make a rock that was too heavy for him to lift, if that was his will, or he'd be able to lift it, or he could do both, depending on what his will was.
And that's the past of your reasoning. I mean, the philosophy.
Rather than saying both, you're like neither. So, like, I don't know.
You've never even taken Philosophy 101, have you?
I actually have, John.
Then how do you not know this situation of omnipotence as it relates to, like, the creating a rock he cannot lift? I mean, how could you not
That's
know?
more of a theological
I mean, have you never heard of things like the invisible pink unicorn or something? I mean, these are common discussions in Philosophy 101. And if I say something...
Not really in Philosophy 101. It's common discussion is not really theological.
I took
Philosophy 101. No, I don't think that's a common discussion in Philosophy 101.
Well, I mean, it wasn't mine.
Only if I heard of the invisible pink unicorn, I've seen it.
So he's almighty, but not mighty enough to do something. At least one thing. Just calls into question